Trans-Tasman rivalry feels as though it's as old as time itself, and it spans every
in Australia, made his debut in 2005. He is a world champion. He won the, he was a part of a World Championship fours team. Also, you can see there, triples bronze, fours silver in 2016. One of our best, and he is the singles man for New Zealand against Australia in this Trans-Tasman test.
certainly going to be an interesting match. They're both world champions, John, and clearly, I mean, I'm going to announce my bias now. I'd love for Ellie to find a way to win this, but first to 21 points, or shots, sorry.
Yes, and we can see this is the TV rink, which is out in front of the Nine-Eye complex here, which is very good. You can see there's people wearing jackets and hoodies and things, so there's a bit of a southerly breeze coming through, and I know people at the airport weren't very impressed with the conditions they were getting here in Wellington. So this will be not just a straightforward competition with smooth, comfortable weather, no warm temperatures and no breeze. This is going to really test the players, I think, today, as the wind is forecast to pick up a little bit. But as we see right from the start here, these players very little problem in picking the green. So Forsyth with the black spotted bowls, and Aaron Wilson, as we'll see, is the quickest player around.
Unbelievable, really. We see on that first end, it's looking like it's going to be 2.5 to Aaron Wilson. Just await the marker.
It's David Burridge holding 3 shots up, so 3, good start there for Wilson. Remember, this is just to 21 shots, so you can't afford to drop big numbers early. Well, mind you, better early than later, I suppose. But
if you're going to drop them, now's the time.
Yeah. They've had a couple of ends, of trial ends. Wilson always staggers anyone watching him, that he so quickly gets his line. No wasting of time, well, not wasting time, but no time on the mat. Just immediately into his work. These two, I watched them earlier on, they were just chatting to each other on the mat, waiting for play to start. I mean, they play with each other, they play against each other in Australia. They know exactly what each is capable of.
Incredible. We were commenting before the broadcast began, John, how relaxed these players appear to be before the game starts.
It's an international, it's Trans-Tasman. A lot at stake, mainly bragging rights, and of course, you know, ego gets boosted if you win, and a chance to just give your opponents a little bit of a nudge. And so it's an important event, and yet they were just chatting. No tension evident. No big get-together with the managers and that. They'd done that previously.
Oh, it just staggers me.
Oh, look at this now. I think, yeah, this is an indication that it will take the players a wee while to come to grips with this.
Well, we know it's going to be gusty, don't we? There's warnings out for wind, which would be, I mean, we're in Wellington at the 9i Bowling Club. If it wasn't windy, there'd be something wrong.
Right, so we're going to have people watching this and saying, huh, I could do better than that. These are the best in the world.
Try.
So Wilson immediately changed his hand once he'd sent that one out wide.
Just asking the marker where his bowlers in relation to the jack there, I think, John.
Yeah. And that's another issue with a bit of breeze out there too that's hard to hear. Here's Forsyth having assessed where his bowl is and probably finding that it's the shot.
Walking after it. Oh, look at that. You can see it. It's going to be interesting as the game goes on. Watching the arc of the bowl, we're going to be able to see when it does get a bit gusty, John, that the bowl sort of snakes. It's nothing to do with the green. The green is absolutely beautiful, but it's going to snake a little bit. And the second go on the forehand here from Aaron Wilson. How's his weight?
I don't know whether it's done enough either, has it?
I don't think he's made it.
Forsyth has one to come.
What's your call here, John?
Well, I wouldn't be. It looks as though Forsyth might be 2 down, but then I'm not sure about that. It's often that side bowl is the closest. I'm just peering out the window here to see. Doesn't help me at all.
That long walk down. He's got a little bit of a limp going in the morning. Ali Forsyth. So we know he's either up or down, but he's got room regardless to draw it, doesn't he, here on his backhand?
Well, anyone's guess. On a normal day, that would have been the shot. Oh, I don't know. What does Wilson standing back having a look? David Burridge, the marker, he's having a look. He's saying, "Do you mind measuring, mate?"
You can see the frustration in Ali's face, couldn't you, when he realised his bowl was just going to run through.
And really, if he'd just moved the jack, he would have possibly got a couple. He gets a single, so he did have the shot. So Forsyth on the board, 3-1.
Let's race to 21 points. And I continue to say points, John, and I can't get rid of that bit of my lexicon. I know it's not points, it's shots. We play to shots and bowls. I don't know why I say points. It could be a good bingo game. You'd be sure that I was going to say points in a commentary. It's first to 21 shots, so 3-1 the score.
We'll beat it out of you before long. Listen, and you will hear the noise of the wind. I was going to say breeze, because having been a Wellingtonian for so many years, anything less than 150 kilometres an hour is a breeze.
Certainly it'd be different conditions.
That's
oh, that's a beautiful bowl. For the Australian team, you know, it's been a while since we've had a Trans-Tasman in New Zealand. 2016 was the last time we had a Trans-Tasman over here. The green at 9 I'll be running 17 seconds or so. It's on something called a Maniatoto weed, and the wind it's an acquired taste isn't the word, an ability to play in the wind, isn't it, John?
Yeah.
You have to be at peace with some of your bowls being blown off course, because they just will be. You know, no fault of your own. You're going to have some bowls that are going to miss by metres because there's a gust at the wrong time. There's that age-old argument too, isn't there? Do you play on the side where the wind is or where the wind isn't?
Yes, well, you know, having played in the Wellington area, often used to just say, you know, take that narrow hand all the time if you can. But this might be a little bit of tail as well, tail and head, as well as I think it's going to be all over the place, because there's no doubt it'll work off the building.
Be really interesting.
And there's quite a large construction going on the other side to the right as we view it now. Wow, look at this.
Weight was reasonable there from Ali Forsyth. Who's got the tee? Aaron was asking. So he just wanted to know if he had the shot. I think the marker pointed at the tee. He was just wondering if he had the tee on. Is this indication of aggression here from Aaron Wilson?
Well, the story is that there are no killed ends. The jack does get re-spotted on the tee, so we'll constantly see that coming into play, particularly with players like this, Wilson and Forsyth, whose driving ability is well known.
So Ali's on his forehand again, so that's to the right of your screen as you see it. Seems to be turning more. He's got one shot, but I would suggest that Aaron will be thinking about plucking that bowl out. If Ali can't get another bowl in the head here, and he has been unable to do so, Aaron may look at just driving the shot bowl.
So do you think there that Forsyth was looking for the tee to play that hand?
Yeah.
You know, I just... And he played three that went very wide.
Interesting decisions to make here for...
Well, there's you know, he moves that black and all of a sudden, bang, you're 4 down, 3 down, not a mile away either. We might get his own.
Oh, goodness gracious
Gee,
me.
that was the danger for Forsyth, that one solitary bowl sitting there. If Wilson had taken that out, he probably would have been 3 down. Instead, he grabs the shot.
It would have been very stressful for Ali. He would have made peace with dropping a 3 on that end, I feel, but has been able to hold on to the shot. So 1 to New Zealand, 2-3 in the race, 21 shots, and an escape there for Ali. He got one bowl on the head and it was able to stay there, but not with no lack of trying from Aaron Wilson.
See in the background there, that's Taylor Bruce looking this way, the world champion singles player from New Zealand. There's your score, 3-2.
So Ali now playing the other side of the green, John. It's always something to watch, isn't it? Like, what side of the rink are the players going to choose? And look at this, it's being buffeted by the wind. That's wind alone, isn't it?
Wow.
It just went straight.
And they, you know, you've got to play. You've got to play with these sorts of conditions when you're playing outdoors. You know, we've seen so much of the Aussie League, haven't we? We're indoors and in New Zealand too, playing on carpets inside. There's nothing to worry about apart from getting your weight and your green right. Nothing else to contend with. But in these conditions, this is a test.
So Ali staying on the forehand. His last bowl ended up being pushed wide. So this is that difference in logic, isn't it? You either pick the swinging hand or the straight one.
Yeah.
And the logic to pick the swinging hand is that the wind is always going to blow your bowl back into the head, so you know it's going to turn. And the logic to pick the straight hand is it's going to turn less, so that in theory there should be less to go wrong.
Yes, I'm pleased you used the word in theory.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I've got
because
I don't have a personal preference.
Oh no, what you're saying is, of course, so Ali Forsyth narrowed his line a little bit from his first, but it finished narrow. If he goes out wide again, you might find that he gets one of those gusts and it hangs, and he's thinking to himself, what on earth do I do now? Let's have a look at this. So he's gone wider this time, and there you go. That's not going to come in.
Caught by the wind.
Yep.
He would have taken no more than 6 inches more green there. How good's coffee, John?
Yeah, well, it's
Just as an aside.
we've got a few spectators here, and I know from the Kapiti region where I'm from, just up the road, there's a number coming down, and already a coffee delivered by Mike Downer, who's here from the Paraparaumu Club.
Great stuff. Oh, look, what do you do here? He's had 3 bowls on the forehand side.
Yeah.
Switching to the backhand now.
Yes. So even if you wait on the mat waiting and it's still, so you deliver it, you've picked your line for those conditions, by the time it gets down there, 18 seconds away or whatever it might be, another gust could come in and just hold it out. You see he's being buffeted, and his bowl has, look at him. We share your frustration. Short, wide, that is to anyone's eyes a shocking head, and yet these are the best players in the world.
Yeah, 2 world champions.
Yep.
Just the conditions. So Aaron holding 1. It'll be really interesting to see. We know both Ali and Aaron are unafraid to be aggressive, and sometimes in the wind you see people speed up with the weight that they play their bowls, John. So if you get a bowl close, even if it's a metre away, and that bowl's driven off, you're probably going to, it's going to be a challenge to get another one within a metre. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some aggression.
That came in from a mile out.
It did. It did. This is.
Oh.
What have we got here?
At least 1
2.
to Aaron, 2 to Aaron.
5-2 the score. Fair to say that neither player settled down yet in this race to 21 shots. The other thing to watch too when you're watching bowls, John, is where the players consistently deliver the jack to, whether they have picked a length or if they prefer to vary it. It's too early at the moment to tell, I would say.
The other thing about delivering the jack, as we've been watching, the markers had to straighten them up all the time by quite some distance. You watch these guys playing indoors and in still conditions. They put the jack right down the centre line. So at that stage, David Burridge, the marker, probably moved the jack in a good 1.5 metres. So the jack, of course, is part of the game, which does get affected by.
And Ali on the forehand now. So he's gone forehand round the clock. Would have expected that bowl to turn more, perhaps.
But coming this way last time, he had 3 bowls way out wide like that. I suppose at least here he's got the 2 metre pretty much covered. That might be the best bowl of the day so far.
Here we go on the forehand. I've always enjoyed watching Ali Forsyth play bowls, John. It's a commentator's dream, A, because he's very, very good at bowls, but B, because he's one of the players that you know when he lets it go if it's a good bowl or not. And I prefer commentating those players than I do the ones who are the same all the way through, because then you can talk with a bit of confidence. If he thinks it's good, you can tell. Is it going to get back?
Ali will be watching it thinking, hoping that it might just nudge him in a wee bit.
Well,
which it does.
Interesting.
So now Forsyth's got that little target, hasn't he? That bowl to the right and past the jack. Oh, he's taken that wide route this time. That's wider than last time.
I think it might come back if he's got the running. Wait for this bowl. Even if he gets third shot, he'll be pleased with it.
Great weight.
Yeah, what you don't want to do against Aaron Wilson is leave yourself isolated, John, and just have one bowl in the head, because he's not going to miss every time.
In fact, he seldom misses.
Well, exactly.
He's deadly.
We've potentially seen the one miss on the run shot.
Yeah.
On end 2. Look how fast. Watch this guy on the mat. Aaron Wilson takes probably no more than 4 seconds between stepping on the mat and delivering the bowl. Unbelievably quick.
Yeah, a little bit different, isn't it now? But straight on the mat, you're right. Only just on the mat.
This is a commentator's curse, isn't it? Look how long
Yeah.
he's going to take, I say. And he's taken 40 seconds to deliver his bowl. He's driving the bowl. Look at this. Oh, good shot.
Oh, might still just be one, but what a good shot under telling conditions. That wasn't a full-blooded drive. That was a perfectly weighted and executed shot.
If Ali has second, is it easier in these conditions just to drive the shot bowl off, John?
Wouldn't be surprised if he goes it. When you're having trouble with your draw and you've got a pretty good drive, you think you might just fall back onto that.
Also the aspect of whatever you can do, I can do. We've just seen Aaron go the bowl. Maybe Ali will think, well, I'll go your bowl and I'll score my 1 point.
Yep. Left-handed.
That's what he's doing.
Yeah.
I like this call. I think this is a good decision.
Yeah. Oh.
The decision was good. The execution stakes. It's going to be another shot to Aaron Wilson. 6-2 now. As Ali makes his way down the green.
Both pretty frustrated, I think. No, it's not frustration. It's you know, they knew it was going to be like this when they went out there and had a roll up. They knew it wasn't going to be easy. So we're not going to see jam-packed, tight heads, but we are going to see some deep thinking in the play. So we have already seen a couple of good run shots, or one really good run shot from Wilson and an attempted one from Forsyth in that last end. So we're going to see more of that, I think, strategic play.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think in these conditions, the players know your percentages change around a little bit. Well, that's a very good bowl there from Aaron, but your percentage chance of removing a bowl, and these are good run shot and drive shot players anyway, is probably higher than it is drawing within 3 or 4 feet of the jack. So it just sort of skews some of the decision making.
So he's taking a similar line, but of course he's a left-hander, and I don't know what bowls they're using. You might be able to tell me.
Oh, I can.
Can you? Good.
For once, I have an answer to your question.
Good.
Aaron Wilson's using Dreamline XGs.
Yep.
And Ali Forsyth is also using Dreamline XG, so they should take very similar lines.
Yeah.
Just see arm flap out to the right there from Aaron Wilson, which is an indication that he's given up on his bowl.
Just watching Forsyth in the box there. That's exactly what we see so much of him. He does everything the same all the time, and it's worked for him. Well, a little bit unlucky there. An inside edge would have been lovely for him. He's down 2 and grimaces. Hell, Wilson quickly in, so he thinks now, I've got my line on this hand. I'm pretty good. I'm not. I'm turning my back on that one. I'm walking away. He's got the 2 metre covered at least.
Yeah, that's your positive takeaway from this. beautiful weight twice from Ali Forsyth. It's just finding his line, and look, he may take exactly the same line again and draw the shot. He can't be far away here, John.
It can't be.
Oh, he's overplayed it. Can see the frustration. Meanwhile, Aaron Wilson just plotting bowls as he waits for this one to turn. And it doesn't.
Oh, it does nicely. Yeah.
Beautiful shot. Holding 3. Nothing to hit. Nowhere to go. Just have to draw the shot here.
And he's got 2 bowls to sit on, hasn't he? Plus the jack. So he wasn't far away from clipping one of those 2-shot bowls at the time. Looking to save a 3 here. He's turned his back on that. He just about throws the mat away, and you can understand why. Look at this from Ali Forsyth. He drops a 3 on this particular end and goes to 9-2 down.
Reasonably one-sided game so far. But the beautiful thing about a game of singles is it's not to a set number of ends. It's to shots target, John. So for the New Zealand supporters, of which there is about 4.5 million last time I checked, it's not all over yet. 9-2's nothing in a game to 21 shots. You've always got time to settle down, and you have to play that winning bowl, don't you, to get to that 21.
Nine-Eye Bowling Club in the Hutt Valley. It's a Trans-Tasman. In recent years, really, Australia has dominated, or been the dominant team. Mind you, they've got an enormous number of players to choose from, as we see an outstanding bowl go in under the conditions from Aaron Wilson with the jack on the 2-metre mark.
And he was on the straight hand. So the player's chopping and changing, and that's what's going through Ali's head now. He's thinking, what hand is the one that's going to punish me the least here? Do I play the swinging one where the wind is blowing my bowl back into the head, or do I play the straight hand where my bowl, we've seen them just get caught by the gusts of wind and not turn at all, John?
Dare I say it, I can't hear the wind at the moment.
Dangerous.
So
it's a dangerous statement. Bowl.
Sure, we'll get an indication from the flags soon, just to see whether it changes. There are some flags up on top of the building which we can see from the other end.
Ali on the forehand side. Watching this bowl. It's a challenging game. Aaron Wilson. That's good stuff. Oh, I see that bowl turns away at the end. Just the picking of when's the bowl going to turn? Ali Forsyth looking like he's winding up here. He's going for the aggressive shot. It's not going to turn.
No.
Again, the logic there, John, is why would you persist with the losing game plan? So he's been trying to draw for the last 5 ends and struggling. So he's got all the shots in his locker. Ali Forsyth, world champion fours skip in 2016. So he looks like he's changed to an aggressive call. And talking of aggression, look at this.
Yeah.
Trying to chip the bowl out. Oh.
That would have been another 3. Well, he's persevering. If he could turn his last green.
He's close here. He's got to be close here. He's got it. And the Jack's gone hoofing into the ditch. If it gets respotted on the two, it's one. If it's in the ditch, it's one. So that'll be 1 point to Ali Forsyth regardless. Should explain that respot rule. John, do you want to... You'd say it better than I would.
Oh, no. I just, if the Jack goes out of the rink, therefore it's dead, the Jack is then respotted on the 2 metre mark. Now, sometimes the 2 metre mark is already occupied by a bowl, so therefore it's getting as close to the 2 metre mark as possible. And there's also, comes down to sort of that measurement thing, isn't it? So the front edge of the Jack should be on the back, or the ditch end of the
Yes.
chalk line,
Yeah,
shouldn't it?
which
Yeah, so right back there. So, and David Burridge is a stickler for that sort of thing. You watch when he'll put it now, he places the Jack, so the front edge is just on the back edge of that chalk mark.
Great piece of commentary there, John. David obliged.
Yeah, played David obliged.
See, Ali's brought the mat right up, and he'll be pleased that he's thrown the Jack within bounds, because often if you're having a game where you're struggling and you think, oh, I'm going to change the length, you pull the mat up and then all you do is deliver the Jack into the ditch and your opposition gets it again. And look at this start here from Ali Forsyth. That's great stuff. He's a battler.
As we mentioned earlier, strategically this is going to be interesting because they've played that sort of longish end. Forsyth must have been thinking, as soon as I get the mat, and it's taken them 3 ends to get the mat, I'll go short. Bring the mat up, not throw the Jack short, but bring the mat up a fair way.
Exactly what he's done in his first bowl. Was very well placed, and he'll be pleased with that. He feel like he's executed his game plan really well. He went for the aggressive route on the previous end. That's 2 reasonable bowls there from Ali Forsyth. He was out here practicing yesterday. John, the team said 2 days of practice. I watched Ali go through a number of drills as we see aggression here. Rocked the bowl. And he was playing very well out there on that green.
And with these players knowing each other so well, as I mentioned earlier, they play against or with each other in Australia so often. They know their strengths, and Forsyth would expect, particularly under these conditions, for his opponent Aaron Wilson to play aggressively.
So I wonder if we'll see a second lot of aggression here from Aaron Wilson.
That bowl of Forsyth's was picked up.
He's going. I don't know how he didn't hit anything.
No. Dave Burridge, the marker, is going to get a bit tired of running up short, when a drive's played, because it'll happen a lot.
So Ali's just stacking it up here, and now there's a decision to make for Aaron Wilson, because he's going to find himself 3 down.
Yep.
He's had two goes at it, missed twice. Do you back yourself for the third one?
Well, particularly when he's not backing himself for the third one, but he was, cigarette tissue wide, wasn't he, with each of those?
This will hurt if he draws the shot.
He'd be looking to draw at least second, and I don't think he has. No, so a couple there for Forsyth. So a good move by the Kiwi to shorten up the end. He now will take the mat down midway. Yep, midway down. And we'll try and keep the Jack in play.
Stop the rod, as we say. We saw Aaron get off to a flyer.
Yep, good throw by Forsyth. He was intently watching that, wasn't he? You'll see there the marker actually, and I know what David Burridge does, he preaches it too, and rightly, the Jack has got a little logo on it.
Yes.
So he'll put the logo facing directly up, so that if there's doubt about a touch, you can sort of tell. You know, if the logo's slightly off centre or anything, he'll be able to say, no, that was a toucher. You know, because I know the jack has just moved over to a side.
What a brilliant idea.
Yeah, it's really good.
I'd never ever considered that before, John.
Yeah, so he'll always have the logo facing upwards. I mean, it's not going to work every time, obviously, because but he would be able to tell, for example, now.
In Wellington, the jack could just move.
Yeah, that's true. It's not always windy, though, Alex, as you know.
Yeah, well, it was a beautiful day yesterday.
Yep.
As the bowls Murphy's Law situation. Your practice days are absolutely perfect, and then when you get into the test match, not so good. But look at this from Ali Forsyth. Needs it to get down. I thought he had that closer than it was. Looks like he's in more touch there now, though, doesn't it?
Less distance for the wind to take effect, I suppose, is his thinking. Because from the 2 metre mark down the other end, he was sending it out very wide on this particular hand, on the right as we view it, and had no control really at all. There was a fair bit of luck involved.
And that bowl there will be in the eye. It's not, technically it's not in the way, but it'll be in the eye of Ali playing that forehand side again to the right of your screen.
How short is it? About, it's a metre and a half, a metre anyway, isn't it?
So, and we've seen the bowls go around that.
Yeah.
It's just one of those bowls where as a player you look at it and think, oh. If he's got the weight, he's very close. Oh, look at that, just going to dive. Would have hoped for second shot so that he could try and rip the shot bowl out with his first one. He may actually have a second shot, that bowl to the left, John.
Yeah, it could be.
So then we have the decision to make, depending on what Aaron does. If he doesn't add a second, Ali may just become aggressive again. Fascinating stuff. That's the right line. It's not the right weight. So now we have Ali with second shot.
If the jack goes, he's got two, hasn't he? I'd say.
Yep. Yeah, go through that front bowl at 12 o'clock.
Yep.
Kill the jack, get the bowl out of the rink. Gets respotted, you're on 2. You chip it off, you've got 1. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw aggression here.
With that last bowl of Aaron Wilson's, that finished close to the ditch, did it? So that might come into his thinking.
Oh, he's winding up.
Yep. Forehand. Built up.
Very, very good at this shot.
Stand by for scattered bowls.
He's close. He could get them both.
Oh, unlucky.
Oh, follow through. Where did it go?
It's gone back with that bowl of...
You can see how
he might be a
frustrated
couple
Ali
down.
is there. And he's 2 down, and that's why there was the frustration. For a reasonably well played bowl, that's roughly as unlucky as you can get there, John. And if you watch the top of your screen, look at this. It's a toucher in the ditch, so it counts.
3.
That's 3.
So it was working for Forsyth, but
That's unbelievable. Watch his step.
bad luck. Yeah.
$12-5 the score in this race to 21. And straight back to that 2 metre to 2 metre length. Aaron Wilson wasting no time and placing the mat down as far away as possible from the jack. On his forehand. Such a fast player. So Ali on his backhand. Oh, he's walked away from the ball already. see the frustration on his face. That would have been a gust of wind.
He really needed to keep control of that mat, didn't he? Because he was just sort of finding. I mean, his form in that previous end where he dropped a 3 was unlucky.
I mean,
almost played the perfect, as you said. He'll get both of them, and he made contact with both, but the jack was just a bit close to that shot bowl and careened straight back to where Wilson had one on the ditch, and then he put another. And Wilson's last bowl, getting a toucher into the ditch, perfect.
Absolutely rip your ration book if you're Ali.
Yeah.
On his backhand, he's given this a lot more room to breathe, this bowl. And we'll see this get blown back into the head. That's a nice shot there from Ali Forsyth. An absolute battler. We said, I think, at the top of the show, he debuted for New Zealand. Was it 2005?
Yes, yep.
I mean,
So
that's
20 years ago, pretty much.
A few tomato growing seasons have passed in between now and then.
And you know, in those days he was renowned for his drive, and nothing has changed. But he was only in his mid-20s, I think, when he first represented New Zealand.
Would have been.
How often would that happen, where Aaron Wilson has a ball picked up?
I would say
out
it's
of the
probably
rink?
the first time in some time. Maybe a few months or a year or 2 seasons or whatever. It's just that gusting of the wind. So if it gusts at the wrong time, your bowl breaks early instead of having the chance to go out first.
Whew. I can imagine the Australians at the end of this will be saying, well, you know, why don't we make this permanent that it's in Australia?
Welcome to New Zealand.
And the Kiwis will be saying, hang on, but this gives us a chance. Particularly the players who are domiciled in New Zealand, they'll be saying, well, you know, this is just another day.
Another day,
bit of a breeze.
Meat pack tournament.
Yeah.
Well, it's always fascinated me that we haven't slowed our greens down in New Zealand. Like, you'd think if it's windy and our climate is like that, you get everywhere you go in New Zealand, there can be days where the wind is ridiculous. You'd think we'd have slower greens, but we've always had the quickest greens in the world.
Yes.
And take some pride in that, just to make it really challenging for ourselves.
Oh, top
Look
bowl.
at this.
What a bowl. Gosh, might only still be second shot, but when your first one was picked up and your second one's about 2 metres short, and you throw in one like that, class.
Absolutely. So I think Ali's probably holding the shot there, looking to draw a second. Left his hand nicely, and now the question is, how far is it coming back in? He's close, John.
Underneath his, no touch. Top bowl. That's a very good bowl. Fallen, might still just be one, but very good. So Forsyth will take some heart from that, although he possibly could try the same line again and and finish being picked up off the out of the rink. So what are they saying? David Burridge has got one lollipop ready to go. I think they settle on that. It is 1 to Forsyth, so he's back on the board.
6-12, and look, you can see him thinking, where do I put the mat down? How long a end shall I play here? You can almost hear the cogs turning in the brain. It's almost where you'd just about utilise your rink coach, wouldn't you? You'd just about say, Kearney,
Yes.
what do you think?
And the rink coach is thinking, I hope he doesn't ask.
See that bowl. The jack almost has a bias on it. Although I think he was delivering that jack to, it went to the right as we see it.
To account for
the wind, because we know the wind's been blown from the right to the left. And he's opted to play his backhand to the straight hand. Look at that, he's taken no more than 3 or 4 feet of green. Just passing through. on the forehand. There is a live scoring link for everything, John, which is available on the Bowls New Zealand Facebook page. If you're looking to find live scores for all the disciplines, we've got para, open and development playing. 2 disciplines around, as there's 5 people, or two disciplines per round per gender. You can find all of that information on the Bowls New Zealand Facebook page. There's a live scoring link there, and it's going to be a mighty 3 days. Of course, up until now, if you followed Trans-Tasman's before, it was quite a convoluted system. We used to play 1 test match per day, and then if you won 2 out of 3 test matches or 1.5 test matches with better count back, you won the overall discipline trophy, and then the most discipline trophies won the overall something else, John. So it became quite confusing. It's simple now. The most wins.
Yep.
Over 3 days. So I think it's 18 games are played between the disciplines.
I thought that was quite good that the 2 countries agreed on that.
It was, yeah. It's been a while since there's been any change. I think when I was looking through some of the research. Sorry, we've just had a murder in the commentary box. If you heard a bang, it's Wasp is now no longer alive. I was looking through the research. It appears that we've had essentially the 1 test match per day format since the mid-80s when this event started. So it's been a while since there's been a change in conditions of play, and I think it makes sense.
Easy to understand. Really good.
Yeah, keep it simple. Look at this here from Ali.
Other hand. So that's pretty impressive. Now he says, what do I do now? I was hopeless on that. I was struggling on that hand. I've tried the narrow hand. That didn't work. Now I go back to... I don't even know what I did right.
He's going the bowl. Needs a gust of wind. Not going to get one.
I think it would have needed a really big gust to bring that one online, Alex. So let's see what he can do now. Following the same line.
On the forehand.
Looking for the ditch or second shot. Anything over is good for this.
It's just
all right,
around
good
a
ball.
little. That's a very good shot. I think he's going to have another go based on how he's winding up here.
Yeah, and may as well.
He could get both of these bowls. He's got the jack instead. Clean into the ditch. What a shot there from
he stayed with it.
Aaron Wilson. As he makes his way up, and you'll be able to see his bowl followed the jack into the ditch, and 1 shot to Aaron Wilson. 13 points to 6 now in the race to 21 shots.
Matt stays back for Wilson. Probably the jack will go right down to the 2 metre mark as well. Here it comes.
Yeah, you can just tell that these are good bowlers, eh?
Yeah.
You know, like even the jack throws have been so controlled. We haven't seen a jack lost, and it's easier to do in the best of times, and in these conditions it's even easier. So they're delivering the jack to exactly the length that they want to be playing these ends to, and he's walked away immediately. He knew within seconds then, didn't he, John?
Yep. Perfect weight.
On the back end, just waiting. Well, he's not narrow.
That's right. And you saw what happened to Wilson's bowl.
That's an unbelievable amount of green,
isn't it?
that he's taken there, and he's actually finished across the line. So I was lying when I said he wasn't narrow, because he is. He's finished underneath the centre line there.
Almost just bring it inside that red bowl from the other rink. Look at this. Players having to go up and watch the head just about. And that was the green. That's a big green for these bowls.
Yeah, beautiful shot.
So an opportunity just to sit on that shot bowl of Wilson's.
Beautiful weight.
Well, that just looked to be slightly narrower than his previous, but it's not. He's got exactly the same line.
How's the weight, John?
Beautiful ball.
That's good stuff.
So now this might be aggression here. He could look to get both of these.
Yeah, I think that's what we're going to see. He's winding up. And he's close, John. Little feather off the front one. Oh, how did he go past it? Oh.
Well, he was probably closer to going through the gap than to getting both, wasn't he?
I mean,
and it's such a small gap.
I suppose we can be grateful that he didn't go through the gap clean, John,
Yeah.
because that would have been particularly gutting
Yep.
From a New Zealand point of view. But you'd fully expect Aaron to put another bowl close, and you fully expect Ali to have another nibble at it if that happens, I think. Chasing after this one.
Back bowl. Is it going to hold up?
Right, Ali's going to go this.
This might go into the ditch, is it?
And he'll want to get the bowl clean. What's it look like at the back? He's got the bowl at the back, Ali Forsyth. It's quite safe here.
Okay,
Jack in the ditch
yeah.
or bowl is both good options. Nah, it's gone. It's gone. That was an opportunity there for
Yeah.
Ali. You can see there just the frustration, isn't it, of these challenging conditions and not quite picking it as well as he would like. 14-6 the score now in the race to 21 shots. It's sort of 14-6 is probably as far ahead as he would like Aaron to get. You know, you feel like you can't afford for Aaron to get much further in front without you catching up if you're Ali Forsyth there.
Yeah, he's only sort of 3 ends away from the way he's going. He's picked up 3 threes in this match. Everyone's got hands on under chins or chins on hands, haven't they? They're all looking, as you saw from that shot of the other games in action, people looking very pensive about what to do, where to go. I just see a corner wind indicator right down the far left there, just where that gentleman's walking now, and you can see there's quite a bit of flag movement, and then it just hangs limply for a short time.
Just Aaron just waiting for his bowl to let's let it go. You can see John That would be typical, wouldn't it?
Yeah, yeah. So
it's not blowing at all here at Nine Eye Bowling Club.
no, the flag's just wrapped itself around the stick, so that one there's better. So that's an indicator. Which way? That's heading towards the bowls, towards and across the bowls. So that's what they're dealing with. So Forsyth hasn't got a bowl in shot, and Wilson's got 2 just in shot.
Crazy. So Aaron on the forehand side. He's going to be holding 3. In theory, it looks like there's enough room here to draw the shot for Ali Forsyth. You can see his bowl's weight. His weight for the bowl that finished at sort of 4 o'clock to the jack was actually okay. It's just about getting the green right.
The bowl's on its way now. Just avoiding feet. Watch out. Yeah. That's how wide Forsyth has gone here, was into the walk path of the players on the next rink.
He's had perfect weight. Maybe you shouldn't have said watch your feet.
Yeah, couldn't get it back.
Cap number 142. Aaron Wilson. One of the best singles players in the world. World singles champion, Commonwealth Games singles champion.
Big bowl coming in here from Forsyth.
It's huge. We'll be able to tell by his reaction.
Not unhappy so far. Unhappy. Oh, flick. Might help you, Ali. Gee, you'll take that, wouldn't you?
He waved. That's really good sportsmanship. There's people who play with such good sportsmanship. That wave was to say, I played a poor bowl.
Yeah, and I've got away with it. So he saves 4 shots there and goes to 14-7. 18-7 was not looking healthy for Ali Forsyth, the New Zealand representative in the singles Trans-Tasman clash.
And the mat's been pulled up. 7-14. We spoke about your 7 points is probably as far away as you would like to be if your opposition to your Ali Forsyth, put ourselves in his shoes. He's 7-14 down. It's a race of 21 shots. So Aaron Wilson has 7 shots more to score to win the game. Ali has to score 14 shots in that time. That's your maximum required run rate situation that you want it to be sort of sitting at if you're Ali Forsyth. You don't want to have the lead extended any further on you. It just feels really hard to get back. And he missed through the jack there while we were talking. So the mat, you can see, has been placed down on the 2 metre mark by Aaron Wilson and literally delivered to the 2 metre mark by Aaron as well, as Ali misdelivered it.
Well, he bowled one very good bowl coming this way last time. It gave him the shot. It was a similar green he took too.
Oh dear.
Yeah, shake of the head. He's probably saying, I'm bowling like a beginner. But in fact, it's just, obviously, with players of this class, it's difficult there. I'll see if Wilson's comes in from that hand. No, straight down the track. Might even be picked up.
That's an unbelievable start, really.
Yeah.
Although I do have hope, John, because I look out the window from the commentary booth and I can see a patch of blue sky. I'm hopeful that with the blue sky, surely that means the wind will die down. It'll all be fine. We got.
No, it doesn't necessarily mean that, Alex.
I'm trying my best.
Look at that. Hey, I'll need to add 2 metres on and I'll be on shot. What
Look
is
at
it?
that. Isn't it beautiful?
Yeah.
The it's a shame the cloud's moving so quickly. Like that's probably an indication
That's
of
an indication that the wind is also moving quite quickly.
of the wind.
Unbelievable.
Oh, that's a good bowl there from Aaron Wilson. 2 more days of this, John. It's a 3-day test match. They play 18 games per discipline, and we're broadcasting 3 games a day. We go, it's a mixture of open men's, open women's, and the para sides that we'll be broadcasting on this TV rink. So game 2 today is the para pairs. Steve Delaney and Kieran Wheeler are taking on Tony Bennell and Jimmy Reynolds, and then we finish off with the women's pairs match, round 3, John, where we have Ellen Ryan and Natasha Van Eldick taking on Caitlin Lynch and Selena Goddard, and what a match that's going to be.
Oh.
What do you
Well,
say?
I think, you know, we should a photo taken of this and then say two of the best singles players in the world battle it out at 9i. Put some money down and have a go yourselves. It's just unbelievable.
You won't go better. And this is where the mental strength comes into it, because neither of these players are going to give up trying to play the bowls. By which I mean, if you're a club bowler or someone who's not been playing a lot, you get in the wind situation and you end up thinking, well, what's the point? You know, I may as well just deliver my bowl anywhere. I won't keep trying to master this rank. We've got 2 world champions out there, and until someone reaches 21 shots, they both going to be constantly thinking about the best way that they can play this rank, and it's looking like we're going to see a number scored.
He's 3 down. Forsyth is 3 down.
No, he's got a bowl out to the sort of 4
Or he
o'clock.
might have that. Yeah, I might not be 3 down now. Might only be 1.
Oh, just there's the players there. Look at that. That's such a scattered head. Goodness gracious me.
It is. It's only 1.
Just
the
one.
Nearest second shot was 2 meters away, probably. So 15-7. Forsyth has scored on 6 ends, but there have been 5 singles and a 2. In fact, there have only been 4 multiples scored by Wilson too, but 3 of those were 3s, so he's picked up 15 shots as opposed to 7, holds his cap. Takes a deep breath and thinks, okay, well, I have a go now. Or there's a break in the wind, I'll have a wee go now.
I suppose he's fast enough. Oh, we've lost a scorecard.
Yeah.
We've lost a scorecard. I thought it was going to glide with the bowl there for a second. What's the situation if a scorecard hits a bowl, John? What do you do?
The scorecard stays where it is. Bowl runs over it. Well, you'd have to take it back, wouldn't you? Because
I think
it's
so.
interference by an outside object or something.
Imagine that. Imagine your bowl getting hit by a scorecard.
Yeah. I think there'll be a demand to go indoors.
Oh, that's it's something that is possible for sure. The controlling body, it's extreme weather, so whether it be wind or rain or anything else, you can make the decision. And we do have an indoor complex here at the 9i Bowling Club. Wouldn't be surprised.
And I think there's probably rain forecast as well by about Sunday. So, oh, gee, listen to that. Let's have a look at those corner flags again. They're really moving now. They're just going for it.
Aaron on his forehand side. This is a good bowl. That's a lovely shot, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really nice. And we'll see Ali switch his hand, I think, to his backhand, which is the left of the screen as we see it.
Looking for that same track, and I think he's got it too. Underneath that.
He's very close here.
Might get the jack.
That's a beautiful bowl.
Oh, this is an easy game, isn't it, Ali?
Well, contrast this to the previous end where we saw bowls left, right and centre.
The shot was about the same distance as that back black one.
Oh, crazy game we play. Aaron stalking this one down. Up and over on his own. That's a good shot. Oh, worth two.
Oh,
Classy stuff.
Yeah.
Now we may see aggression from Ali on his forehand, which is to the right as we see it.
He's unlikely to draw it there with... I mean, he played... His perler came on the other hand, didn't it? And it looks like aggression. He's got the... He's got the 2 metre covered.
Yeah.
Closest one to the 2 metre.
I think so. I think it's just about, he'll be probably thinking, what weight does he want to play this with? Is it searching weight, or do you just go full speed at the target? Very close here. Needs it to hold.
Oh, could have taken the...
How have all his bowls gone?
Gosh. With a whisker from taking the jack back to himself. Now he finds himself a couple down, possibly.
That's staggering stuff. He didn't even get the jack on the follow-through with his collision bowl. I mean, yes, he's had better games, but there's been twice now I can think of where he's played drive shots that have been near perfect, John, and literally couldn't have got a worse result. Dropped a 3 4 or 5 ends ago coming in this direction somehow, and he's going to be 3 down again now after having attacked the head. He could be 18-7 down in 40 seconds time.
Well, he's 2 metres there for him. You think he'll go again, or are we drawing to save here?
Expect a draw to save situation.
Gosh.
So unlucky to remove his own bowl. He's taken a good line down to the weight. Well, he should be in for second.
Well, that's a good bowl under pressure, Ali Forsyth. So just one it is.
16-7.
So not for the first time in this game, Ali Forsyth has saved the day.
And there you can see the other games going on, John. Across the two greens at the Nine Eye Bowling Club. And we've got some hardy spectators as well.
Well, there's so many people have promised to come. Oh, we'll be there, and then they've looked and probably watching this and saying, I don't know that we'd learn much, but it's the support, really. The teams just love that, and it's a great opportunity for New Zealand fans to be here, particularly on a Friday, if you're bowling Saturday and Sunday, as many people will be.
Oh, we'd love to see people down here at the Nine Eye Bowling Club. Free entry, of course. There's food and warming beverages on the inside. There's good seats inside as well that you can peer out and watch if you don't fancy being out in the wind, but we don't often get to host a Trans-Tasman. First time since 2016 when we also had the World Championships. We'd love people, New Zealanders, Kiwis, come down and support your team. And it does make a difference. 16-7.
Members of the women's teams over in the adjacent rink, or green, we can see. Oh, Forsyth just throwing his hands in the air. Thought he had that. Shot 3 metres past.
Decisions. Just having a look at the live scoring link, John, and we'll do this sporadically, but it is much easier if you find it yourself on the Bowls New Zealand Facebook page, the live scoring. But the Open men's fours, 7-6 at the moment to New Zealand after 6 ends. The Open women's triples tied at 10 apiece after 9 ends. Development men's singles, Australia leads 15-9 after 13. The development women's pairs, Australia leads 11 points to 8 after 10. Development men's fours, New Zealand leads 7-2 after 6 ends. The development women's triples, Australia leads 12-6 after 9 ends. And then the two para mixed triples, one of them Australia trails 8-5 after 7, and the other one, Australia, is trailing 4-6 after 7. So some very close games going on out there at the Nine Eye Bowling Club today. Day 1 of this test match, 3-day test match that we're playing. And this bowl here from Ali Forsyth looking on a good track to meet.
Oh, that'll give him a little bit of heart. It might not be there very long, but he picked it nicely that time. Doesn't necessarily mean that he might take the same line, use the same weight, muscle memory perfect, and he'll think to himself, that's going in the same spot, only to be undone by a little trickle of breeze. So let's see what he can do. Holding a single, down by 16-7.
Steering after this bowl. That's the right line, maybe. Well, he's in for 2, John.
Yeah, I think so.
Like we said, he's going to battle away. Ali Forsyth debuted for New Zealand in 2005. I mean, that's a while ago, really. Won the New Zealand singles back, last man to win the New Zealand singles back-to-back, actually, in I think 2003 and 4. So he's been in this situation. If you said, how many times have you been 16-7 down and found a way to win the game to Ali Forsyth, it would be certainly more than once.
Jack.
He's got it. Good bowl. Replaced on the 2-metre mark.
Gives him 2 shots.
Good shot. And look, I mean, there's the wind, John.
Yeah.
It's actually destroying the Australian flag. By the looks, it looks like it's wrapped itself around the flagpole.
Oof. You might say, well, that's up high. Down low it'll be easier. No, down low it's pretty much as bad, and also you're accounting for the wind hitting buildings and fences and things around, and
staggering. So Ali's just come down and have a look at the head. So see Burridge there just spraying. That's Aaron's ball that went into the ditch. It's possible for Ali to get rid of the 2 closest bowls. If he's looking to be aggressive, you could go that shot bowl that sits at 9 o'clock to the jack and come off to take the bowl that sits at sort of 5 if he's feeling like being aggressive. Otherwise it's just drawing. I don't know, John.
yeah, he drew to save last time. Oh no, this looks like some aggression. This is a bit of a do or die effort here, or take his own out. Oh, nothing.
He was looking for both.
Yeah.
Unable to get them. And there's, look at the frustration on Ali Forsyth's face. Arms flying up in the air. As we see the rest of the...
Was it 2 or 3? 2, yeah. Okay, so this is getting closer now to the conclusion of this match. 18-7. Aaron Wilson from Australia. This 33-year-old who's won so many titles, and you know, to get into the Australian team in itself is a huge effort, but he was a Commonwealth Games singles gold medalist twice, 2018 and 22, so he knows how to play this game.
He won the Australian Open singles as a relative. I mean, he's still a youngster now, isn't he? He's in his 20s, but won the Australian Open singles when he was in his teens, and that's sort of when he burst onto the Australian bowling scene, and has since been an absolute menace on the international scene.
I think he should retire.
Oh, but in New Zealand we wouldn't mind. But the bowls world would, because, I mean, why would you not want to watch people as talented as this play?
You know, often if I'm not sure on TV, I'll be looking for something to watch, and I think, Aaron Wilson, I've got to watch this. Yeah. He's like a magnet. He and Aaron Sheriff, who's playing, I think, on the next rink to these guys.
Well, Aaron Sheriff at the moment, arguably the best bowler in the world on form. He's had an unbelievable 1.5 years. There he is.
Yeah.
Just to the right of the screen. He doesn't know how to miss. So Ali, be happy that that's covering the 2, because as we approach 18-7, so it's 3 points to come to win the match for Aaron Wilson. Aggression becomes your back pocket thing for Ali, doesn't it? Because you'd rather die with a bang than a whimper here. On the forehand.
He's going to go early, is he?
Oh, he always sort of looks like he's winding up.
Yeah.
Cap number 95. Wonderful. They're actually really nice caps that the New Zealand players wear, John. They breathe, which I necessarily probably don't need in the wind at the Wellington, but they're extremely comfortable. And 2 on the 2 metre now. This is a good end building for Ali Forsyth. Absolutely may think about it with his 3rd bowl.
Wilson searching just to beat that bowl or be in between those 2 of Forsyth's.
Wouldn't be shocked here if we see a nibble.
No, it's got to go now, I think, doesn't it?
That's usually your singles theory, as your 3rd bowl's your attacking one.
And then again, he might just look at if I can pull the jack back, but they haven't been able to play with that much accuracy.
Yeah.
In these conditions, you know. Honestly, that just sort of slightly overdraw, tickle the jack a wee bit and give yourself 2 or 3. But I think it's got to be all on it. Look at that wind is really creating havoc.
Imagine if he accidentally... I'm just prepared for him to be unlucky with this result. Square through his own goal.
Got the jack.
Yes, good shot. Well played.
So he's in the ditch with a toucher.
Yeah. We'll find it in a second on the cameras.
And he might have 2 here, or even
a lovely bowl.
3, because he had 2. Oh, no. Let's have a look. Stop guessing, John. Look at those flags. He's going over to kick one of the flags, I think, and
that's what you'd want to do. Just waiting there.
So Wilson with 1 to play.
There it is. He's put the jack in the ditch. And there's a Wilson bowl.
Okay.
That sits it. What's that? 10 o'clock to the jack. So he's found a way to get unlucky again. Ali Forsyth.
He might still have shot there though. Wilson will probably draw it to the lip.
I wouldn't be surprised. Now the rule is, the other team. So had Wilson hit that bowl, it's the prerogative of the team on that rink to lift it up and place it back down. Yeah. So, Ali having a look at this, we think he's got the shot there. As New Zealanders, we're going to state that he has the shot there.
Yep.
And he's got room to draw a second on the forehand. So Ali Forsyth there, you can see the score 18-7. And he's now deciding what... Every bowl feels like a challenge, doesn't it?
That's right, and no confidence. Confident. We know he plays the shots perfectly all the time, but the conditions just get into your head a wee bit, and he's not. Oh, here we go. That's going to.
He won't take it back, I don't think. Maybe he will. So he was pretty wide there, so
yeah,
they've got all the time in the world. He may wait until the end is finished. Another go. Just waiting there. Reminds me, Ali. So he's had a very incredibly successful domestic career. One of the New Zealand peers with his father, Neville, and they have the exact same smile. Ali and Neville, when you see,
that's right. There's
a wonderful photo after they won the New Zealand peers, and they're both beaming. And it looks, you'd be shocked if they weren't father and son because they're just exactly the same. One of the great stories. So just waits patiently.
So there's players on the adjacent rink, and as we saw here, his line is around about that red bowl that we can see to the left-hand red bowl. He wants to bring it in between those two, the blue and the red.
And he needs to get right to the end. So
yeah.
We've got a 2.25 hour time limit. He's not too worried here, I don't think. Just wait. And that's good because it means his intention is to play the same line. So we saw his bowl get under the bag as we watch him. He's taking the opportunity for an hydration break. We saw his bowl get redelivered because he collided with the head. So instead of changing his line, he intends on playing the same bowl. And I like that because if you change your line completely, it almost feels like you've taken advantage of having your bowl given back, John.
Yeah.
So his intention is to play the same bowl again and see how it goes as he waits patiently for the men's fours to finish their end. What are the thoughts going through that man's mind, John?
Can you imagine in a club match, or someone sitting down and waiting? Teams would be going, "Come on, get on with it. You're not going to bowl it anyway. Come inside that. Hurry up, righto." And the fours match, New Zealand, Australia. Bit of finger measuring going on by the looks of it. And now they'll collect. So Ali Forsyth gets back on the mat. In this first singles match of this Trans-Tasman test, he's down by 18-7. He's holding one. Let's have a look at that line. Aaron Sheriff watching it just to see. No, not really. He's not at all interested. Oh, and that was a long wait for this bowl. And so Ali Forsyth picks up the mat and wonders if it's going to reach. Has it come into shot? It hasn't come into shot yet,
We'll
so it won't be on the count.
Don't think he's made it. So that's where he finished.
Oh,
I don't think so.
one, I think.
The mat up halfway.
Oh, no, he's got three. He got a 3 there.
Where?
Oh, I'm just watching the marker go back with 3. How did that happen?
Look, I'm not going to question it, John, but I find that very hard to believe.
Yeah. Well, that was worth the wait, wasn't it?
That was absolutely worth the wait. It would have been nice. We could have done a better job with the commentary if we'd known he was holding the 2. So Ali Forsyth drove the jack in the ditch for 1. Oh, it must have been 2. Aaron.
Must have been so we couldn't see the shot that took the jack into the ditch must have stayed there and been shot, was it?
Out, hey, yeah.
Yeah, we couldn't quite see it.
Oh, what an end for Ali Forsyth.
Yeah, wow.
He'll be gutted, though, that he's gone and delivered the jack into the ditch. 10-18, the score. Well, what a pleasant surprise that was. And
So that really was a huge justification there for Forsyth to sit down and wait and not panic at all, as most of us would just deliver it because we didn't want to wait for the other end to finish.
oh, we've lost the tripod.
Oh.
And we saw the jack get pushed across the rink at the last minute there.
Just saw there Ali Forsyth holding his cloth, and it was blowing directly across his body. So how do you play the wide hand with that? It's hard enough playing the narrow hand where you haven't got so much room for error, you would think, but we've seen Aaron Wilson twice get bowls picked up from outside the rink because they held out. Oh, this is dreadful now. This is really difficult stuff.
Yeah, well, we've literally lost our 2-end cameras, so bear with us. We'll see what we can manage here. We'll just stay on this camera and see how the head builds, but just a gust of wind, and you just saw the jack at that last moment get moved across, and that was the gust of wind happening, John. And you'll see here the 2 cameras have...
This doesn't look too bad, actually, even with this angle. Look, he waited and waited and waited. He knew how wide, I don't know how far over that is, but it looks pretty good. I'll stand up and have a look. It's only about half a metre. So that's, oh, look, Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. If you haven't experienced wind while you're playing bowls, then come out here and watch how these players handle it. There'll be quite a few Wellingtonians who would have played at some of those more exposed greens in the capital and seen a roll-up of the jack where you're aiming for the number on the other rink so that it might just blow into somewhere within yours.
Yeah.
Where there was no such thing as a forehand and backhand. You couldn't pick. You had to allow a huge amount, even for the narrow hand. Bowl it on the inside of the line, all that sort of stuff. So they do get extremes here. This is two really good bowls here from Forsyth, who seems to have responded to the fact that there's no camera down that end.
That must be it. Just to wait.
I remember too that Forsyth tossed the jack long, and his opponent has dictated, as he has done throughout, thrown it long. Here we go. We've got.
There we are. We've had one camera recovered in the wind. It was quite concerning, John, because I looked out and I saw both of our tripods just sort of fly to the side, and you see there, now the wind's gone, the sun's up.
Oh, and that last one from Forsyth was picked out of the ditch. Yeah, so there'll be a bit of whiz-bang coverage for a moment or two, ladies and gentlemen, which we apologise for, but it is tackle bags required for, sandbags required for holding the tripods in place. We've just got Max, who's on a camera on the sideline now, trying to give us some more coverage. So Forsyth is still holding two as I just stand up to.
Yeah, we'll turn into radio commentary for a second, John. The weather's got the better of us for the second.
And looking to make it three here. His last one was in the ditch. He's pulled a bit of weight off now, and he's looking at 3 shots here, I think. If he sits on that,
oh, good shot.
But really handy. So 2, maybe 3 here for Forsyth. Last bowl to come from Wilson.
What a turnaround.
I think this will be, I need to draw to save this.
So Wilson, he's 3 down on the head. We're in the middle of a little gust storm, so we've had cameras being knocked over and bowls get blown around, John, and meanwhile Ali Forsyth has scored a 3, holding another 3, could be back-to-back here. It's going to be back-to-back 3s for Ali Forsyth out of nowhere in this match.
Wow.
Staggering stuff.
David Burridge, I see, has 2. Now he pulls out a 3rd red. He's hiding them behind his back. He is now being confirmed, and up goes the 3.
Well,
so 2 successive 3s for Forsyth, totally against the run of play. And suddenly from 18-7 down, it's now 18-13.
That end had absolutely everything in it. And look at this, Jack. The gusting is just getting up here. The good news is that this end of the rink has the cameras that did not get blown over, so we should have normal coverage vaguely resuming. And the jack is being delivered. Yeah, just potentially not gone far enough. David Burridge seems happy. Ali seems happy.
And I think in that situation, is it the player or the marker questions? And the players obviously can question, is that up? Aaron Wilson could have said, is that up? I'm not sure. Then there's a marker who is a qualified umpire, of course, but would probably, he can also question it.
Yeah, I think it's
I think the marker can question, yeah.
20-something metres is the minimum length. It's shorter. You can have a shorter jack in Australia than you can in New Zealand.
A few shadows being cast now as the sun just peeps through these fast-moving clouds at 9i in Wellington. Shadow cast by the cap of Ali Forsyth, the New Zealand cap that he's wearing. And I think he's starting to breathe a little bit easier now as he puts in a second shot here. And that's a really good shot. Now, Wilson, being the aggressor that he can be.
Well, I mean, this is unbelievable what's happening here. Ali Forsyth's just put 2 bowls close. He's scored 6 points in 2 ends.
Looking for the Bacchus bowl. No, he's not. He's trying to bring it in for us for another shot, or at least a second. So he's got 2/3 here. As we see a bowl from another rink coming in to the right. Wilson doesn't have to make much of an adjustment to his previous. It's not a bad bowl either.
Ali, meanwhile, just stacking the bowls in.
Yeah.
I think it's about making hay while the sun shines, isn't it? He's maybe, yeah, you're right, John. Going past. How's the weight? Yeah, covering the 2 metre mark because he's 2 down the 2 metre. I'd forgotten that existed. That's a really good bowl from
really good.
Ali.
And that bowl, because that bowl of Wilson's was pretty much in his drawer, wasn't it? That wide one. He was confident and punched it around there. So does this limit what Wilson will do? No, he's going narrow with a slight amount of weight here, is he? He'd say, I can see that jack moving back to me would be really good. So a single here to Forsyth. Dare we call it a march, but certainly he continues.
14-18. And look, there's a kangaroo. That's great. There's a bit of support there. Ali Forsyth must be feeling okay about things now. We've had an unbelievable 10 minutes where we've seen a gust of wind at a key time. Then we lost 2 tripods and Ali scored another 3. And now we're 14-18, John. And I wasn't sure we would still be talking by now. You know, the way the game was going, it felt like Aaron Wilson was well in control.
It's, you know, like all sport, there can be just one moment in which you can be feeling down and out. Something gives you a lift and it can change the whole complexion of a match and certainly changes your attitude.
Yeah, look, if you're a New Zealand, a Kiwi supporter, I would suggest that now's just about the time to get excited. If Ali can score on this end, I think you could say it's anyone's game.
But he's up against this outstanding Aaron Wilson. So if we look at the scoring, it was 3 on the first by Wilson, sort of an indication of what was to come. He was up 9-2 after 6 ends, and then he was up 18-7. So it's been really all Aaron Wilson, and some of the heads we've seen have been ordinary, but as we've explained, that wind has made life miserable for everyone. Those players on the adjacent rinks, they just cast their eyes around the scores everywhere, and it's easy to see because they've got the abbreviations of the 2 countries up on top of the board, so you can tell who's leading. So a quick glance around will enable the other players to see how their teammates are getting on, as Forsyth throws in his worst bowl of the last 4 ends.
Yeah.
And this is a good one coming in from Wilson. If he's up, can he get to the head, to the jack? That's certainly the shot. Where do I go? I've been playing my backhand quite well coming in this direction. Stay there. Aware that there's plenty of room around that last bowl of Wilson's. Again, pushes it out there. Yeah, and look at Forsyth. I'm watching Forsyth rather than the bowl to get his reaction, and he's looking up, looking across, just, you know, really annoyed. What can I do to control this? I can't. I'm 2 down now. This takes Wilson in with a chance of getting to the 21 mark. That's if he can remain upright.
just as the Kiwi hopes went up,
Yep.
they may come crashing back down. Still a couple of bowls to go. And look at that, that got caught by the wind. You can see as it breaks across the head. And a huge bowl you feel here for Ali Forsyth. He's made a little run at the end of this game. He's going to switch to his forehand by the looks. Is he thinking about going jack in the ditch here?
Yeah.
I think he is. I think he thought, look, it's easier just to wind up. I'll go jack in the ditch for 2. Continue the aggression.
Oh, a big miss. That's a big miss. And is that 2 or is it 3? Is it match or is it 20?
We're going to be close to match point here.
Yeah, Wilson got one to come and has this game in his grip.
Crazy stuff.
Don't need to say anything. You can see exactly what they're contending with today. So Aaron Wilson, as we see hoodies on out the back and jackets, and I wondered why he was wearing the sunglasses, but he always does, and it's probably to keep the dust out of his eyes as much as anything. Here we go for the match. Aaron Wilson of Australia against Ali Forsyth. Last bowl of this end. Draw it in for 3 and take yourself to 21, and he's not a mile away with this.
Oh, a gust of wind from the bowls gods. It was going to stop and it was blown out of contention.
And how is that short bowl in the count? That's what we need to know. I think they're looking at that. 2, it is 2, and Aaron Wilson agrees. So he moves with win 1.
I can't believe that. He'd literally drawn 3rd shot, and the bowls got to it. No.
Yeah. So welcome to 9i as Aaron Wilson throws the jack down for perhaps the last time at 20-14. He had conceded 7 shots over the previous 3 ends. Had the match there for the taking. On a less windy day, he would have drawn to within 6 centimetres of the jack, but
well, look,
this one,
he literally drawn 3rd shot there. He had won the game.
Yep.
I've won, and then we had a gust of wind. You could hear it come through the cameras.
Sort of like that one there that just about knocked the camera over again.
That there is going to be what we're going to use to keep the cameras down. The old bowls, John.
Yeah, gosh.
Goodness gracious me. What a day, a beautiful day in Wellington.
Gee. Just such a pity, because with this talent on display, you don't want it to be sort of luck involved in it.
Yeah, I think it comes down. We're going to certainly see a lot of grit shown because these players are battling the elements as well as each other. Good bowl. Be happy with that.
Oh, he's lucky he hit something, really. But
He'll be happy with that.
That was motoring, eh? He'll probably look back on this and say, John, I was actually trying for that. That was my shot.
This is a good bowl here again.
Well, Forsyth has got options here. Sit on that shot bowl with his draw weight, or onto his own, or the jack. I think he's one down to that.
Ali.
He might be hunting it, is he?
He's on the right line here.
Yeah. If his weight's there, he's got a good bowl. He's going to...
He'll be gutted with that.
Yeah. And now that's that was the perfect line too. Wilson comes the other hand.
He'll feel like he's in the way. Ali Forsyth, this bowl that sits at 10 o'clock.
What colour is the umpire holding? Oh, he's holding a red. So that's New Zealand holding shot. Come underneath that last one of Wilson's and sit that second shot, and you'd be really happy about that. Don't hit it square. Okay, might not have shot now. He's given it away. Ah, gosh. So change of colour, and Forsyth goes back. Gutted with that. So Forsyth has played 3. He's got second shot.
So Aaron's holding the win.
Yeah.
Just going to have a look here. There's a chance for Ellie to clear both the bowls off, which is what he'd have to do, because otherwise the jack could probably get respotted on the 2 metre mark where he'd drop a point. So Ellie needs to hit that shot bowl at sort of 11 o'clock as we see it to clear the back bowl off for 1. If he is going to attack it, or he could try and follow it into the ditch, I don't know. So Aaron probably just coming down to have a look and see what shot Ellie's going to play. It's been a fascinating game.
Right, so he's expecting Ali to go aggressively, and I don't think he'll disappoint. On this day, you're not going to outdraw that. If he comes on his backhand, hard at it, take both them out.
Just waiting.
Oh, gosh. I think I saw even one of those bowls bags move.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous.
Look at that dust and grit coming from the building site across next door.
We can't be playing bowls in this.
No.
So Ellie's hasn't even bothered to go find his hat.
No. Well, it's too far away. It'd take him 20 minutes. So
Winding
here we
up.
go. Last bowl of this match, is it? What can Forsyth conjure up? Can he get both these? He
He's
might.
close.
He's got the shot. He has, and gets the shot out of it as well.
Needs it to stay in bounds.
Or has it gone out? Has it gone out?
I think it's gone out of bounds. And there we go. There we see it. It's going to be 1 to Aaron Wilson. We've seen the handshake and the cap delivered back. So Aaron Wilson is going to be the winner here.
Just waiting to see what's happened down that end. So the marker was checking, and there it is. It has been re-spotted. So the jack went out. So no luck there for Forsyth. It was a very good shot. Clean onto the shot bowl, but the result was not what he wanted. So these two will shake hands, or have shaken hands, and they're saying to each other, thank goodness that's over. What a day for them. What conditions that you really experience. And Aaron Wilson takes the first singles match against Ali Forsyth. Australia 21 to 14. So points there to Aaron Wilson of Australia over Ali Forsyth. That's the first singles match. More to come here at the 9 Bowling Club.
no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves, there's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on, we're moving on.
Tony Bonnell, James Reynolds against Kieran Wheeler and Steve Delaney. Para men's peers.
Yeah, certainly it's going to be an interesting match. They're just going through the trial ends now, so whilst they do that, I can read through some results. So we've had one round play. We saw the men's singles broadcast live on Sky Sport and the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel, and that of course went the way of Australia, 21 points to 14. The other open men's competition was the fours, which Australia also won 19 points to 12, or 19 shots to 12. One day I'll get it right, John. And the development men's side, and New Zealand had a pretty fair go at it. Ray Martin lost the singles rubber 20 points to 21, but the development men's fours won 15 shots to 9, which was satisfying. And the para had a really good round. The mixed triples and the two mixed triples, sorry, because 6 of them playing. New Zealand won one of those 22 points to 9, and the other one 15 shots. Maybe
Yes,
I'll just say
good.
numbers, 15 to 10. I've said points 5 times in the last minute. On the open women's side, Caitlin and Selena had a nice win, 16-12. The women's triples were defeated by Australia, 26 points to 14. And the development women's side, 17-13 the score to Australia in the pairs, and 21-12 the score to Australia in the development. So whitewashes in Australia's direction for the open men's and the development women's, but because it's no longer one test match a day, and instead it's whoever scores the most game wins over 18 games, it's not the end of the world that we've had a slow start here, John.
No, and it's some would say it's almost the end of the world playing in these conditions. Alex, the wind has been dreadful, and having some of you might have tuned in for our first match today, which was that singles game between Aaron Wilson and Ali Forsyth, and both world champions, both very experienced full-time bowlers, and for them to spray the bowls around as much as they did is a fair indication that even they couldn't handle the conditions here at 9i in the Hutt Valley. And I just found talking to both of those players who were both confident sometimes when they'd let the bowl go. They thought, right, that's the line I'm seeking, I'm right on to, and then the wind would take over. Yes. So it's been a bit of a lottery, and we did see some good bowls, very good bowls under those conditions, and then we saw some that were being picked up off the rink, and that just doesn't happen in the standard. So we'll see how the para men handle this. They're playing on the same rink as we did. Yes, rink 2. The 9i Bowling Club.
It'll be intriguing. It's because it becomes a battle against the conditions as much as it becomes a battle against your opposition, doesn't it, John? With these players, and as you said, the wind is just going to make it feel like it's quite inconsistent, which will be an interesting challenge. I'm really enjoying that. I think Kevin Smith, someone just dropped the jack down there on a whim after Jimmy had played the bowl.
Yeah.
And it's actually picked the jack up.
So Jimmy Reynolds, there is cerebral palsy is his disability, or his classification. Hard case, like 42 years of age, he plays out of that Cabramatta club and is a highly regarded para bowler around the world. And his partner today is Tony Bonnell. He's from the Brighton Brisbane club, so we'll see him in action in a moment.
As the rain on cue begins to tumble down, and we're just awaiting the start. So every game here is played to a time limit, and there's the bell that signifies the start of play for round 2, day 1 here at the 9i Bowling Club. And there's the rink, so we'll just await the beginning here. Interesting, 15 ends they play, John, so the paras play a fewer amount of ends than their open counterparts. The open team 18 ends, paras 15. 2.25 hour time limit.
They might like to cut that in half, actually. Let's make it a 7-end game so we can go back inside.
No, we're inside. We're comfortable.
Yeah, we're okay. So the game begins with the jack being thrown down by Tony Bonnell, who's the lead of this pairs combination. Thrown it quite long. Might have thrown it too long. In fact, we can see the jack picked up out of the ditch, and there it goes. So no, doesn't it look? It looks like sleet and hail, doesn't it? Really, and it's miserable. So a lot of people have been asking why, when we've got such a fantastic indoor facility here, although in international measurements we've only got 6 rinks, and the managers, it's up to the teams to make an approach to the tournament director, and none has been made. The reasons were really it's not raining. Take that one out.
Wasn't.
It's not dangerous, and also I think it is a bit of a problem because they could only taken some of the matches indoors, and they're hopeful that tomorrow, experts here, locals have said, oh no, it won't be this windy tomorrow. I said, what about wind and rain? Oh, I don't think it's going to rain either tomorrow. So,
oh, that's nice to know. It's a good start there from Tony on his forehand side. We watched an entire singles match between Aaron and Ali, and no one really favoured a side. They seemed to chop and change, didn't they, John, between the swinging hand, which is to the right as we see it, and the holding hand, which is to the left as we see it here.
I think, dare I suggest, that with the rain has come a slight lessening of the wind, and those in the previous game, that singles match, those would have been 2 outstanding bowls.
Yeah. Tony steering this one down. I think that bowl's just going to go sailing past. I see Bowls Australia congratulating Jimmy Reynolds, or James Reynolds, 50 games for his country today. So this is either the 50th match or his 51st match for Australia, but what a mighty achievement that is.
So he's a recent world champion, Jimmy Reynolds, standing on the head here just to the left as we view his lead, Tony Bonnell. So 3 bowls each.
Oh, that's so easy to do, isn't it? You push it a little bit, and then the gust takes it as well, and suddenly your bowl's nowhere to be seen. Kieran Wheeler here on his backhand. Lovely delivery.
That looks good, doesn't it? That's almost like a normal conditions line.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it's a lot narrower than what we saw in the men's singles situation. Let's watch the crossover here. There you can see the the rain on the lens of the camera. It's quite artistic, isn't it?
Yes. And I think Karen and Steve, the New Zealand combination, when they walked past, one said to the other, right, see what you can do. That's my best effort. So the red bowls belonging to the New Zealand combination.
Just to wait. James's first bowl on his backhand. He's going to be. You'll notice that the bowls match the scoreboard. If you've just tuned in, we've got blue bowls for Australia. No, we don't. We've got. Well, now I'm confused.
No, blue Australia. Yeah. So Reynolds gets that one reasonable green. You see they're packing that just to the left of the green. So it is a wide hand. Looking to reach here and go inside that blue one, and if he does so, this is a very good bowl.
This is a lovely shot. Look at that. Oh, just about. Ellen Faulkner in the background, watching. She's the para lead for Bowls Australia. Has a very distinguished career herself in the game. If my memory serves me correctly, I think she's actually she's still playing competitively. She's leading the points table. Bowls Australia runs like a points table for Player of the Year, and she's currently sitting on top of that pile, is my understanding, but I might be. Every chance I've just made that up, John. She's a very good bowler, though.
Oh, yeah. I remember commentating on her at the World Championships when she made this women's singles final against Val Smith, and Ellen Faulkner had this very handy lead in that singles final, and Val Smith showed all that determination and grit that we know she possesses, and she fought her way back against Ellen Faulkner. And it was probably a match that Faulkner thought she should have won. I just see Val Smith wandering past in front of us, so she's still competing, as to Ellen Faulkner. So, yeah, Ellen Faulkner, so at least a silver medal at those World Championships.
Yeah, very well known bowler from the UK, but domiciled now out of Australia. As we see Reynolds bowl, willing it to come back into the head. Holding 1.5 though, Australia on this end.
Big deep breath on the mat. Both these New Zealand bowlers are vision impaired.
Look at this.
Whoa.
Oh, it's got picked up.
Gee. Oh, look at. Oh, my word. Hey, oh, my word. They're all laughing down on the mat because that bowl looked to be heading into a top position, only to get. Oh, look, there we go. That's Ellen Faulkner in the background with something you don't do in Wellington on a day like today.
You can
is
tell,
put a brolly up.
You can tell the Australians.
Yeah,
Australians are the ones who have umbrellas, and the Kiwis aren't bothering.
That's rubbish bin. There's some fantastic photos over the years of rubbish bins in Lambton Quay or Willis Street in Wellington, where all you can see are that sort of skeleton of an umbrella poking out of them, as people have made the big mistake of thinking that an umbrella in the wind is a good idea.
Rookie.
Yeah, yep.
Oh, that's the stuff. I've actually forgotten to update the scoreboard, so amused was I by the destruction of the umbrella. What did we decide it was, John?
It was a 2-2 Australia.
15 ends, remember. Just yeah, I always remembered. I was just going to say, we just get someone to remind about the cameras, but that's no worries. Pair of bowls really sort of undergoing a bit of growth at the moment, John. Included for the first time in the World Championships last year, 2023, and we had a successful team there. Julie O'Connell and Terry Blackburn, who both playing at the Trans-Tasman, been successful in the World Championship pairs, but also a number of other para bowlers who've had a lot of success. That was, again, a bowl where you're quite happy that you've collided with something on the way through, isn't it?
Yeah, the way he looked at it, I think that it might have been his intention was to sit that ball out. But on a day like today, they're probably thinking, I'm not going to be able to pinpoint draw, so collision bowls might be a part of the deal here. It's another quite good line coming down from the New Zealander.
How's the weight? Oh, just short of a gallop there.
So Steve Delaney in this New Zealand team for the first time out of the Stoke club in Nelson. I don't think he was looking for collision bowls there.
No, just overplayed it. Remember, of course, and we saw it in the singles. This is a the test match is run with a respot rule on the 2 metre mark, so that horizontal chalk line that you can see at the bottom of your screen at 6 o'clock to the jack is the 2 metre mark, which means it's 2 metres. It is what it says, does what it says on the tin. If the jack gets killed, so if it gets hit to the left or the right, out of bounds of the rink, it is replaced on the 2 metre mark, which does change the strategy a little bit, John.
Yeah.
Good weight there. On the crossover, the 9-eye bowling club. Dare I say the wind is dying down.
Steve Delaney has Dean Wood as his director, and Karen Wheeler has Colin Wheeler. So one shot here to Australia at the moment. That's Bonnell.
It's not far away. That's a very good first bowl. Beautiful. Staring down the bowl.
Just another metre or so on that would have been quite handy, because you could see that his director was saying, or the lead was saying, I want you to play on to that blue bowl to the left of the jack. That'll be something to sit on. This might be a third ball going in. Not quite. So 2 shots to Australia.
Interesting. So Steve Delaney, 2 down on the back end. Needs a gust of wind to hold this bowl up. Inside out. Oh, we'll take it.
Yeah.
So just about trying to put another ball on the head here. That's a very good bowl. Just hangs around here. Lovely shot there from Reynolds, the Australian skip, playing or achieving the 50 mark, the half century of games for his country today. Decision being that Steve Delaney is going to play his forehand.
Not a bad
Look
effort.
at this.
Oof, oof, gee.
Oh,
So any touch with any of those bowls around the jack would have been of benefit to the New Zealand team, but I think they might have dropped a couple. 3 it is. 3 fingers go up, so good start here for Australia.
remember the para team for Australia had a poor morning session. They lost both of their mixed triples games. So looking for an improvement today. Well, not today, this round, and certainly started off pretty quick out of the blocks. 5-0 up after 2 ends. The Nine-Eye Bowling Club, of course, entry is free to this Trans-Tasman Test Series. It goes for 3 days, so you've got Saturday and Sunday to come down here as well. And I can report from personal experience, John, that the kitchen does magnificent cheese and pineapple toasted sandwiches.
food never far from your mind, is it really?
No, much to my detriment. All my Bowls New Zealand shirts seem to be shrinking, but that's okay.
They do that. They're very poor material, aren't they? They
Yes,
just,
they just
shrink.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
Well, here we see that first bowl from Tony Bonnell being picked out of the ditch. And Matt's up about 4 metres probably.
That's what he's counting. And that's because these players, Kieran and Steve, vision impaired, classified as vision impaired. Steve's got a wonderful guide dog whose name I've forgotten, but has a Bowls New Zealand scarf, which I think is fantastic. So they're very, very restricted with what they can see, which is why they have their directors there to assist them with some of the calls, but also you see stuff like that where Kieran just stepped out from the 2 metre to the mat just to get it into his head how far up he was. And you can also see him, I'll show it to you at some stage in the game, but along the rink there is numbers along the rink with the meterage, and that's for the vision impaired players as well. This bowl absolutely rocketing through.
I don't know that Tony Bonnell would have played in these sort of conditions coming from Brisbane. Not sure that Kieran Wheeler would have played either. Oh, at North East Valley and Dunedin, I get the occasional wind
Well,
in the South Island.
it's interesting you should mention that, John, because I was doing some research into the Trans-Tasman series, or the Inter-Dominion as it was originally called, and we have some footage around the place, and I put one up of a Hoon Hay Trans-Tasman, which was quite interesting to watch. It was Rowan Brassey playing Rob Perella on the singles. I think he lost 21-16. Anyway, one of the events I nearly put up was a Trans-Tasman that was played in North East Valley in the early 90s. There was the two different Scots on two different commentaries.
Oh, yeah.
There was a radio commentary and the TV commentary.
Yep.
It was meant to be a 3-day event. They played 2/3 of one day because of the rain and the wind, and it's got a very amusing start. The reason I didn't put it on is because we've got 2 hours and 57 minutes of a 3-hour game, and I don't know who won. I didn't want to. I didn't want to have people invest that much time in it, not be followed through. But North East Valley has hosted the Trans-Tasman before, was my point, and I think the conditions probably worse than what we're getting this weekend. Last time it was the North East Valley in the 90s.
So New Zealand holding a shot on this end as they switch over. The leads come down. So 2 greens being used here for this event. And one of the problems, of course, if they did decide to go inside, if the conditions become A, wet, and B, dangerous, not necessarily in that order, only 6 games could go indoors. The rest would still be played outside, or they could extend the day's play, of course. So Reynolds short with that, short and narrow.
Yeah, I think the challenge is, John, there's 2 greens in use, and they're to an international width rink, which I hadn't actually picked up on, so that means that the rinks are wider than what you usually would have. You can usually fit 8 rinks to a green, but you can only fit 6 rinks for this Trans-Tasman test because of the width of the rink. So they'll be able to play inside, but if you're going to play one group inside, you'd think it's only fair to play all of them, and then it becomes a staggered situation where we could be playing a Trans-Tasman at 11 o'clock tonight, which might be something to watch at night time, I suppose.
So Delaney looked as though he exactly followed his opposing skip's bowl. Ended up in the same position, and he'll want to follow this one down.
Oh, what a shot! That's a beautiful bowl. Absolutely fantastic stuff. On the drive. Could get a very good result. Could get a very good result here. Oh, it's not a good result. It's the opposite. How have all three gone?
That's the way it goes. Just unfortunate.
I'm
play.
sure 20 seconds ago, John,
Yep.
New Zealand had bowls all around this head.
Yes. Now they've lost 2 of those that were in. They were second and third shot.
Where'd they go?
They've been picked up, I think. So now James Reynolds looking to compound New Zealand's woes by putting a third in.
That's calamitous for the New Zealand team. I don't even know if it's... I don't even know. Maybe a forehand shot again with less weight resting on the bowls or dragging the jack back, but Steve didn't miss it by that much, and I thought he was going to get a good result and use the short bowl to cannon off the shot, and instead he used the short bowl to cannon off 2 other New Zealand bowls, and suddenly we're in a world of pain.
I think it's still just 2. But when you're already 5 down...
Right, let's see what he opts to play here. He's on the back end by the bias. Just on the draw.
Yeah, interesting call, isn't it, that? But if he's played it... Oh, and there's a lovely line, but he's going to finish up a bit short.
He may have cut it down. Potentially. I'll just wait and see what the indication is there. Certainly one at a minimum to Australia.
Yeah, I think it might have just have been one. The way Delaney sort of applauded at the end as if to say, well, we were lucky to get away with that.
Tony Bennell delivering the jack. Husband and wife Jackaroo team.
Trying to read the card there, but it's back to front. I see our score tick says 6, and it is 6 confirmed on the board. So that wasn't the calamity that we'd thought might be, Alex. Ended up just a single.
It looked so much
Yeah.
less good after his drive shot.
It did.
Wheeler on his backhand. Fascinating test match this is going to be. Like we've mentioned, it's not 3 individual test matches, it's just you play 18 games each side. If you think of the Open men's as being one side, the Open women's being another, so on and so forth. Each side plays about 18 games against each other, and it'll be the side that wins 10 or more as the side that will take home that trophy, and then the one that gets the most trophies wins the main one. Be very interesting as the days progress, because we're going to be like, it's almost like a Ryder Cup, isn't it, John? And there's going to be a team that will come into tomorrow. Oh, look at this bowl. That's just the wind.
I think that'll be picked up, is it? Or has it come into the rink? Oh, they're leaving it there, but only fractionally inside. Tony's had a bit of a hassle with his weight coming in this direction. He's got one on the bank, he's got one right by the ditch, and now trying to take off a couple of metres. He's taken off more than that, and he'll be so frustrated. However, it's not working much better for the New Zealand combination. So Kieran Wheeler he tried a narrow hand first up.
Look at that.
Now he might just finish out of the rink this time.
It's picking up speed. It's picking up speed.
Goodbye.
Wow.
So you pretty much say there's only one on the rink there.
That's what I was talking about before, John. These are metre marks. So you can see there 31, 29, 27, 25. That's how many metres up. That's for the vision impaired players, and the guides use that so that they can say Blah is X metres through. So that's if
cool.
you've ever been at a venue where there's vision impaired bowls, they're always laid down along the side of the rink, and that's what they're there for, which I've always found quite fascinating.
They're so far away, though, you'd almost need to have 20/20 vision to see them if you're a guide. So this is James Reynolds. He has cerebral palsy. As we are looking at two para men's pairs combination. We've got two vision impaired players. We've got one with cerebral palsy and another who was an amputee.
Really cool to see, as we alluded to earlier, para bowls sort of taking off in the bowls world.
Yeah.
We now see it as part of the Trans-Tasman. It's been added to the World Bowls Championship. And it is, I mean, it's literally a matter of it, isn't it, that anyone can play this sport and compete in the sport. And I think it's fantastic that everyone has the opportunity to represent their country in the sport too.
I think for New Zealand viewers will have seen some of the national championships and the open disability competition, which featured players with all kinds of disabilities, which got them into that category. And there was hearing impaired and sight impaired. There were amputees. There were, people in wheelchairs. It was, and it opened New Zealanders' eyes to what is available. So, and as we talk to one of those involved in a para or disabled organisation in New Zealand, it's even those who use arms, bowling arms, will have a classification of their own. So it's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
So lots of people can play.
Particularly for the Open Disability Nationals that we run. If you feel like it impacts your bowling, you're able to play. It's interesting for these players, the international para bowlers. I don't think we understand just how much they go through to get their classifications. So we classify from B1 through to B8, so that goes from vision impaired through to physically challenged, and it's a differing range of things you sort of have to tick off, but it's a very intensive process when you look for your classification.
Gosh. So there we go. There's still a little bit of rain, as you can tell on the camera, and the wind has not eased, and conditions are unpleasant. Not cold, I must say, but it's miserable. He kicked the bowls back. The jack is picked up and given to Tony Bonnell as Australia score again. A single. It's 7-0 after 4 ends.
You can see there, at least the flags are flying nicely. If I'm looking for a positive, John, the flags are getting well and truly a bit of a workout at this Trans-Tasman. Hard to tell the difference between those two, isn't it? The front one and the back one.
Yes.
Anyway.
Something to do with the number of stars and the colour of them or something.
Something. I was just saying that we had our flag first, and I don't understand why Australia felt like they should copy it. But neither here nor there.
No. So, Tony, can you get your weight correct this time?
Oh, I think it's gone. And look, you can just see this. A bit of frustration. These players really battling everything, including the elements.
But, so Tony's really hasn't had a great time of it, and yet Australia are still in front by 7-0.
Yeah, it's an interesting position New Zealand finds themselves in this game because, and we speak about it every time we do a commentary, John, but 7-0 feels so different to being 7 behind because they haven't scored yet 7-0. You haven't opened your book, and this is a good start as we see the rain. The rain tumble down, and it's not July, it's February.
Let's see what sort of correction Tony can make here. Yeah, not bad actually. That's pretty impressive. Must have been getting at him a wee bit because he had struggled with his weight, and now puts one, as I say, within range at least. So Kieran Wheeler holding shot at the moment, but New Zealand still to score.
On the backhand. This is a fair effort here, John. I think this is a very good bowl. Little feather off the front one. That's beautiful. That's as good a bowl as you'll see today.
We'll see what, in particular, what James Reynolds does, because he's got all the shots. Change of hands here for Tony Bonnell. And no matter where this lands, it'll be quite good, unless it's in the ditch. But back to the 2 metre, over the 2 metre it goes. So that's quite handy.
He stayed up on the rink. You can see there at 8 o'clock to the jack.
Tony Bonnell bravely standing in his shirt.
Saw,
righto.
got Ian McCallum, who's a Southland bowler, is up here to watch Sheldon, support Sheldon. And he said, well, no one told me that it was going to be this cold in Wellington, so I've had to put on my warm shorts. Kieran on the backhand again, 2 beautiful bowls. And look at this one, it's been caught under the line to be fair, but certainly it wasn't as bad as it looks. There, that bowl just coming across the head. Holding 2 on the crossover, this is good for New Zealand. We're going to, Jimmy Reynolds is going to have to play a couple of good bowls if he wishes to score on this end.
So out to the right, you can see some of the other matches in play, and then there's a second green, which James Reynolds will be looking at, or not really, but he would view it if he decided to. Just over the back of the head, second green there. Quite a few people inside watching, as you would imagine. They're inside, not out here. Here he goes now. He's 2 down, and there's a lovely looking line there for him, isn't it, between his Leeds blue and that one on the left as we see them. So
yeah,
he'd be just trying to get it through there. Correction needed.
Notice that I can't see many umbrellas out there anymore, John.
Well, they've all been destroyed.
I think so. Must make a fortune selling umbrellas to the tourists in Wellington.
Yeah, that's it.
How many umbrellas do you have to break before you get the before you
Get the
learn
message.
your lesson?
Nice line here too, and it was exactly what his lead said. Just bring it round underneath that blue there, just as weight. Any little touch onto their own shot bowl would be nice, because it would move the jack back to potentially 3. So Reynolds looking to make the correction, looking at that gap between the blue and the red. Not far off it with this one. He's going to go through that gap
close.
anyway, and if he does that, he's
close.
likely to get the jack.
He's got it.
Perfect.
What a shot. Absolute bomb of a bowl.
Yep. So just destroying that very advantageous position that New Zealand had. So we're back now to Steve Delaney. So he's got to change everything, weight and line, because the jack has gone across to the right as we look at it.
Yeah, sort of. I'd say the bottom right of your screen is where the jack is.
It's parked up only about 30 centimetres from the rink line, I think, and right on the lip of the jack. So
What a shot.
I wonder if he'll have a go at this.
He
Yeah,
is.
He's looking at the shot bowl or the jack into the ditch.
Let's
He
watch.
might take that edge. An edge off that would have worked all right for him too. So now Reynolds looking to make it 3. I think maybe that blew by Tony Bonnell's foot.
Yeah, just to explain why we can't see the jack at the moment, it's because we originally had 2 more cameras out there, John, but we had a gust of wind in the first game, and the cameras decided that they wanted to escape, and they flew away. So we've decided that for the safety of the cameras, they'll be taken in. So we're a little restricted on what we can see. This is a good bowl here, though, from
Yep, that's another shot.
Reynolds, a very good shot.
And the indication is have another go at the jack.
We'll just watch the body language of Steve. We'll know from that if it's close. Steering it down.
Closer.
Watch the body language. Oh, and you can see there.
Yeah, must have just missed.
Just by a bowl. Mighty effort, but it's going to be more to the Australian side of the ledger. And
2, maybe 3. I think probably 2.
getting a bit stressful to be a New Zealand supporter in this particular match.
Oh, 3.
3 it was, so 10-0 after 5 ends.
And that came from a superb shot by this man here, Jimmy Reynolds. They were 2 down. He had just a nice little avenue between one of his leads bowls and one of the opposition. He played that perfectly. His weight was ideal, and he took the jack back to the ditch. And rather than being 2 down, they finish up being 3 up. So 10-0. This Para Pairs men's match. Shorter jack this time, and Tony Bonnell still trying to get to grips with his weight. It's got to give Kieran Wheeler an opportunity here. Wheeler from the Northeast Valley Club in Dunedin.
Oh, I saw an umbrella very briefly.
Yeah.
Must be the strongest umbrella in the world.
we do make special ones for Wellington weather. So
Are they very small umbrellas?
With vents all over them, so the wind actually gets through.
I bought myself an umbrella once, John, with some pocket money when I was a kid, intermediate. I thought I'd buy myself an umbrella because that's what you do. And it was, naturally, it was a very expensive umbrella, and it said it was unblow inside. You couldn't blow it inside out. It was meant to be this perfect umbrella, and I was showing it to my friends. And I just have this vivid recollection of a small gust of wind, and it didn't blow inside out, but it did explode. To the point where I couldn't even put it back together, and that was sort of probably the last time I bought myself an umbrella, I think. Very disappointing day. Kieran Wheeler was unlucky to bog into the short bowl before. This looks a bit better, John.
Well, he's certainly up and probably closer to the 2 metre mark than anyone else. It's the style of Tony Bonnell, who's left leg amputee. This is a better weight from him. Really good weight, actually. But there are 2 things to achieve when you're bowling. One is weight, and the other is green. You always want to get that next bowl away. When you've played a poor one, you can't wait to get the next one, because you know the correction you need to make, and under normal circumstances you'll get somewhere near it.
Interesting.
It's probably the shot there. In fact, applause indicates that it is, and when you're applauding a shot that distance from the jack, then you know the conditions are testing.
See there, Tony, being assisted along up and down the rink. Fascinating, the regulations with the wheelchairs, John, they're designed, they've got wide wheels,
Yep.
so that the weight is sort of dispersed along the green, so a wheelchair doesn't really put dents into the rink. You can see there those special wheels, that's what they're designed to do, so the weight is dispersed all the way through and your green is left undamaged.
And there's they put down a special ramp too, I think, removable, so that Tony can move around a reasonable amount, obviously, as we've seen him bowling. But for those who are wheelchair bound, then there are some ideal ways to be able to get players on and off the green. So when Jimmy Reynolds can't get close, it's a bit testing. He's played some pearlers so far to make sure that his team is in front by 10-0.
On the forehand, Steve Delaney. Needs a gust of wind or something. I think he probably overplayed that anyway, but looking like New Zealand holds the shot, and all they need to do, they'll just be focused, John, on scoring, getting on the board. You're 10-0 down. The way to make that back, firstly, is to actually score. Once you start
this
scoring.
is better. Look, so he might be short and narrow, but it's still going to be enough to give him the shot.
It's a good bowl.
Yeah.
Just have to back yourself to draw within that. On the forehand again.
Yeah, it's under that blue that he went around last time, but not too much under it, otherwise you find yourself zipping off to the clubhouse.
I think his line's very good here.
Yeah. No, it's going to
Oh,
hang
it
out.
didn't turn that time.
Oh, it hasn't turned at all. Right.
That's frustrating. Look at that. Look at the green that's been taken on this bowl.
Oh, he's going to get another shot out of this.
That's a beautiful shot.
Yeah.
Oh, this feels like a huge bowl for New Zealand here, John, because we're staring down the barrel of 12, 13-0. If you can draw the shot here, you stay, no, we're here to play bowls. We are able to score against you guys and we can work from there. You feel like if Steve misses this bowl and you're 12, 13-0 down after 6, that's a long road back, isn't it?
Sure is. Even though it's 15 ends, we're sort of at that halfway stage. So this looks better. It's sort of more like the first green that Reynolds took. What's his weight like?
Surely. Oh, not that time either. Frustration. So we look out across.
Look at that.
Beautiful weather here at 9-9.
Oof. So a couple there, I think, for Australia. They keep New Zealand scoreless.
N7. Look at that. There's the... I saw the hills briefly. Wellington, they say you can't beat Wellington on a nice day, don't they?
Yep. And that's true.
Okay. How often do you have nice days, John? Just out of curiosity.
Very often. Well, as even the Australians, when they arrived here, were saying, wow, this is fantastic. So, yeah. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, fantastic days. Still and hot. And Friday, first day of play, not still and hot.
Not so good. I just seeing whether you can see the players looking down on the ground there, seeing whether the jack is up. You see on this camera how far up the jack is from the 2 metre mark. So we're going to see an umpire called. I'll measure it to see how many metres. The umpire's all hiding inside where it's nice and warm. Here we go. So we'll just measure this to see if the jack is a legal length. If it is, it'll remain. There's our umpire. I'm not sure who the umpire is. We'll figure it out at some point. And running that tape along. Great camera work from Max, our camera person, who's out there braving the conditions. Almost as challenging as trying to play bowls out there, I would suggest. Look at that. I think it means it's up. Oh, no, that means it's not up. So he's pointed it. There we go. So the jack being redelivered. Sent back for redelivery. By the New Zealand team. So this is an opportunity to change something up here for New Zealand. Jack being delivered. Also see that the chalk is beginning to fade into the green. That's an indication that the water was coming up a little. Just figuring out how far up the Jack was there. Tony Burnell here on the back end. Look at this.
Yeah.
Well,
I think that might be the second toucher of the day.
yeah. As New Zealanders, you've just had the opportunity to deliver the Jack. So they changed the length that the Jack was being played to. For your opposition to just go, oh, I'll just draw a toucher. That'll be pretty deflating.
I think they quite like this line. Just the weight.
Remember that if you want to find the full results for this Trans-Tasman, they're available on Bowls New Zealand social media channels. Go to the Facebook page. Even if you're not a member of Facebook, you can still see it. You don't have to be have a profile on the social media. You can still access it, and there is a live scoring link to the 2024 Trans-Tasman there that has scores for all of the games. Just looking through those scores, John, for round 2, I can report that the other para game which is going on, which is the para women's singles, 5-2 to Australia after 6 ends. And the open women's fours, Australia leads 5-4. I think that's the game we can see to the right of this one.
Yep.
The open women's singles 14-3 to New Zealand on the 10th end. So the open women continuing their strong morning. And in the development women's side, 11-5 to Australia in the singles, 5-4 to Australia in the fours. The open men, 3-7 down in the triples, 3-9 down in the pairs, so work to do there. And the development men's pairs trail Australia by 4 points to 5 after 6 ends, and the men's triples lead 7-6. So some very close games, and then some not so close going on in the second round, John.
Yeah, a long way to go, and all those quite a few ends, 2.25 hour time limits. So pretty consistent here from Tony. Australian lead, certainly got the shot, might not have second shot, but all within a reasonable area. The advantage for New Zealand is that 2 of Karen Wheeler's 3 bowls are past the Jack. Not a bad line there from James Reynolds, but he'll make the correction. We've seen him so often in this game, either short or heavy. Often he's been short with his first, but his correction ability is quite phenomenal. Yep, 12-0 it is. 6 ends gone.
Yeah, a New Zealand supporter, if you're a New Zealand supporter, it's not a great time for this particular game. We've seen Jimmy Reynolds has been a key point, I think, John.
Yeah.
Every time it's looked like we've had a chance.
I was chatting to a very experienced bowler out here after the first round of games, and I said, gosh, it's a bit of a lottery. And he just said, some of the players are handling it superbly, you know, and you'd put Reynolds in that situation. Like, you know, he hasn't been perfect, but he's played some great shots under testing conditions. Now do we think he'll just be looking to pick off second shot if he can? Playing on that backhand, just bring it around onto the closest of the red bowls. Where's it gone?
Just past the
No,
head
he
there.
went past it, yep. Steve Delaney under a fair bit of pressure.
Yeah, again, it feels like, I mean, if we can just... New Zealand can find a way to score. This is the right track to find a way to score, John. Hit something square. Oh, it's not as good as it could have been.
No, that might have made it 3. I don't think it was 3 before. Yeah.
Jimmy Reynolds here on the backhand side. If this is his 50th game, as we know it's his 50th game as today, if this is his 50th one, he's certainly pulling out all the stops for it, isn't he, John?
Yeah.
He'll be pleased with how he's progressing so far. Beautiful line.
So another significant milestone this weekend is Val Smith, the New Zealand former world singles champion who we were talking about before. She's 650 games, I think, isn't it?
Yes, just that's a...
Unbelievable. That, I think, goes past Joe Edwards, another of the great recent players of this country.
Stands alone as the most capped New Zealand player of all time. We'll just see how many shots this was to Australia.
I think they were indicating 3 before those last 2 bowls were played. It's about now that you say, well, I think we might concede, I'm sick of this. But no way, Wheeler and Delaney will be battling this one out. Eventually they'll win an end, and then maybe things will change.
Yeah, like anything's possible. If we could just change the length of the jack, it would be very helpful. The Australian team are playing very well, and when New Zealand has held the shot, it's been ripped away from them. See the jack there, delivered to the 2 metre mark, and we're just to wait whether that was a 2 or a 3. See if we can find it on the scoreboard.
I think it's a 3. I think it's 15 on the board.
I don't want to put 3 up. I think you might be right though, John. We'll go for 3 unless proven otherwise, and we think we've played 7 ends, so this is end.
Yep, 15 it is.
End 8 here. 15-0, a great start. Going back to Val Smith, 650 games, which is just unbelievable. To put that into perspective, Joe Edwards played 646 games for New Zealand. Ryan Brassey, 522. Ali Forsyth, 431. Peter Bellis, 385, and Shannon McElroy, 360. So she's well and truly in front on that stat, and just an amazing career. It's still going strong. Val Smith, a very important part of that Open women's team, and of course the World Championships this year. For the first time in 50 years, the New Zealand Open women's team won the Taylor Trophy, the best performed overall team at a World Championship. So I think we can rightly lay claim to be have the best Open women's team in the world at the moment, and we'll see if that results in a good result at the Trans-Tasman. But Val Smith has been a big part of that team developing over the last 3 or 4 years. Good bowl.
And encouragingly, a little bit like Australia, whose teams have been peppered with young bowlers. That competition is so intense in Australia. Making that Australian team is a huge achievement. To retain your position is massive. So New Zealand's women's team in particular, average age, below 30, well below 30, particularly if you take out Val Smith, who's only 50 something. So it's certainly becoming in New Zealand too a youthful game. Achieving while young is the way to go.
You can see Tony knows. I thought he was narrow, but maybe he's just short. On the backhand side. Kieran Wheeler follows his bowl. Again, we haven't really seen the players chop and change their hands. I think this is a good start from the New Zealand team to look to play the narrower hand just to the right as we see it. It's going to run a bit straighter because the wind is blowing in that direction. So if you know you don't have to take much green, you can maybe make your way up on the narrow hand. 15-0 down is, I mean, it's dire straits time. You need to change your game plan. You can see Kevin Smith there in the background, one of the Parabowls coaches. He'll have thoughts. Very talented players that we have here. As we've said, they just need to get on the board. If they can score a point, that is the way that you start making any sort of comeback here.
And just to repeat, people who know that Nainai has a very good indoor facility, the reason they're playing outdoors and haven't gone inside is, well, one reason is that neither of the teams have requested or as I understand, even discussed the idea. It's not raining consistently and it's not dangerous, so those are sort of the raining and dangerous ones are the areas that they'll take notice of.
Yeah.
But also, of course, the players and the coaches have got to say, we've had enough of this, we need to go indoors. But only some would be able to go indoors, not all of them.
Yeah, it would have to be staggered. We'd be playing well into the night if that is or was the decision that was made. Reynolds walked away from his first bowl, taking his time here. 15-0 up. Just taking his time. Kevin Smith warming up. Ali Forsyth in the background.
Doesn't look happy, does he?
I was going to say I've seen him look happier. Reynolds just waiting for the wind to die down. Here we go.
Be waiting a long time. But there is just waiting on the mat sometimes. If you wait until the breeze isn't hitting you in the face, then it's easier to get the bowl away smoothly. But you know, it can travel about 15 metres or so and all of a sudden it's out of control. So that's a head that looks so easy for this man to slot a bowl in. There's a big gap everywhere. Getting the green, getting the weight. Hoping that the wind will now hit him and hold that bowl up and give him the shot. Sort of a backdoor shot. Might not be enough.
2.5 feet to the jack, mate, for level.
Following this bowl down.
Something unattractive about those hoods. Well, 3 bowls in the same place there. Now this is a big opportunity. Must score on this end.
Should be room.
Steve Delaney. Sit in amongst those bowls of... Oh no. So the two New Zealanders are vision impaired and using guides or directors.
So on to the 9th end now.
Two, was it? Let's see. 3. Was it? Oh gosh.
3 was it?
Yeah, it's gone up to 18. So So the last 4 ends have been produced 3 threes and a 2, and the Australians have New Zealand scoreless, 18-0 after 9 of 15 ends, or 8 of 15 ends.
It's a mighty effort for Australia too, remembering that if the games are drawn on games won, there is a countback situation, and there's going to be a point here where New Zealand's going to need to change the goal from trying to win the game to trying to reduce the deficit, because realistically, I mean, you look at that, we're 18-0 down after 8 ends. I'd be very surprised if we found a way to win this game, but if we could find a way as a team to cut into the losing score, that may be beneficial later on, and that'll probably be a conversation that the coaches will have with Kieran and Steve once they score. You go, well, what is our plan here? We know we've got 15 ends to work with. We know the score is 18-1 or 18-2. What's a realistic target? Then go for that, because you don't want to be playing risky bowls trying to win a game that you won't win, and you'd hate for that to cost you when everything gets counted up at the end, John, and you might miss out by 2 or 3 points on differential or something.
Saw
Lovely bowl.
Kieran Wheeler turn his back on his first bowl, and you can see why. Now let's just forget about that last one.
Not dangerous, we say.
Just don't want a sheet of roofing iron from the construction site next door to start fly across.
Just have a look at the match service, see if we can get some stats on the wind gusts.
I mean, from that, you know, Kieran had to realise what sort of an effect that wind is having. He pushed it out much wider this time, and it's a much better green.
Yeah, look at there's a weather station at the Wellington International Airport, which isn't that far away. Well, it's a little way away from here, but not a huge distance.
No.
Hop, skip, and a jump.
Yeah.
Wind gusts of up to 74 kilometres an hour there. I would say they're probably a bit
I think that
gustier here, John.
Yeah. Should be over 100 here, I'm sure.
So we have seen we've lost 2 cameras, and they were weighty cameras, but that's why we're running on a slightly reduced broadcast kit. I've seen 3 hats and 2 umbrellas disappear, never to be seen again. And Kieran Wheeler here with a big bowl. Just need to score a point here, the New Zealand team. On the back end.
So we had the green right last time. It was just a metre off that weight would be fine. Bring it in there into the count. Oh, it's sadly more than a metre.
And Steve Delaney with a lot of work to do.
I like that. Let's just get together and say, righto, you know, we're battling here. Just relax, take a deep breath. Jimmy keen to keep the game going quickly.
On the back end.
It's a very smooth delivery. His weight control, I mean, I'd love to see him playing when conditions were ideal. I don't think we'd see much landing outside of a mat from the jack.
Yeah.
He just looks totally in control. So again, his first one is short, but his correction will be impressive, I'm sure. Playing the wide hand. Whoops. Whee.
Bowl's disappeared.
Yeah.
feel for the players, to be honest, John.
Yeah.
It becomes not necessarily about ability here. It becomes like I'm just battling the conditions. Australia has battled them better, to be fair, which is why they're 18 points in front of New Zealand, but certainly not easy.
Oh,
Look at this.
yeah.
That's not easy. Oh, it might get picked up by the gust at the end.
But even so,
Good bowl.
Alex, when and I mentioned that first bowl of his and how he corrects really well, that was a very good correction. And if it hadn't been picked up by that gust of wind, there's a spot. Oh, there's a hat gone. Umpire racing to collect it, and she'll need to move quickly. Oh, this is crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
Welcome to Wellington.
Ah, gosh. Well, sadly, when they come to host them again in New Zealand, there will be a lot of memories and say, oh, do we want to go to Wellington? And yet, for 3 days leading up to this, absolutely perfect weather.
You can't beat it on a good day, John.
No.
The beautiful thing is there is 3 days of bowls to this test match, and I'm sure we're going to get good weather on one of them. So you see that bowl overplayed there by Steve Delaney.
This could be a 5 coming up here for Australia.
Look, it's just been a real struggle here for the New Zealand team.
Oh no, Jimmy's going to push that one long and wide as well, but might still finish inside the closest New Zealand bowl.
Here we go.
Play with a bit of weight, just see if he can't sit in amongst those bowls. There we go, just looking at a narrower line, trying to get onto those. This is better. If his weight's up, he's played a pretty good bowl.
Needs to hold.
No.
Oh, it's gone. Underneath the line, it's going to be a bundle to the Australian team. I just, John, wanted to take a moment to talk about something sort of slightly different. It's something that Bowls New Zealand we're looking to do in our broadcasts, just help promote some other things. So just to introduce our listeners to a charity that provides free wellbeing support to all Kiwis. We know it's been a challenging few years with isolation and loneliness that can be tough, and we can all have off days, and sometimes those off days turn into off weeks, and it's important to get support. So if you or someone you know is struggling, we wanted to let you know that free help is available, and it's available through Just a Thought. They offer free online courses for depression, anxiety, insomnia, stress and more. No wait lists, no costs, just support that works, all from the comfort of home. To find them, just head to justathought.co.nz and join the 50,000 Kiwis already using Just a Thought to support their mental health. Wonderful charity doing really good work, John.
Yeah, absolutely. So while you were talking about that, the Australians threw the jack out of the rink. I mean, it went wide, too wide, picked up and taken out into the next rink. So immediately Steve Delaney said to Kieran Wheeler, bring the mat up. He's taken it up a bit, not a great deal, but certainly well past that 2 metre. He's thrown the jack well. Oh, is it going to get picked up and taken out too?
Really important that this stays inside the rink.
Well, they're going to check it. It's okay.
Right, maybe this is the time. N10.
Just had to try something different, even though they don't have first bowl. They have last bowl, of course. Was here Tony Bonnell.
It's taking his time there. You can see the win.
Commonwealth Games gold medalist 2018, I think it was, for Tony.
Now watch this, it should pick up speed. As the bowl turns, if it gets caught by a gust, it can actually speed up instead of slow down near the end of the track, John, which is just a mind-boggling thing for a bowl to do. See there Kevin Smith in the background. Para lead, Bowls New Zealand para lead. 20-0 to Australia.
Now, does this length suit Kieran a bit more? Looks to be tracking quite well.
Good one to work from.
Yeah, in the context of today's game, that's a good shot. "15 ends. We're playing end 10.
And I do think at this point, the conversation with the coaches won't be about how can we win this game. It'll be about what is the best strategy to reduce the deficit here. You know, how can we realistically get as close as possible? Losing by 7 or 8 would be a really good result for New Zealand here, and more achievable, I think, than thinking, look, we can score 21 points in 6 ends.
Here we go, picking it up. Swinging by, but at least in beating that last bowl of Tony's, who's on the mat for his third. A few shadows being cast now as that cloud cover, which seems to be never ending, whips by and
moving quickly.
Yeah. Well, now this is a nice line, isn't it, by Tony? So it might well be the shot from Tony Bunnell, so they'll be holding a couple probably. That one to the right may be closer than the short bowl of Kieran Wheeler's, who's on the mat again.
The red bowls. Let it go quite nicely. Now, when's it going to turn? This is close. And look at it go at the end.
Stop for shot. Whoop. Not far off it anyway.
Oh, surely that's one. Last time we looked okay. Jimmy Reynolds ripped the hats out and stopped on them.
Just glanced out and could see that when we saw Steve and Kieran, the two Kiwis, meet. They're both down at the this end where we're situated now, and there was a slapping of the back because they got a couple close. Probably holding shot there with that bowl to the right of the jack. Because there's some experienced bowlers in management positions in these two teams. Mike Kernahan himself, a world champion, fours world champion for New Zealand, is involved there. We've seen Karen Murphy from Australia, the greatest of the Australians. I talked about Alan Faulkner, former England representative and world championship silver medalist. We've got Sharon Sims, a Commonwealth champion and outstanding bowler for New Zealand. So lots of big names who've just continued to work with the development of bowls and the elite situation as well.
Here we have, they've been talking for minutes and minutes and minutes, Kearney and Kevin Smith. We finally were able to get them on camera, John. It's like they'd heard us. They disappeared.
Yeah.
I just wonder what that conversation involved. That's the head coach there of Bowl New Zealand, Mike Kernahan. Won the New Zealand singles back-to-back, has a Bowls New Zealand Gold Star, the last man to win a Commonwealth Games medal in 2002, which is longer ago than I would like it to be.
In the middle there is the CEO of Bowls New Zealand, Mark Cameron. And I thought I saw Peter Bellis there briefly too. He's around, I know. Here we go. This game with this end is poised well for New Zealand. Those three red bowls, if this blue one on the bottom left at about 7 o'clock can be beaten, or if the jack can be moved slightly, then that would be of benefit for New Zealand. So there's a target there for Steve Delaney. Gosh, he's going to have to play that shot soon, because Jimmy Reynolds was on the mat and away almost an Aaron Wilson speed, and he's drawn this well. He's going to come inside that or not. Yes, he is. Gets a wee flick, and there you go. Suck on that, New Zealand.
Oh, dear.
Delaney can get both those, though. Get both the blue. He's not really hunting it.
Needs it to hold.
Inside edge. All right, so there's your next shot. You would be thinking, Delaney has got to be thinking, right, I need to punch that shot out. Punch the shot, take the second out as well, and see if we can't get a handful. Oh, of course, Reynolds has got other
Look at
ideas.
this, picking up speed with the gust of wind. Keep going, we say. No, just a good bowl. They're too good in this game, the Australian team.
Yep.
Just not going well. There's not really been a lot of opportunities for New Zealand. When we've had them, we've not taken them. When we've had good heads, they've been destroyed. And Australia just playing the better bowls. And at this stage, it's just about mitigating the damage as much as possible. That's a disappointing bowl from Steve Delaney, and I think we're going to see 3 more added to the ledger there. 23-0 might be the score. It's courtesy of great bowls from
3 it is. So they've scored 3-2, 3-3, 2-3 in consecutive ends, and it's 23-0. Australia leading New Zealand, and there's still 5 ends to go.
Can feel the building shaking, John. And it's not an earthquake, it's the wind.
Oh, that'd probably be the next thing that happens here.
Oh, dearie me. So the jack's been delivered by Australia again. Hasn't made it. So here's an opportunity. Change something. Pull the mat up to the 2 metre mark and throw the jack to the 2 metre. Change something here. Further up than that. Keep going. Shall I say it louder from the commentary booth, John? It's about changing something, isn't it?
But of course, you know, and even if you're not comfortable yourself, you know, I don't want the mat up to minimum length. I don't feel comfortable with that. You've just got to try something occasionally, particularly when you're 23-0 down.
Yeah, I mean, it's no longer about winning this game for New Zealand. It's about getting on the board and making a contribution, because one of the things about rep bowls, obviously it's nice to win games, but you're playing for your club or your centre or your country. You want to make any contribution, and any contribution does count, because if it's a situation where it's all square or a count back is required, points and ends do come into it. So every point you score for your country makes a difference. And room here. The first bowl of Kieran Wheeler. Jack's been delivered to his length. On the back end. This bowl here on the back end. That's a good shot from Australia.
So just when New Zealand are getting absolutely desperate and thinking, well, at the front, Tony Bonnell hasn't been really at his best, struggling in these conditions, he starts to plonk them in there. So just putting more
Just
pressure on Karen Wheeler.
just playing too well.
Yeah.
So this ball here,
Just looked at, draw the shot obviously, but it's difficult at the moment. So sit on that shot bowl would be great. Just turn it over and you've got 3 shots and it gives you a skip something to play for. So I think New Zealand might have the shot there, that closest red ball, or closer. There's only 2 that are sort of close.
oh, we've got
Finger
the,
measure.
Yeah, we must have the shot, surely. Challenging. Remember, after this game, John, I don't know what time actually, but after this game, we're watching the women's pairs match, and that'll be a huge game. Ellen Ryan, Natasha Van Eldick taking on Selena Goddard and Caitlin Lynch.
We've had plenty of tussles in recent years.
Rightio. So
I don't know whether Steve Delaney's all that keen to get the bowl in his hand.
Steve on the back end. Challenging weather here. And 2 days after this as well, John. So if you're in the Wellington region, even if you're not a bowler and you're thinking, well, don't mind this game, I'll see what it's all about. Look at this here from Steve Delaney. That's a great shot. Free entry at the 9i Bowling Club. Where is it? 9i Bowling Club. That's a good question. Just Google it like me. 25 Vogel Street, 9i Lower Hutt. Free entry, food, drink, warm on the inside. You could do worse than coming to check out this 2024 Trans-Tasman. Best bowlers, some of the best bowlers in the world here. You wouldn't rip our heart out, Jimmy. Don't do it.
Yeah, he would.
He's attacking. He's attacking.
He's taken the... Oh, look, he's got the jack.
Why?
What a great shot. Hey, it's the longest he'd stood on the mat waiting to deliver. He asked questions. He took the hoodie off. We see the whole Jimmy Reynolds there.
Oh, I know it's his
And he let rip.
I know it's his 50th game, but he could just miss a bowl. I wouldn't mind. What a shot that was. Never ever looked like missing.
Now, because our cameras have been blown around a fair bit, we can't show you exactly the position. The jack went into the ditch and the
Is the bowl close?
ball went with it.
Oh, great.
I don't think they've got a marker up there for us to see. I'm just leaning out the window to have a look. Oh, yes, I think the jack is about 30 centimetres from the shot bowl, from the toucher in the ditch.
I just...
Oh, gosh.
I've got nothing.
No.
That was such a good bowl.
Another single there to Australia.
Oh, good try.
So he's been down to the mat. Now, who's to suggest he won't just draw another? He's got quite a bit of room down there, I think. Oh, no, it's not even 2 metres, I think, to the ditch. He's being told to go out on the wide hand, your backhand. Show us what you can do. Drawing on there. He paces after it, gets halfway and stops
Can see the
under that red one. Would
Here
be
it is.
good.
How's the weight?
Not
gonna
going to
make
get
it.
there. Well,
Just the one. An opportunity, Steve, to try and get the shot, but you said the jack is in the ditch very close to the...
oh, yeah, it looks like about 60 centimetres or something like that, so quite close. But this is where you think, oh, I've drawn the shot. Right, let's get into this. No, he's turned away. And,
Oh, he's hit the short pole.
oh, gosh. So another single after another blistering shot from James Reynolds, the 42-year-old, who's the skip of this combination, the Australia Para Peers. Matt goes out a wee way, so Tony Bonnell not too concerned about taking it back to the 2 metre. He quite enjoyed that length, so he's going to do the same length as what I think the New Zealanders were seeking.
I think
24-0.
the bowl that Reynolds played, the jack in the ditch, for me, sort of sums up the Australian champion attitude, right? Because it's a stereotype, but it's accurate.
Yep.
They are such competitors, Australians.
Yes.
There would have been a lot of people who would have gone, we're 23-0 up.
Doesn't matter. Yeah.
You know, I'll draw a second or third shot.
Yep.
But they have to win. And he played such a good bowl. It's just that the way that they are.
Oh.
Well, that's gone poorly over there.
Yeah.
So the bowl will be redelivered. Oh, oh! That was at the speed of light. That was quite impressive. So the bowl will be sent back to be redelivered, and we're all fine.
And I think the attitude too, you know, when we talked a couple of ends previously where if New Zealand had played with a bit of weight, they might have taken out 2 and they could have ended up with 4. There was just that different attitude. You know, that was a case where the Australians certainly would have gone for that sort of opportunity.
Yeah, just a slight
And here we go,
differences.
you know, 23 up or whatever it was, and put the jack in the ditch.
Yeah, and it's just I can't fault.
I'm not going to concede anything. I'm not going to make life easy for you. You guys are now sweating because you're on 0, and we're going to make you sweat.
Exactly, that's what they want to do. And
Keep
I can't,
sweating.
I
Yeah.
can't fault it. There is
No.
a reason they are one of the most successful sporting countries in the world.
Yep.
For a country that, in comparison to other countries, I mean, we're small compared to Australia. Australia is small compared to most other sporting nations, and they punch above their weight for a reason, and part of it is the attitude that they have. So we see Kieran Wheeler. New Zealand just wanting to score now. Good line.
That last end was the 3rd end on which the Australians have been restricted to a single.
Tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah.
He's not happy with that one. That'd be why. That bowl. Well, he wasn't narrow. Which
Where'd
is
it go?
You just
Oh.
you just saw it, John. It looked like it was going from the other rink.
Yes, yeah.
It was quite.
They lifted up the mat on the next rink to allow the bowl to go through. So that was very wide. So Wheeler now.
Just having a look.
Correction is not great. It just needs to be around. This is not bad either from Wheeler.
Let's have a look at the live scoring. Oh, excuse me. The live scoring link that's available on the Bowls New Zealand Facebook page. You don't need to be a member of the Facebook page to access that, but that's where it's available for round 2. The para women's singles. New Zealand leads 9.9 shots. I'm just going to say the number. New Zealand leads 9-6 in the para women's singles. Open women's fours. New Zealand trails 9-12. Open women's singles. New Zealand leads 20 points. I've done it again. This is ridiculous. 2012 in the open women's singles, John. So that's looking good for the open women's singles. Development women's singles, New Zealand has lost 6-21. Development women's fours, Australia is ahead 10-7 after 9 ends. On the open men's side, the open men's triples 9-8 to Australia after 13, so a very close match developing there. The open men's pairs, Australia lead 15 points to 9 after 12. The development men's pairs, New Zealand in front 12-6 after 12 ends. The development men's triples, New Zealand in front 15-11 after 12 ends. And the para women's pairs 9-3 to Australia after 9. And the para men's singles 10-9 to New Zealand after 15. So some mighty matches going on out there on the 9i greens in round 2 of this Trans-Tasman. I can hear Taylor Bruce behind me saying that she's finished her game, so I'd suggest that means that she has won her match 21 points to 12 over Australia, our world champion. In the form of her life at the moment, John.
Yes. Even having had a break overseas. Caught up with Taylor in Christchurch last weekend. The Australian sports fans will be aware that it's 50 years since the 1974 Commonwealth Games in Christchurch, which became known as the Friendly Games, and there was a reunion of a lot of those people involved in that, held in Christchurch last weekend. They also invited some recent Commonwealth Games representatives to sort of talk about how they were influenced possibly by the 74 games or subsequent games, and how things have changed, and Taylor was very eloquent in chatting about the bowls situation, along with Kerry Clark, former CEO of New Zealand Bowls, and of course an important member, influential member of World Bowls for many years, and he'd won a gold medal there on the fours for New Zealand. So
he was the last member around, isn't he?
Yes, he is. Yeah.
Team.
Gordon Jolly and Jack Somerville and Dave Baldwin have all passed away. So Kerry was great, and in fact, because as you know, Kerry is slightly rotund and always has been. My first question was about the nutrition involved. You know, what sort of discipline and what sort of dieting was there? You know, what sort of food?
Don't do it again! Oh,
gee!
For goodness sake!
So Kerry just grinned and said we ate whatever everyone else did. Now this man is, I think we should stop the coverage.
He's been
absolutely
mean.
Brilliant.
He's been mean to New Zealand.
Yep.
We won't invite him back.
Absolutely brilliant. I mean, that was a stunner. But just for a change, New Zealand had something close. And he ripped out the jack clean when the shot bowl itself was only a matter of centimetres away.
Yeah. That was a great shot. And we're just waiting for Steve just asking a couple of questions. It's just been mean.
Stunning shot. He's done it 2 or 3 times.
It's deflating.
Yeah.
As a New Zealander watching on, and you can't fault the performance of the Australian pair. Just too good in the second round.
So the jack is almost touching the shot bowl in the ditch, so there's no way that New Zealand can get the shot out of it. They've got 2 seconds. And now, here we go, from a brilliant run shot to drawing to the ditch. Here we go.
Just
It's whistling by.
yeah, I was overplayed that. As we said before, with the wind, it's knocked down a couple of tripods, so we actually can't show you. We can show you.
There we are.
How good. The jack in the ditch there, and it's impossible to draw, so Australia's going to score a point here. It's going to be 25 zip after 12 ends.
And in the background you can see the hills around Wellington and the Hutt Valley, and the cloud that's changing every second as it is punched past by this strong wind. sun peeking through every now and then, so there are shadows being cast. And there's a big shadow over the scoreboard. Australia up by 25-0.
The jack's been overthrown again, so another opportunity for New Zealand to try and score here. The jack actually hasn't made it up. That's how much the wind is blowing in this direction. Look at that, that's ridiculous. I'm sure it picked up speed. Kieran on the, well, I was going to say on one of the hands, he's just straight up the middle with the jack.
Deliberately throwing it on the far side of the line so that, well aware that the wind could in fact pick it up and take it to into the other rink. So we come to the beginning of end 13. So 3 ends remaining in this men's pairs para competition. New Zealand being overwhelmed by Australia. And it's probably unfair to pick on one particular player, but Reynolds, the skip, has been absolutely dynamic. He's played some bombs here today.
Anytime there's been any sniff for New Zealand, Reynolds has put paid to it, and there's not much more to say about it really,
No.
John. We've been outplayed in this game, but Reynolds in particular has just been staggering. About scoring at all in this game now for New Zealand, and look at that.
So what do you do? You know, talking to Ali Forsyth before, he said, you know, like that, it appeared to be on a really good line, and then whoop, the wind would pick it up and take it across. So he said then you'd go a bit wider next time, and it didn't go, the wind didn't pick it up. You ended up looking foolish because your bowl was about 2 meters wide. So, and that's probably what they're having to put up with here.
Yeah, very, very challenging conditions. Just to give the visitors a real experience of what bowls can be like in New Zealand. Kieran and Steve still battling away. Kieran on his backhand. This is close.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens though.
Hold. That'll do.
Yep.
Now, can New Zealand hold on to the shot here, John?
Well, I think what Reynolds will be thinking is at least Leeds got 2 up and over. So if I want to have a go, we could pick up numbers again. Each bowl from Reynolds has been past the jack.
Oh,
Oh,
oh, would you look at that?
Best bowl of the day from Tony Bonnell.
Yeah.
Give us a break.
I think it's bullying.
Yep.
Beautiful bowl. Beautiful shot. Almost need aggression from Steve Delaney. We've got second shot here. If Kieran can get past the head, then Steve could hit it on the forehand side, which is to the left.
Oh.
Run it out, Kieran. Go. I think we have to try and remove that blue bowl. John?
Yep.
Just play with weight on the forehand. It's not quite touching the jack, so it's actually possible for it to go out clean if you get a really good result, but regardless, needs to be with weight on the forehand side. Ditch weight on the forehand, which is to the left as we see it, into that target area. See what happens.
Yeah, I think we'll probably see Reynolds just continue to put them up and over around the 2 metre mark and say, okay, have a go if you want to, but we're going to, if it doesn't work for you, we could pick up a handful.
Reynolds on the back end here. That's exactly what he's doing. I think here comes a hit on the forehand side. Surely we have to drive this. Surely we have to drive this. I'll be very surprised if we don't, John.
Oh,
That's my last comment on the matter. I say that because it's about scoring any points,
I
now,
know,
isn't it?
and the disadvantage, of course, is that they punch the jack back and they end up with 3 down, but I don't know whether
You know, like
they'll be worried about that now.
you need to score a point, and you're not
Yeah.
going to score a point
Yeah.
by trying to draw here in these
I
conditions.
mean, possibly just, slightly overweighted and push your own ball onto the shot and sit for 3. But I think in these conditions, that sort of touch draw is really quite difficult.
He's trying. He's not far away here.
Take that inside edge. Oh,
No, don't block it.
Oh, he has now.
He has
I know.
underneath that. You're still okay. Fascinating. Jimmy on the backhand doing what you suggested, John, which is just to put a bowl sort of there or thereabouts. You
He's trying to
realistically-
draw another. He wouldn't be surprised if he did. Okay, now do it. Oh, okay.
Still go it.
Yeah.
Even if you get that blue bowl of Reynolds, could go on to the red, pop the bowl and the jack back so the plant still works. Your shot hasn't changed. On the forehand. Needs to pick the target area. He's not far away. He's not far away. Needs a gust of wind. Needs anything underneath the line. Well, well, well.
What Jimmy might just say, I might just punch that myself, actually. Take my ball and the jack back to where I've got 3 and good night, nurse. Here we go.
Imagine.
Oh, no, he's just going to put one over.
Be interesting in collision what happens here if Steve does hit the plant that sits at 11 o'clock to the jack. The red bowl's a toucher. It follows through. It could be interesting to watch. Here we go. On the forehand. Third time lucky for Steve Delaney. He's close.
He's got something anyway.
Surely he's close. Wow.
From 1 to 1.
That's ridiculous.
Yep. So another single to Australia. They've haven't conceded, so therefore conceded an end. I mean, so therefore they have scored on 13 consecutive ends. They now lead by 26-0. 2 ends remaining in this para men's pairs competition match. Trans-Tasman. It's Wheeler and Delaney of New Zealand against Bonnell and Reynolds of Australia. 26-0.
See the jack overthrown there, John.
Yeah, not for the first time.
2 ends to score a point for the New Zealand team. You'd move the mat. You'd move the mat. Well,
Oh, I don't know whether it sort of matters now, does it? They've moved the mat halfway up.
yeah, hasn't made a difference, I
No.
suppose. Very challenging game. Next game is scheduled to begin at 3 p.m, John. So probably an hour or so after this game concludes, and it will be that women's pairs match that we've spoken about. We'll get to see how they cope in these conditions on this rink. Tony Burnell on his forehand. Reasonable first bowl. And you got 6 bowls left, Kieran. So the open woman in the first match today won the pairs, lost the triple, so that's 1 game apiece. Second round, Taylor won her singles game, so it's 2-1 to New Zealand, and the women's fours 15-12 up over Australia after 11 ends. So the chance for them to have won 3 out of 4 after 2 rounds. John, looking not too bad.
Yep.
Open men's a bit more challenging. Lost the fours and the singles this morning, so 2-0 to Australia this morning. And this afternoon, they're comfortably down in the pairs, 21-10 in the pairs, but are very close in the triples game, 11-14.
And did you say that second men's singles is over, is it?
It's pairs and triples for the men's
Oh,
today,
that's right,
so
yeah.
They pick 5 players
Yes.
per team. So in the morning, the men played fours and singles, and at lunchtime, they're playing pairs and triples. So the men's triples are up, men's pairs are down. So if it stays the same, we will see the open women will have won 3 out of 4, and the open men will have won 1 out of 4 if the scores stay what they're sitting at the moment upon the conclusion of this round.
Oh, nice track here for Tony.
That's a beautiful bowl.
Two ends on which to score for New Zealand. Karen Wheeler going to be short.
Yeah, that's disappointing.
Delaney saying, "No, don't worry, mate. It's difficult out there. We're giving it our best shot, but
Say la vie.
yeah." Internally furious.
Yeah.
And then they watch this chap just stand on the mat and possibly short with his first, as he sometimes is, but not this time.
It's got them
And
on a
then-
string.
Yeah, and then sits on that for another. Oh no, but too much weight, but still probably holding 3 shots.
Has been a very good performance.
2 at least, yeah, maybe 3.
Steve makes his way down. Still wearing a t-shirt, which is quite impressive, John. I would not be wearing a t-shirt if I was out there in these conditions.
Yeah, some players just hate playing in jackets or anything with long sleeves.
Yeah. I do quite like a jersey for bowls, which
Yeah.
I know is old-fashioned but comfortable. On the forehand. Just diving across there. Just ball turning back in.
Yeah, he's going to go through that gap, isn't he?
Oh, look at that.
Quite, but that's probably could be in the count. That I think it is. They might be 1, 2. They might have 4 shots here at the moment. 30-0 doesn't look very good, but does look impressive if you're.
Depends on your perspective, doesn't
Yes, on the Australian side. No.
it? Looking at the 9-eye weather forecast, it says the strong gusts could be gusting up to 120 kilometres in exposed places. And the wind warning, oh great, it goes from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m. So
Yeah. Is that today or tomorrow?
today,
Look
thrilling.
at this. Here's another one. Move the jack and you've got a handful, mate. Whoa, hard
Great
luck.
try.
I think you've got a handful anyway.
Tomorrow's forecast looking better though. John, if we can get to tomorrow, we'll be okay.
If we can get to tomorrow.
A positive attitude.
All flights to Australia are booked out tonight.
Oh dear. Here we go. Last bowl. On the backhand.
That looks narrow. And heavy. And nothing.
Be disappointed with that one, Steve. And you see 1,
2,
2,
3.
3.
I think it's 4. Looks like 4 from here, but it might be a measure for 4. Oh, what a... I can feel for the Kiwis who've done their best in these conditions, but been well outdone by this Australian combination, particularly their skip. Measuring the closest New Zealand one.
Yeah, so that hopefully is only 3, and then New Zealand can score to avoid a 30 score.
No, that's 4. Oh, we might be measuring another one. 4, 5, 4, 5, 4. I couldn't see how many fingers. I know he's only got 4 fingers, but he had 5 digits, looking like they might have been all pointing upwards. But I think it was just the 4, First 4 of the day, and it is now 30 points to 0.
And now or never for the New Zealand team to get on the board in this game and to avoid a down trout.
Oh yeah.
Obviously, down trouts are not in the conditions to play for the Trans-Tasman game. But I have been on a tour for indoor bowls. We used to tour the islands, and I was leading off in the men's triples, and they enforced down trouts on the tours, and we played South Otago, and the first thing the opposition skip said was, well, in 1995 when the North Island team toured, we enacted a down trout. We beat them something to 0, and the down trout was enforced, which I thought was very confident, until at the conclusion of the first game my team was 17-0 down with one bowl to come. And I was looking for doors, I was looking for exits, because there was no way I was going to be doing the thing. But luckily my skip, Grant Rayner, who's Trevor Rayner's son and Dale Rayner's brother,
Yep.
was heavy and narrow with his last bowl, got a wick off a short one, in for 1, and we lost 117, and the down trout wasn't enacted, which was thrilled.
Well, let's see if there can be. We'll take a wick or anything with this one.
Yeah, it's not to be. That's correction. On the back end. It's a good bowl from the Australian lead. Been steady, Tony Vanel. There or thereabouts all the time. And Reynolds has been something else. See Kieran Wheeler on the backhand side. Waiting for a gust of wind. Good wait. Final end here.
Yes, New Zealand trying to avoid the whitewash. And applause for that last bowl from Kieran Wheeler.
So a good weight last time. Looking to just correct the line. Hoping to score a point.
I'd like to talk to someone like Mike Kernahan or Peter Bellis or someone and say, how do you coach for these conditions? You know, is there anything you can do?
That's interesting because you have to...
I mean, it's a preparedness, isn't it? You be
Yeah.
prepared for conditions like this now. And that's where mental coaching must come into it too, Alex. You know, look, we're down 30-0 and we're all at sea. How do we handle this? Or more importantly, I suppose, even at 15-0 down, what do we do? But if you're being, you know, sadly, occasionally, other players bowl better than you.
Yeah, sometimes they're
And
just
that's
going
what's
to
happened
they're
here.
just going to get closer, aren't they?
Yeah.
And such that, you know, that's that. It's always an interesting challenge for players in the wind because you do have to be at peace with bowls. Probably a third of your bowls today, because it's that gusty, a third of them are going to be ineffective and it's not your fault.
Yep.
You've done nothing wrong. That's a lovely shot there from
Yeah.
Reynolds, just on fire.
So what's he using? He's using hints like Dreamline XGs, but so too is Steve Delaney, and the leads are both using Optimas.
So they should be good in the wind. Steve on the back end. This is close. Is it going to sit down? No. So in about an hour's time, John, at 3 o'clock, will be the final round of today's broadcast. The women's pairs. Then we've got 2 more days, Saturday and Sunday, live on Sky Sport and the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel. So time for viewers to pop away for a scone and a cup of tea or something, or whatever it is that people have for afternoon tea nowadays. On the back end.
With nothing behind him, you know, nothing behind the jack, really. Now he has just. So those are 2 pretty good bowls by Delaney. It's the sort of bowls that he would have liked to have been able to produce earlier in this match. Here comes Reynolds looking to make it 2. Might just fall a bit short. Certainly blocking off any aggression though.
So this is it.
What do you do? You've got nothing at the back, so it's pointless trying to kill it.
On the back end.
Not
Has
a
he
bad
done
line.
it?
Not a bad line.
Oh,
No.
it's gone. And there we have it, John. A win to the Australian team. A good win to the Australian team in challenging conditions, it must be said. What are your thoughts?
Well, I'm just looking at my scorecard and I've only filled in one side of it, and that doesn't happen very often. 31-0, and challenging conditions for sure, but without doubt the Australian combination. Eventually Bonnell got into the groove. He was a bit awry early, but he certainly was there to help us skip later. But James Reynolds, the star of this match, with some sublime bowls, both draw and weighted shots, and there's no doubt about it, the Australian para-peers combination was far too good for New Zealand, winning by 31-0.
loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are
interesting conditions here at 9i. Those introductory shots that you saw when we were saying hello to you were taken 2 days ago on a brilliant sunny summer's day. And today we've had strong winds which have put the players off, tested their mettle and their mental fortitude, and now it's been joined by just a little bit of rain. And I'm joined by Brett O'Reilly. Nice to have you with us, Brett.
Hello, John.
And this is sort of testing, but you grew up with your bowls in the Wellington region, and it's not unusual.
Well, I am a 9i boy, actually. So I grew up not very far away from here, so I know this area very well, and my mother still lives in the vicinity.
Yep.
And I used to always joke that you were biking into the wind on your way to school in the morning and biking into the wind on your way home. So when it does blow here, it blows a lot. But these players are highly skilled, and this will be a really good test for them. Probably a little bit of a leveler for the New Zealand players, because the Australians seldom play in the rain, and it looks like we're going to have both wind and rain this afternoon. But having most of these players, as you said in the intro, are highly experienced international players, and so they will have played in the Northern Hemisphere and in other areas where they have had to play in the rain.
I think that's right too. We've Alex and I have talked in the previous 2 games about the effect that the wind was having, but always you have to reconcile with the fact that they are experienced. They've all played. I talked to Peter Ballas in the break. He said, well, we've all played in worse winds or conditions than this, so it's just a matter of getting your head around it. You're not going to draw close often.
No.
But it's how you handle the head when you might be down. It's a matter of playing those really good backhand weighted shots. As he said, it's hard to draw in this. So if you get something relatively close, then you've got to be in a position to build on it. But you can't afford to get deflated, but when you take the same green for the second shot and it doesn't end up, you've just got to put that in the back and go for it. So a bit of a lottery, but
yeah, look, I
it's
think
a good test.
I think that's a really good summary, John. I mean, bowls is largely a mental game, and when the conditions are like this, you just have to draw on your mental resources. There are going to be a few bowls that go haywire, and they're not going to be anything to do with what you did at the mat end. They're going to be to do with the conditions. So you've just got to put that behind you, concentrate on what you can control, and just typically take your time. Not get into rushing because the conditions aren't great. And I think it will be a good test for us to see just quite how they do respond to the challenge.
We just saw a glimpse there of some of the other competitors within that New Zealand team in particular. We saw Taylor Bruce chatting with Selena Goddard as they just await the start of this next round. We saw Val Smith briefly, and we talked about the fact that she is playing her 650th game for New Zealand. That's not pleasant, eh? That's not pleasant.
No, that's looking a little bit Arctic like, rather than just usual 9i or Wellington weather. So let's hope that this is just a squall. I've just come out from Wellington City, and it certainly wasn't like this in town. In fact, it wasn't raining really till we got here. So so I hope that this is just a passing shower. I mean, the greens here at 9i generally drain pretty well, so we shouldn't have too much risk unless we get continuous downpour of it.
It's not that long ago that we looked back there and commented on the lovely green hills around the
Are
Hutt
there
Valley.
hills?
Now you can't even see the ones in the background.
And of course, John, these sort of weather conditions never happen on the Kapiti Coast.
No, absolutely not. Nor in Australia or anywhere else. It's just a pity that after 3 days of build-up weather, which has been fabulous, and also suddenly you find as a bowler, Brett, that the sort of waterproof jackets aren't actually waterproof, are they? They're slightly showerproof, and that's about it. And suddenly you're wet underneath.
Indeed. I mean, one of the differences, I guess, of playing in the wind versus playing in the rain is your ability to grip or hold the bowl.
Yeah.
And various players, and John, you and I played the game for a long time, have different techniques of how to operate in that in the conditions, and typically these players will all have workarounds that they can use, but it does become tricky. And that rain is getting
This is
incredibly
ridiculous.
heavy.
Look at this on the
So
green.
as you could see, everyone, the players decided that to hell with this, we're not staying around. And even Max, our durable cameraman, has decided that it's time to head for the cover. So this is what it looks like. It might well pass through. It looks a little bit lighter to the south, which is encouraging. And as Brett O'Reilly has said, he's come through from Wellington, which is just south of the hut. And it wasn't raining there. So let's hope that this is a short delay. But even so, while the greens here are fabulous, I mean, no one's complained about the greens at 9.0 for a long time, that they'll still take a wee bit to get rid of that water.
Yeah, the good thing with greens in New Zealand for our Australian viewers is that basically our greens, the surface is a water weed. So the weed likes the water, and actually the water makes the greens go faster, which will sound completely counterintuitive to anyone who's played on a grass, a tiff or a similar green in Australia, because they get much slower. Here it actually flattens the weed and the bowls, and typically the surface speeds up, but you have to remove the surface water first to be able to do that. But already you can see just it clearing a little bit in the background there.
Was just a squall, really, wasn't it? And perfectly timed for the beginning of our broadcast in Game 3, as the weather gods often do.
And just looking out to the south west, it's pretty fine down. It's fine down there. Obviously, still overhead cloud, but that's the direction I came from, and there was definitely no rain there.
When Brett says it's fine down there, what he means is comparatively fine down there.
Thank you, John. I'm expecting, with all of your maritime commentary experience, you should by now be an absolute weather god in terms of your ability to predict conditions, John Macbeth.
Well, the first America's Cup I was involved in way back in San Diego, I had to ask the experts, what do you mean you can see the wind coming? You can't see the wind. Well, the ripples on the water, mate. Look at those wee patches out there. Oh, I see what you mean. So that was a learning curve. I don't know whether they'll wait around much for this water. They could play on this, couldn't they?
What we're quickly going to do, with the hope that it passes some time, is we have some highlights of the singles match earlier on today between Ali Forsyth and Aaron Wilson.
Yeah.
So we'll cut to that, and hopefully upon our return, there'll be sunshine, lollipops and rainbows everywhere.
Wonderful.
And John, we have an update, and the update is that we're not playing outside.
Yeah, and as you can see in the background there, it's just the rain hasn't, it's eased slightly, but it's going to be a big preparation job to get the greens up and running in time for to be suitable for a start at even 4 o'clock. And so we're going to go inside here at the 9i Centre. So we'll be back at 4 o'clock. We're hoping that we can, it's not so much the players, they can get in there and get set up to go. It's just a matter of us setting up cameras. And
Yeah, we'll move the cameras at the speed of light.
yeah,
but
we're sprinting already.
Well, one of us is. Hopefully return at 4 p.m. with coverage of the women's pairs. We'll see you then.
there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves, there's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared out in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on, we're moving on.
And we have returned with one of the quickest turnarounds of all time. For 4 o'clock at the indoor at Nainai Bowling Club. Caitlin Lynch and Selena Goddard playing Ellen Fife and Natasha Van Eldick. Rank 1, Nainai covered facility, no wind and no rain.
Oh, well, I must congratulate the Bowls New Zealand broadcast team, because that's a big effort to get all those cameras in under extreme conditions, wind and rain, and get them set up. And you'll see a little bit of activity while the game is on as we finalise balances and make sure that some other cameras come in. But you'll get a basic coverage, but it'll be good. And also, I think, Brett, we'll see of high quality, and we've seen that with the first bowl already today.
Yeah, absolutely, John. I mean, shades of the World Champion of Champion singles that we had here in Nainai a couple of years ago, and it's the beauty of actually having this indoor facility on site. And yeah, we are about to see a really big game of pairs. This is going to be good, and. Probably two of the best pairs combinations in world bowls at the moment in the women's ranks, and I think we'll see play that matches that statement.
We see standing to the right, that's Caitlin Lynch, who's the skip of this New Zealand team. She won a world silver medal at the championships in the triples, and she really has gone from strength to strength, playing a lot of bowls outside of New Zealand. And against her is Ellen Fife, who won Commonwealth Games golds in the singles and pairs in 2022. And jogging up after her bowl, that blue bowl, is Natasha Van Eldick. So it's two really good openers. Now, we wouldn't have seen that outdoors, that's for sure. Not in these conditions. And just to let you know that it is still raining, not as heavily. It's got cold. It's probably dropped down to about 14 degrees or something like that. It might be even colder. And so not very pleasant. So players like Selena Goddard were quite pleased when the call was made to go indoors.
And you can see just from that first end, both Ellen and Selena really hit their straps early. And some viewers may remember the Ellen actually was the Australian skip when they won the gold medal at Leamington Spa in the Commonwealth Games, and played that amazing shot to win the game for them. And now playing interestingly as a lead for Natasha in this, but they'll be hard to beat. But so will Caitlin and Selena, who were medalists in that World Bowl, in that Commonwealth Games, won a bronze medal, and have forged a pretty good record for themselves.
Really good stuff. So outdoors, we would have been lucky.
What a start
to have seen won 3 bowls close to the jack over the entire match of the previous 2 games. So Caitlin Inch now on the mat. First bowl we see it from her, and it's with a bit of aggression, and she's going to miss altogether.
Yeah, Caitlin's a very attacking player. I think in the time that she's been playing in Australia, where she's won Queensland state titles and been a top performer in a number of the BPL and the UBC events over there. She's done a lot of skipping, and she's very confident with her upshots, and she'll be conscious of not letting the head build up. Looks like she might move. She's going to attack again. Let's have a look.
Not far away with the first. Just needs to split those up a bit. The danger is that she could lose both of hers. No. Slight change of tactic. Is it going to just pass out wide?
The one thing that we will see with the carpet for the eagle-eyed viewers is that the bowls do sometimes hang a little. You don't always. It is just the way that the indoor carpets play, and so sometimes the draw line isn't quite as true as you get outside. But obviously, superb conditions and no breeze or rain to have to worry about.
I'd imagine the players will be quite pleased. It'll be a nice feeling to have gone from 2 games where your bowl could get buffeted around by the wind to playing a game inside where that's not a consideration.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think there's big smiles. I went for a wander. I think they're all quite happy to be inside because then it's a true test of ability. You don't have those external forces. They can have a bit of an influence. And so let's see what Caitlin does here. Attacking again. I think she's just missing underneath again. It's a really disappointing start for her. 3 to Australia, and the best possible start for them in this on this first of 18 ends in the Trans-Tasman event.
So it'll take a little bit of any game you play. The first 2 or 3 ends is spent just getting to grips with the rink, and it may well be the same here, although the draw play of the front players has been very good. So second end of this match, 18 ends. It's a women's pairs game. Australia against New Zealand. Caitlin Inch, Selena Goddard against Ellen Fife and Natasha Van Eldik.
A number of the New Zealand women players have been pretty busy since the last World Bowls. Selena and Taylor Bruce were up in the Philippines playing in an invitation tournament up at the Crusaders Club in the Philippines.
Looked like a horrible weekend.
Yeah, it was like a bowling green inside a resort. It was amazing, and I was just talking to Taylor earlier. They had a great time, and obviously Selena was at the Somerset Nationals down in Christchurch. Taylor was on holiday in Thailand, but certainly their play doesn't look like it's dropped at all since their successes at the World Bowls, and that's a good correction from Alan Ryan there. Again, you just saw that bowl fall out against the bias. Sometimes see that just on an indoor with the surface not always being quite as consistent as an outdoor green. So Lena looks like she's just dropped a bit short here.
The way these players are grouping it, you're very much in danger of dropping a number, even though bowls are very close. So when you've got Alan Fife putting them in very close, just changing her hand this time and missing wide, but that'll go into the computer. She won't do that again.
Selena just taking a time here that it is the trickiest side of the rink. I watched their warm-up ends, and it is a little bit of a holding hand, this one, so you just got to be very accurate with your line, and it looks like Selena's played a pretty good bowl here, John.
How good is this?
Yeah. So just took time on the mat, and as Brett O'Reilly said, she would have learned what it was that hand was doing, that side of the rink was doing. Played it nicely. So just repeating that, we had a heavy downpour and stronger winds than we'd seen all day, and the winds had been strong, and so didn't take much discussion for the organisers to agree that they should come inside, and the players were all ready, and the Bowls New Zealand broadcast team did a great job of hauling cables in and unstrapping cameras that had been weighted down outside to stop falling over in the wind. It was a massive effort, and they got in and did it in record time. So here we are, indoors at Nainai.
Problem being they were very well weighted down, some of those cameras, John. So, well, it's not going anywhere.
Lots of sets of old bowls weighing them down. Here's Inch.
Isn't it fascinating that a lot of these players are inside still wearing their caps, still holding on to their soaked bowling rags?
Yeah, even though it's inside, sometimes the light can be a little bit challenging, and so I think, some of it will be habit, but some of it. Here's Natasha on the drive.
Oh,
gee,
great
the
shot.
bowl on a cant on the follow through. Don't see that very often.
So
just put it back.
Yeah, Australia holding shot, a bit hard to see whether the front bowls are counting as well, but definitely holding one. Yeah, good line from Caitlin if she's got the weight. Just a little quick.
Well, after a very good run shot at the head and taking out both the New Zealand bowls, we now have Natasha looking to draw a second shot. Likes it, curls
a mighty
around
bowl.
nicely, beautiful.
High quality stuff. A little tricky for Caitlin because that short blue bowl on the right hand side of your screen of the Australians is just probably slightly in her eye. So she'll be looking to just, I think, drift under that to see if she can reduce.
Yep, inside edge would be to her advantage. And if she gets under that and sits on that last bowl, she would just about haul up shot. She's going to be falling short here.
Yeah, disappointing with that. So
Two.
outcome 2.
Measure for 3, so that was a very good shot from Natasha. Good end for Australia. Second end, they picked up a 3 on the first. A couple on this one. They lead by 5-0. This is not about a race to any score. It's over 18 ends.
And we have a replay of that drive shot from Natasha Van Eldik that so cleanly removed the 2 bowls. And just watch the collision bowl on the follow through too, because it is on a cant afterwards, which I always find interesting. Look at that on the cant on the follow through.
Yeah.
Because she delivered it with a wobble and it straightened up through the split. Irrelevant to the shot, but cool to see.
Yeah, and you know, classic Natasha. I mean, she's a very aggressive player, and I think, you know, we can expect to see both her and Caitlin play pretty attacking games. So Selena Goddard is just measuring how far up that mat is to give them a guide of whether the jack is the permissible length. If it's not, then it'll be returned. So out comes the umpire. Who have we got? Margaret Eames with the tape, and she'll be looking just to see if it is our regulation length.
And they're 40 metre. It's a 40 metre green here at 9 so sometimes it might look shorter than it actually is, I suppose, Brett.
Yep, full-size international green, and it on those long ends it can seem an awfully long way away.
Oh. If her thumb was where the mark was, that was up by not much.
No.
By half a jack. I think we'll say half a jack.
Oh, no, it's been thrown. It's been redelivered.
Oh, well, it was short by half a jack then. It was pretty close.
Goodness gracious me.
Talking about Margaret Eames, she was out umpiring out on the outside earlier on, and her cap blew off, or her hat blew off, and it ended up in the far fence. She said she had to go and get someone to go and fetch it. So no need to worry about it indoors. So it's also a good atmosphere indoors, even though the players were keen to stay outside while they could, because they prefer to be playing out there, and the elements come into it. It makes it more of a test. We get a bit more atmosphere inside as well.
It's a magnificent facility here at 9 The club have done so well with it, and you're right, John. I mean, when we played the World Champion of Champions here in November 2022, and similar challenges with weather, the players enjoyed playing inside. The surface is pretty good, a little bit slower than you'd experience outside, but generally pretty true, and as you say, great atmosphere.
Well, the Australian mascot, full of air, and hasn't been deflated yet today on day 1 of this 3-day test series against the Kiwis.
A number of things I felt like saying to that statement, John, but
I thought you might, including the word hot.
Well,
well, it's such a keen rivalry, isn't it? These Trans-Tasman competitions have historically, you know, featured some of the world's best players over many, many years, and for the players, it really is an opportunity to, on both sides, to demonstrate, you know, your capability against the best in the world, and it hasn't disappointed so far today.
no, absolutely not. Results all available, of course, online on the Bowls New Zealand Facebook page. And as this game progresses, and my role is mainly continuity announcer for this game, I will give you some updates. It's been an interesting day of some close games and some not so close games, but all to play for. And with the new conditions of play, I think it's the first time it's been changed in some time, probably 20, 25 years.
Agreed.
The new conditions of play mean that you can have a bad day and still be in the hunt, because it is over the full 3 days that the test match is played, 18 games between the sides, and the first essentially to 10.
So I think Caitlin there really wanted Selena to be a bit finer than that into me, because they have got the opportunity. I don't think they've got the shot. I think Australia have got the shot there. But it was just that opportunity to sit on their own and pump the Aussie ball back.
Yeah, the green line on inside here is, you know, it's quite a fine line, it's not hard to just finish with those bowls hanging, is it, John? You just see them not quite turning, so you've really got to concentrate a lot on line.
Oh, she'd like to just tickle that jack back slightly, wouldn't she?
Yes, yeah,
Oh, that's a very good bowl.
That's a great bowl.
Yep.
And you saw it just hang slightly with the weight, and then bite. But yeah, very good bowl.
Watch the hand of Caitlin, and she comes right up in front of her face, and you can see the coaching that these players have had over the years. Oh, this is a tidy bowl. Not going to make it.
Lovely effort.
Absolutely. The New Zealand pair just need to be a little careful here. They've got no bowls past the jack, and Natasha will know that, and she'll be playing with a reaching weight, on the draw, looking just for any tickle of that jack to take that shot away. Getting caught a little wide, but that's another very good bowl. This is shaping up to be quite dangerous for New Zealand.
They can still be looking for. I mean, the danger, of course, is that they play Australia's shot.
Absolutely.
But if she's onto it, she sits on her own bowl, turns the shot bowl out, and settles for 2. This is not a bad line. What's her weight like?
Close here. Selena willing it on, but again, just slightly short now. Does Natasha Eldick play? Does she go for the jack?
Well, it's such a good line, isn't it? There, she's now got that red bowl as a guide. Slip through that gap, and the jack moves slightly. Here we go. She's not going to be short, that's for sure.
Nope, she's playing it with purpose. I think she's a tad wide. And that's probably helped New Zealand a little bit, because they've now got a bowl behind. So Caitlin can draw a little bit more confidently than she can, knowing if she does get jack movement, they've got a catcher there. She's gone wide.
Yep.
Coming back now. Came
gosh.
back a long way.
Oh, that looked to be
My
well
And
out
sit
of it.
down.
And the shot.
That's a
What a
shot.
shot.
How did that work?
Don't question it, John.
Well, we
Measure for 2.
John, we sometimes talk about 2 tracks to the jack.
Yeah.
And that was definitely one of those
Oh,
situations.
wow.
That came out of the clouds.
You and I were sitting here both pointing away to our right, because that's how we're viewing it. So it's too wide.
And Caitlin didn't exactly look exuberant
No.
about where it was going. But anyway, well done to her. Gets them on the board, and let's hope it's more than one. Two it is.
Well, good measure. So they were holding shot all along, but I don't think they would have known that
No.
or been confident about it.
No, certainly the Australians were playing like they were holding.
Yeah.
So that's a great bounce back for the New Zealanders. So 5-2 to Australia, playing now the 4th of 18 ends in this Trans-Tasman Trophy women's pairs game.
So we are not able to accommodate all the matches that were scheduled for round 3, Alex. So do you know what the story is for those who were going to the other green was going to be? I want you to go and find out.
No, it's a good question. I think we probably can if they have reduced the width of the rink, because they were playing international rink widths of which you could have fit 6. But I believe there's only 8 rinks in play for the 3rd round anyway. So I'm pretty sure they're all out there. If not, John, we've got lights. So it'll just be staggered. It can be played out.
Oh, by
It can
then the
played
green
out
will
the
be
next
dry
round.
outside. They'll be able to go back outside.
Imagine if we sent them back outside for round 4.
Yeah.
Bowl.
Yep, good start from Ellen Fife.
Well, I'm sure viewers watching this, and we know there are plenty of you both here and in Australia, will be more comfortable watching this sort of play, knowing that we've got the best players in the world here, seeing them playing these sorts of shots.
Look at that.
You know, little perfect draw weight and touches and nice run shots played with confidence, as opposed to what you were watching in those first couple of games that we played, particularly, you know, Ali Forsyth and Aaron Wilson, two, you know, outstanding players who, from many ends, couldn't get the ball within about 3 metres. So.
Yeah, great ball from Selena Goddard. She's over the last few years really become one of the best leads in the world, and a pretty mean singles player too. Though, though in the New Zealand team, that's the mantle of our world champion Taylor Bruce these days. But Selena's such a good dead draw player. She'd be a little bit disappointed with that, short and narrow. Again, you just miss that line slightly here and you get punished.
And I can report that all games are being played now, so there only are 8 rinks in use for that third round, because the Paras play 2 out of 3 rounds, etc., etc. So 8 rinks in use for round 3, which means that, as we see that bowl, and it's stuck there, that's due to the carpet. Good result. 8 rinks have been played now, so third round has been moved in its entirety inside.
So New Zealand holding the shot here. Selena Goddard's second bowl.
Ella was a bit careless there, wasn't she?
But Natasha Eldick will not be unhappy with the way that head's sitting. And for Caitlin Inch, she'll be looking, I think, to try and get some cover with the first bowl. Again, they've got no bowls past the jack. And as we've seen, Natasha is not afraid to attack.
Very focused.
Hardly blinks from the moment she steps on the mat.
Would have been interesting to see how Caitlin would have performed at a domestic level had we not had that little global pandemic, because just before that happened, she won the singles and the pairs in one event, defeating Jo Edwards in the singles, I think, and her and Selena defeated someone else in the pairs. It escapes me who, but 2 out of 2. The best possible Somerset Nationals, and then we were all restricted in travel for 2 seasons, so she was unable to return to defend that. It was sort of her really making a mark on the domestic scene, Caitlin Inch.
Yeah, I think we're really blessed with player depth in the women's game in New Zealand. I mean, it's shown with the results in Commonwealth Games and World Bowls, and when you think that probably the greatest of them all, Jo Edwards, currently not playing for New Zealand but playing in the domestic scene, we really have got some fantastic players, and Jo's clearly been a great inspiration for them.
Oh, that's a beaut bowl. That's a great bowl. Had nothing past the jack, and that was looking ominous, and certainly might well have been where the Aussies were looking to play.
Ellen Ryan just motioning that the bowl was a bit wide.
So can she afford to play the backhand now? Stay where she was, because she played that so well.
Great technician, her delivery is just impeccable.
Always interested to where she's looking. She's looking way down at a spot somewhere, isn't she? She doesn't take her eyes off that. There's no sort of bringing it back to a mark on the green or anything like that. It's all just, nothing wrong with that.
No, applause from Selena covering those 2 back bowls, so it limits the options.
Going to play the cannon.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see if the jack moves.
Let's see if those last 2 reds come into play. Missed.
Well, it shows that she's human. And that's another very good end for New Zealand. One it is, and that's a great recovery for the New Zealand. combination.
5-0 down after 2 ends and picking up a 2 and a single, so 5-3. New Zealand with Caitlin Inch and Selena Goddard. Selena Goddard leading and throwing the jack down now against Ellen Fife and Natasha Van Eldik. Quite a few of well, that's not the players there, but as Alex mentioned, some of the players aren't involved in this round, the para players in particular.
Yep, a couple of them sitting in that
Group, yeah.
in that group, and they'll be they'll be sorry that they weren't playing the third round today.
Round 2 and 3. I have to go ask Mark Noble how he's feeling now, because he was pretty chipper when he thought round 3 was being played outside and he didn't have to go and play.
The last time I saw him, I think he was getting in a minivan to go back to the hotel for a hot bath. so I think.
Well, it buffeted them around. Gosh.
Yeah, I don't think the players mind the rain so much, and as you know, John, as a player, I mean, you can that can be tolerated, but when you get the wind and the rain, that makes it pretty hard.
You can get slightly grumpy with that.
So that's on the high side, but so was Caitlin Inch 2 ends ago when she drew on her backhand. Interesting.
All concentration from Selena.
Gee, the number of people who've commented, you know, in my various messages I've received about how much they learn from these sorts of games.
Absolutely.
And there's a very good player here watching who was in the Wellington team, and he said, I haven't watched where the bowls land. I've been watching how they deliver it. You know, try and gauge where they stand, any foot movement on the mat they might be making, all that sort of stuff. So it's a great tool to either be here or to watch as you are at the moment. Selena Goddard now just getting that information coming through. Where's that red bowl of hers in relation to the jack, whether it can be used.
Again, looking, you know, taking that green and looking for that late finish. And again, there you see it dive just around that bowl. That's a good bowl.
Yep.
Good position there.
Yep.
Gail Melrose in the background, who manages the New Zealand women's team and has done a very successful job of that over recent years.
Very well-credentialed bowler herself is Gail Melrose. Look at this. Oh, just getting caught.
Eagle-eyed viewers will see that the women's triples is playing next door with Kelsey Cottrell and Val Smith as the two skippers of their team, and of course that New Zealand team of Leanne Paulson, Taylor Bruce and Val Smith were bronze medal winners at the silver medal winners I should say at the World Bowls last September in the Gold Coast at Broadbeach against the Australians. So there'll be a little bit of squaring up to do, though a slightly different Australian team with the retirement of Lindsay Clark at the conclusion of the World Bowls.
Not a bad line coming in here from Caitlin Inch. Gee, now that's, even though we've got 5 bowls to the right of the jack, I mean, if the jack was still on the centre line, they were perfect, but the weight of these players is really impressive. Weight control.
Tasha Van Eldik venturing out onto that the bank side of the green, tends to hang a little bit on that side as we've just seen with her bowl, but that's she won't be unhappy with that. It's a pretty good position if Caitlin was to attack. It's a good catcher, but
The jack could go to the left, I think, wouldn't it?
absolutely. But at 5-3, I think New Zealand won't be looking to do anything too dramatic. Just playing with a little bit of weight here, looking for a contact on the shot bowl, and very close.
Very close. Oh, beautiful weight. Could have actually drawn the shot with that weight.
Absolutely, it was more draw weight than I had thought when she let it go, but Very close.
So Natasha looking to bring that green in slightly. You can see where she finished with the last. She hasn't managed to.
Having a little chuckle to herself. It really does hang on that hand.
Yep.
I've played on this rink myself a few times, and it's, yeah, it is tricky.
Deep in thought. Is that the old Bowls Australia logo on the hat? That's interesting. With the 3 bowls and the A.
Yeah, that
Must have retained it.
yeah, it is their old logo.
Peter Bellis tells a very funny story about why he thinks there's 3 bowls on the logo, but I won't repeat it on a broadcast.
Oh, now you've got us interested.
Yeah, come on, Alex, don't go there.
All I'll say is it's to do with the Commonwealth Games.
All right, here we go. Feather. Oh, no. To do with the Commonwealth Games. Okay.
Yeah. That's all you should need. And a missing bowl.
Oh, I see.
So, reasonably safe now for Natasha to come back onto the backhand, holding 1 and just looking to try and add another shot. And she'll look at that high line and see if she can get a bit of turn out of it. Not quite going to make it. So 1 to Australia.
And I do have some updates after round 2. So remember, it's essentially a race to the first to 10 wins your discipline. Wins your side. There are 5 sides competing. So if you win 3 out of 5 trophies or more, you win the overall test series. We've got the 2 opens, the 2 developments, and the parrot. So with that in mind, in the open women, in the race to 10, New Zealand leads 3-1. In the open men, in the race to 10, Australia leads 4-0. In the open para, New Zealand leads 4-2. I think their equation is slightly different, actually. It might be like a race to 9 for them. I think they've got 1 or 2 less games. In the development women, in the race to 10, it's 4-0 to Australia. And in the development men, we're locked at 2 apiece. So the overall test series at the moment is essentially hanging in the balance as it sits.
Another measure.
Margaret being called for.
Obviously caught up on some other duties, so looks like we've got 2 tapes. So Margaret's already down at the. Oh no, yes she is. Yes, she's already down at the jack end. So let's see what.
I always feel like they need to oil. Can you oil a tape measure? Always makes that fingernails down a chalkboard noise as you roll it out.
I want to see. I still think we should be using lasers.
For the long measures, I
Yep.
absolutely agree. Yep.
I think it's much more. I mean, not that that's not accurate, but it's much faster.
Yeah, for the long measures, I think it makes sense. Even the laser bowls measures we have nowadays that are for the shorter distance measuring, I'm not sold on something that can be within an arm's length. Because anyone can get down and go, I've measured it.
Not up by
A whisker.
a whisker.
Anything more than an arm's length, I agree. Lasers is the way to go.
I remember the World Singles Final when Peter Bellis won it in
Yes.
in Aberdeen, and on the last end, and the measure was to decide the world title between Willie Wood and Peter Bellis, and the laser measure failed.
And we had to go back to the...
Yeah, and we were all watching it, intrigued, and it didn't look like Peter had the shot. It was one of those situations where the camera angle just didn't give you a good idea, and of course he did have the shot, and the rest is history. But yeah, that wasn't the greatest advertisement for laser measures, John.
I think Peter's victory dance then was quite impressive, wasn't it?
It was quite impressive. He did a similar dance a few years later in a game I played against him.
The national singles final.
But yeah, he deserved to do a dance on both occasions. He's been an amazing player and a great ambassador for our sport. And thank you, Alex, for reminding everybody of my defeat in 1992, care of loading it up on YouTube. I have to say it's the first time I've watched the game this century because it was on VHS, and who has a VHS player anymore? So I haven't managed to watch the whole game. I'm not sure I could put myself through the agony.
But it was, I mean, for you, I don't know how you felt fronting up. You looked nice and calm, and you played exceptionally well to get there as a young bowler.
I had a game plan, John, and I still think if I'd executed the game plan effectively, I could have won the game. But it was about playing short ends to try and break Peter's rhythm up, because he's such a big guy and was so good on longer ends. And a couple of times in the game I missed through the jack, and I still kick myself over that. But woulda, coulda, shoulda. Certainly, Peter was in pretty fine form, and he won the pairs final in the morning on the same rink, and then cleaned me up in the singles in the afternoon, 21-16. So yeah, he was playing well. Some of the best bowls of his career, as our old mate Ron Finlay commented on in the introduction.
Right,
I'd forgotten that Ron had done that commentary.
Yeah, same here.
Always keen for if you've got any old bowls on videotapes, Bowls New Zealand will take them in and digitise them. We're trying to make an archive. I actually have 3 video players, Brett, because the first one broke. So I thought, I'll get another video player, and I thought it was broken. So I got a third one to discover that I just muted it. So I've got a redundancy VHS player in case one of them goes now.
Was that muted or neutered?
Either.
Now that's great last
Oh,
bowl.
good.
Great
That
last
is-
bowl from Selena there.
Yeah.
3 down, and she would have been disappointed with the first 2, but that's the mental toughness that she's got to dig deep, and a good shot for her. And
Again, the weight control, absolutely perfect from both leads.
I think the biggest comment I've had about that final from talking to people was just how much turn the bowls took. And that was when we were playing Classic Twos. That's not playing with standard weight bowls, which both Peter and I started with. And, you look at the arc that those bowls took compared to these. You still occasionally see an old set that, someone's persisting with, but, they'd be twice as wide as these bowls.
Yeah, easy. Though we have sort of bounced back a little bit. I think maybe 10 years ago we were in an era of really, really narrow bowls.
Correct.
I feel like the bowls have started to go back the other way, where we take a bit more green, because we all discovered that it's all well and good to have a narrow bowl, but you need an absolutely perfect surface, or you're just going to track left, right and centre.
Yep, yeah, very narrow running surface, easily bumped away, and also very hard to draw around bowls if you haven't got a turning bowl. So I think we've seen that with a number of the manufacturers now producing bowls that deliberately have a bit more turn. But yeah, we did go through a phase where sometimes it seemed the jack had more bias than some of the bowls that you were playing against. So a good bowl there of Caitlin. I mean, slightly wide, but it covers those Australian bowls just in case of a bit of firepower from Natasha.
Just remember the 2 metre comes into play as well. If the jack goes out of bounds, it's replaced on the 2 metre mark. Not worrying about that at the moment, but that last bowl of Natasha's would be the closest to the 2 metre if needed. But this is a draw game so far.
And pretty.
Yeah, this is a handy. A movement of the jack would be superb, wouldn't it, for the New Zealand team if they can
Hold or
just
turn.
flick it back. Oh, gosh. Into that pocket there would have been lovely.
It's on the tight side again. So New Zealand are going to at least score 1 on this end, all things being equal. Now, can Caitlin draw another shot? Selena just saying, just let it turn. Turn onto those bowls and you'll add another one.
See a very confident bowl with a bit of luck from Caitlin Inch.
Thinks it's a bit wide, does she?
Let's see if we get a bit of that late finish No, in fact, she's a little bit quick. Actually, the line was pretty good.
Yeah,
When you see
yeah.
how it came down, she was just a little bit quick. Oh, still good to be scoring.
6-4. That's a close game, as you'd expect. We've played 6 ends now of this match. We're into the 7th. And it's 6-4 Australia.
And probably not seen quite the precision that we expect at the beginning of the game. We know that this rink can be a little tricky, and I think players just still grappling a little bit with line. Weight's been pretty good, but just struggling to find that precise line to the jack.
It was such a good start, wasn't it, that first end that we saw? And here we go again.
Yeah, that's a good start from Selena. Great bowl.
Often find the heads are tight if your first bowl's like that because everything just sort of follows it.
You know, I think even though it is a little slower, it is about having confidence to take the green, let the bowl do that work, and not get caught playing, tight line to the jack. You see here Ellen Fife just tight. Just didn't give that bowl a chance to turn. She didn't have the weight anyway. So can Selena capitalise on this opportunity?
Yeah. Very good delivery. She talks about she's got quite dainty hands. So she talks about how she almost cups the ball, a bit like Ryan Brasser used to, with the thumb on the side, not the top, but lets it go very smooth on the running surface. There's no wobble. If you slowed it down, you wouldn't see a wobble on release.
No, you'll see on when she presents the bowl, it is on a slight angle, and I think that just gets it out. And Brass was a little bit like that actually, with the way he cupped the bowl, as you said, Alex. But 2 good shots here to Selena Goddard, and a good opportunity to really ram one on the top and put some pressure on the Australians.
Doesn't look thrilled with that bowl.
No. But her not being happy means that it's still probably a good bowl.
Oh, I'd be happy to be half as good.
Yeah.
I mean, look at this. It's probably 3 inches wider than she wanted it to
That's
be,
right.
and it's decided that's not what she wanted. Like Brett said, I think you could argue a pretty strong case that she's comfortably in the top 5 best leads in the world, perhaps even higher up on the list than that.
Yeah, she's developed a really good game on slower surfaces. Selena works incredibly hard. Great bowl from Ellen.
Yep.
Selena and I are club mates at Takapuna in the North Harbour Centre, and I mean, she works incredibly hard. She's a very dedicated practicer with her coach Graham Doreen, and constantly looking to improve, even at this stage of the game. And that's, I guess, the sign of a true champion, John. Someone that just keeps pushing themselves hard and trying for an improvement.
Certainly the case with her and that Takapuna club. They're a very progressive club. So I've said previously I spent a good session with Graham Doreen there late last year, and most impressed with what they've done as we see this beautiful looking ball. Is it going to sit it?
Great
Oh,
bowl.
what a shot.
That's a cracker. It's a difficult hand, and she picked that line beautifully.
And it is, because coming this way last time, Natasha really could not find a line at all, could she? She was 2 wide bowls and was struggling on that hand.
Breaking now.
Oh, yeah. Look to sit the jack and push it back to herself. She's done it, has she? Oh, gosh.
Unlucky, really.
Yeah.
As our old mate Stu Scott would say, that's a slice of hell.
Yeah. Yeah.
My favourite. I've stolen that piece of commentary. I love that. Slice of heaven is slice of hell. So accurately sums up what it could be like playing bowls sometimes.
We tried to entice him back into it doing a bit, but he's retired. He's
Yeah, he told me he was retired.
Yep.
I asked if he'd come and commentate some of this Trans-Tasman.
It would be nice to hear his dulcet tones. I think my favourite memory of doing commentary with Stuart was at the 1996 World Bowls in South Australia where we interviewed a police horse. So yeah, we outstanding commentator and also just a great guy and,
Oh, yeah.
and very funny.
Funny. Yeah.
Yes, I had the privilege on that occasion of working with Stu, and I was doing comments as I am today with you, John, and we had the renowned Australian botanical expert Gary Fleming working with us. So we learned a lot about the flora and fauna of South Australia
Gosh.
at that time.
Well, just be aware he's watching. He's asking if everyone's got their yellow card ready, and have I shown you mine?
Have I shown you mine?
This would be a great time to do it.
Yeah, Inch looking to just sit again on this and give herself two. Not quite up here, but making it an awkward shot next up.
It's quite a good block, really, on the back end.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely had some unforeseen benefit there. Natasha will be reluctant to attack on the other hand because she doesn't have anything behind. So you can see Ellen saying, look, just, either hand, just, looking to come down on the draw, see if you can sit off that bowl. A little bit of jack movement's fine. A lot of jack movement's not so good. So let's see how she fares on this hand this time.
But that wick off that bowl that's on the left as we look at it now is a pretty good option, isn't it? If she doesn't
Very
get
hard
the
bowl to
jack
play.
clean. Oh, might get it. Ooh, we feather off that she didn't bring into the equation. But another single here for New Zealand. It closes up to 6-5.
And I can give you an update on some of the round 3 scores. I found this on the Bowls New Zealand Facebook page, so if you want to go find it yourself, you can do so. There's live scoring. There's a Google Docs link on the Bowls New Zealand Facebook page. But in the meantime, I can tell you that the Open Women's Triples, we being New Zealand, trail Australia 3-5 after 6 ends. Development Women's Pairs trail Australia 5-7 after 6 ends. Development Women's Triples trail 2-9 after 7 ends. The Development Men's Fours lead Australia 4-3. Remember, they locked it 2 apiece today. Development Men's Singles trails 5-11 after 10. The Open Men's Fours is in front. Sorry, behind. That was disappointing. 3-4 after 5 ends. And the Open Men's Singles 10-6 up after 9. So pretty even games going on out there in this third round at the Nainai Bowling Club.
Great start by Selena Goddard there. Good opener from her, and here's some interesting results there. Some personnel changes on the New Zealand men's side this afternoon, and that includes Robbie Bird from the Nainai Club playing in the development team, and Finbar McGuigan making his debut in the New Zealand men's team this afternoon. So a great honour for one of New Zealand's young rising stars.
Look at the start here from Selena.
Starting to really hit her straps now, getting onto that line, and that's a really good second bowl.
As good as you get, really. And you don't mind too much not having the back bowls if your lead's going to suffocate the head like that at the start. Yeah, Skip doesn't mind spinning a bowl going past because they're so close.
And also, it's not a fat target, is it? It's
No.
a one bowl target if they seek to have a crack at it later.
Selena just saying, do you want me to come around that bowl and just maybe get something slightly behind? Which I think we would say is a pretty good idea.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think she's played this pretty well. If she's
Yeah.
got the weight, she's played a really good bowl here.
Hold. Oh, that's unbelievable.
Magnificent. Magnificent.
Well, it's behind, but only just, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, that's a superb bowl.
and not a lot for Natasha Van Eldick, should I say, to attack. Ellen Fife just a little tight here, I think.
Ooh,
Just
inside.
drift.
No.
Oh, look at that brilliant
Yeah.
lead in there from Selena Goddard.
Yeah.
Playing a gold medalist and Alan Ryan had such a successful Commonwealth Games.
So Natasha just pulls the sleeves up slightly as if to say, right, enough of that.
Or Alan Fife, I should say.
Yeah, gold medal in the pairs and the singles.
Singles,
at
yeah,
Leamington
unbelievable.
Spa.
I was watching. I wasn't watching live, but I was tuned into the coverage when they won the pairs, and I think the bowl that Ellen played to win that pairs match is one of the best bowls I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
That's just unbelievably good.
I was there, in my world bowls capacity, and the crowd just went nuts.
Yeah.
It was, playing England, of course, so a home crowd, but you just had to admire, Australia would look like, for all intents and purposes, gone. She played well to get them into an extra end, and then to run the bowl out to win the game was just outstanding.
Yeah, I think Farrow had a good world bowls, didn't she? So swings and roundabouts for her. She would have been very disappointed having made a return to the side after
not
some time.
bad
Look
here.
at this.
Got it. Oh, hard
Slice
luck.
of hell.
Gee.
It was a slice of hell.
Yeah.
So New Zealand at least holding 2.
And Inch should put her first one right back closest to the 2 metre mark on instruction, because there's little doubt probably that Natasha will have a crack at this now that the jacks move slightly. Can she see it for that same sort of shot? Here goes Inch once more.
And of course, one of the great moments from that Commonwealth Games was the last end of Selena and Caitlin's quarter final, when Caitlin played a magnificent shot to trail a jack for 3 to win the game, and the scenes on the green between her and Selena were just, it was very special. Unbridled joy, I think,
Yeah.
is how you describe it.
Oh, looking aggressive. Maybe not. Just reaching.
Well, if she can come through that gap and sit the shot bowl, she's played an extraordinary bowl. If she can do that, that's pretty impressive, isn't it? Look at this.
Oh.
Just a wee flutter. Gosh, that's a very good bowl.
A mighty effort.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, for all intents and purposes, she was going to turn inside that, but
Yeah.
it's just got a slight little flutter or glance, and went round it.
Very smooth delivery.
Good line here from Caitlin. If she's around that front bowl, she's close. No, she's just going to catch it.
She hit the right weight too.
Yeah, applause from Selena.
Crowd wide awake.
Yes, I just had a little text from our good friend Peter Thorne,
Oh, yeah.
and Thorne was just commenting that he thought one of the spectators was perhaps had a long day of watching
I
bowls.
suppose it's the preferable option.
Yeah, I think so. Soon her phone will go brrr and she'll awake and say, everyone can see you're asleep. Oh.
Right, Natasha Van Elder, can she recover the shot here? She's close last time. No, I think
Otherwise,
she's
we're
gone a
looking
bit
at 6
wide.
all.
Coming now. Just gets wrecked on that bowl of Ellen Fife's.
And her playing partner said that was right on track, and we've seen that a couple of times in this end. That was a compact head. Some outstanding high-quality bowls, as you would expect. But it is another single to the New Zealand combination. It is now all tied up at 6 all, and we've played 8 of the 18 ends.
15 ends, of course, for the pair of pairs that we covered in round
Yeah.
2. Slightly different conditions of play.
Slightly different scoring too. That was
Yes. Yeah.
we didn't have to fill in anything on the right-hand side of the scorecard, which is We were treated to some wonderful play from the Australian pair.
Their skipper was, I think, playing their 50th game. He was playing his 50th game
Yep.
for his country. Just didn't miss. Heartbreaking stuff.
Yeah, Selena got out on that really good line again. Now the bowl will start to break. How much turn does she get? Yeah, that's a good starter.
Slightly narrower line than what Goddard took, and it ends up slightly narrower. Not a bad bowl though.
Yeah, good speed. Slightly narrower from
yes.
Goddard this time, and I think unless she's got very good weight, well, it's holding, John. But no, it's too short.
It's pretty much her loosest bowl of the last 4 ends.
Yeah, she's been pretty consistent, that's for sure.
Alan Fife. It'll be interesting to see if...
Close here.
Yeah, it is close. And the Australians score if they stretch it out 2-2. It's a 40-metre indoor green. Be interesting to see if they stretch it out and see how the New Zealanders cope with that. We've had a few ends in a row on the Kiwi side of the scoreboard.
Yeah, I don't think it'll worry Selena and Caitlin greatly. I mean, they played so well on the heavy greens and at Com Games, but you would expect the Australians to be looking to change something up, because right now at this length, Selena Goddard is playing some pretty good bowls. Certainly more consistent than Ellen, and they won't want Selena to get into too much of a rhythm, because she's unerring. And here you see Ellen again just tightening the line up, and you'll see that bowl will just run away at the end. So 2 to New Zealand on the changeover.
Just a brief discussion. No need to talk much about it. Skip wanders back, having seen Hirth leads 3 bowls go in and the opposition 3. She knows the situation firmly in her mind, what she will play after Caitlin plays hers. Looking at that backhand side.
Such great concentration. She really works hard at it.
So they've clawed their way back from 5-2 down after 3 ends, or 5-0 down after 2 ends, to 6 all.
Look at this at the end of the track.
And obviously, just playing with a slightly different bowl to Selena Goddard, just getting that little bit of extra late finish at the end of...
I'll tell you which bowls they are. So Selena's got Henselite Dreamline XGs, and Caitlin's playing with Redline SRs, Taylor Redline SRs.
So just just getting that little hockey stick at the end with the Taylor bowl. Alan Ryan is playing.
Well, we've got Natasha Van Eldick's got a Taylor SR as well, and Alan plays with a Dreamline XG.
Oh, so actually both leads playing with the same bowl or similar.
Yeah. Fascinating here. It can't be right. Kelsey Cotterill's got written down she's playing with a Drake's Pride Conquest from 2005. So
I think
we'll have had to have them re-stamped, wouldn't she, Brett?
Yeah, I think you'll find those bowls are the bowls she's played with for a long time.
It's amazing.
That is amazing.
Oh, if it's not broken, don't fix it, I suppose.
Natasha looking to unbreak this. Sure what the story is there. What would you think it was? New Zealand with a couple. Maybe that first one of Natasha's broke it up a bit.
Yeah, I'd say definitely 2 to New Zealand. Let's have a look.
Focus.
Well, I can tell you that outside that wind has not abated one little bit. It's still very, very gusty. Here we go. Is this going to work for New Zealand or against them? It's going to work for them.
Once you get past the front
Oh,
bowl,
wow.
Gee,
Wow, what a
top
bowl. What a bowl.
that's unbelievably good.
Perfect weight. Absolutely perfect weight or speed. And Natasha Van Eldik has a challenge. Yeah, high five from Selena, and obviously her and Caitlin sharing some notes. They're good mates. They play. They've played a lot of pairs together over the last few years. Won a New Zealand pairs together in the year that Caitlin also won the singles, and yeah, I think that combination and the ability to just keep calm together. You can see the board for the women's triples next door. It has Australia leading New Zealand by 9-5 after 8 ends.
Walking backwards to the mat, just reinforcing what she saw when she was down there having a look.
The danger here will be overplaying it on a drifting hand and chipping your own ball out to drop a 3 or a 4. So you want to miss narrow if you're playing the forehand.
On the drive.
Look at that. That's unbelievably good.
Yeah.
Where's the bowl going? I tried to look out the window to see.
I don't think she's happy.
No.
I think her touch has gone out.
Yeah.
She's taken their back bowl off, and I think New Zealand's got a handful here.
That'd be pretty stiff if that's what's happened there.
I think it
See if we
has.
can get a camera angle onto the head so we can see what's going on. Okay, we're just waiting. Someone will tell us. So,
Cool.
toucher or the collision bowl disappeared out of the rink, and she somehow followed through
Took their back bowl out.
onto the back bowl. I wonder if we could get a replay of that at some stage. Stand by.
New Zealand's definitely scored because Selena Goddard's got the jack. So we'll just get an update from the players in a second as they just update the board.
I think it was. They would have had at least two, because they had the two furthest back bowls. So we'll see what happens. Oh, there we are. Is it an 8 up there? Oh, no.
Yes, it's an 8.
No,
Or it's a-
8-7 it says there, so that can't be right. It was 6-all, wasn't it?
I'll go have a look at the scoreboard because I can.
Yeah.
I'll
Thank
be
you,
back.
Alex.
I think it was probably 2 to Australia, 2 to New Zealand.
And I think that should be 8-6
Yeah.
on that board. So Alex will go ahead and do some investigation for us.
He's done nothing all day, so.
Yeah, well, he's got to do something,
Yeah.
and he's a lot younger than you and I, John.
Yeah. There we go. Another pretty good start from Selena Goddard. She's probably just saying to herself, I need just half a metre. And most of us are saying, how do you add half a metre, This is pretty good too from her opponent. Very good first up.
Yeah, probably Ellen Ryan's best first bowl for the last few ends. Ellen Fife, I should say, apologise. Recently married. Alex just checking. There you are. You can see Alex just checking that score.
And he didn't change the board, so have we missed an end somewhere or something?
Possibly.
Fife playing her second. Her first one was really good, and if this gets around that last one of Selena's, it'll be another good one, and it does a little deviation and ends up pretty much a touch-up, just slightly one either side of the jack. So 2 really good bowls from the Aussie.
And Caitlin just saying to Selena, look, just get past the front. Just give me a bowl adjacent so I've got something to play to. You don't have to get the shot. A mistake a lot of players make. So we evidently missed an end. So it was 7-3 to Australia after 5, and now it's 8-7 to New Zealand after 9.
The second end was a 3. We thought it was a 2 in the commentary booth.
That'll be why.
I'll
So
just
it was
make sure I
6,
get
wasn't
that right. So 8-7 the score to New Zealand.
So apologies to our viewers for that mistake. We didn't see them signal 3 on the second end. We thought it was just 2.
Just incidentally, I'm never leaving the commentary booth again because I've left and come back and there are 3 blue bowls surrounding the jack, and when I was sitting here, Selena was peppering it, so I think you could blame me for the current situation that New Zealand finds ourselves in.
Yeah, well, a slightly longer end this time from, the jack's probably about a metre further than it's been, and I think Selena's first 2 bowls were probably mentally where she thought the jack was going to be, but it wasn't, and you often see that happen. And Ellen, by contrast, just got straight onto that weight and just played 3 bowls with virtually the same weight. So Caitlin on the backhand, looking to come down and just seeing if she can get a bit of a contact on those bowls. She's narrow. Does she get a contact on one of the New Zealand bowls? No, she doesn't.
Oh, now it's a bit scary for New Zealand. That first bowl of the skip can be such an important moment in the game.
Yeah, pretty critical in pairs, to make that first bowl count. But look, Caitlin's world class. She's well and truly capable of doing this. Natasha Van Elder, in contrast, will be looking to just be past the head, looking for a cover bowl for that third bowl of Selena Goddard's.
Running.
She's played it pretty well. Not exactly where she'd want to be, but it's another counter for to Australia. And pretty critical bowl here from Caitlin.
Huge moment.
She played it narrow and short was her last, so the correction doesn't need to be great.
Let go. It's a straight hand. Needs to let go.
Here it comes.
Turn.
Here it comes.
Oh.
So unlucky.
Never leaving the commentary booth again, team.
Yeah, we'll blame it all on you, Alex.
Yeah, I think so.
Australia holding 4. It's even roused the spectators.
Yes.
That bowl.
Right.
And
Big 4 holding 4 here, Australia, and now, just as you'd expect, get down to the 2 metre, expecting that Caitlin Inch will go at this. Remember, that was at the first end, she had a couple of run shots and she missed both times.
So, looking for a contact. Any contact is a good one, and it can be for reduction. Bumped it away.
Yeah, bumped it. It did. It bumped, didn't it?
Yeah, and unfortunately, inside and outside, if you don't get them on the arc quickly with the modern bowls, they just won't turn. So she'll be disappointed with that, and if she looks at that replay, she'll just see she just didn't get that bowl away as smoothly as she normally does.
Yeah, after so much work, the New Zealand team chipping away with 1s and 2s to be 8-7 up. We're going to drop a handful here.
Definitely 4, possibly 5. Is she up for the bonus?
Yep, she's not going to be far away.
Yeah, she's very good. That's very good bowls. Yep, 5 good shots to Australia.
All the digits on one hand go up after a four ends of not scoring at all. It is the Australians bouncing back strongly with a 5 to move to a 12-8 advantage. So they've only scored on 4 ends, but 2 3s into 5. That's pretty telling.
Absolutely, and it just shows you how quickly the momentum of the game can change when the other lead, sets up the head, and suddenly it's pretty hard to recover.
Oh, we've got the umpire called again.
Yes.
I'll just take this moment to again give a shout out to Just a Thought, who are a cool little charity that provides free wellbeing support to all Kiwis. We know it's been a challenging few years with isolation and loneliness, and you can have an off day that turns into an off week, which turns into an off month. So it's important to get support, and if you or someone else are struggling, free help is available. Just a Thought offers free online courses for depression, anxiety, insomnia, stress and more. There are no wait lists, no costs, just support that works all from the comfort of home. So head to justathought.co.nz, check it out and join the 50,000 Kiwis already using Just a Thought to support their mental health.
Thank you, Alex. Really important that if people need help, they seek it. And we definitely encourage people to do that.
So the jack was up. And now Goddard looking to, I suppose, atone, because she was outplayed at the front for the first time really in this game.
Who won an actual loose end, and it's unfortunate when you have one off end and it happens to coincide with your skips one off end, and suddenly you've dropped 5 points. But straight back onto the jack now.
Yeah, I think Gary Lawson made the point when he and Tony Grantham won the national pairs this year, just how hard it is to win pairs titles back to back, because the two of you really have to play pretty consistently the whole way through, and if one player falls away, it can be pretty challenging. So, but a good recovery from Selena this time, and they won't be daunted by that. They'll know that they were a little unlucky with the result that Caitlin got with her second bowl, and here's another good bowl from Selena Goddard.
Stuff.
Yep. Just trying to go under that right bowl. She's done that, but not quite to the effect she needed.
So the green for the forehand there, just about.
Little attacking bowl from Ellen there. Just trying to get up there, and first time we've seen her play with weight at lead.
I wonder if that's something they talk about. If you look at the Australian team, Van Eldick and Ellen Fife. Ellen, one of the best bowlers in the world, won, as we've spoken about, skipped to a Commonwealth Games, pairs gold, won the Commonwealth Games, singles gold. So we know she's got a run shot and a drive. With your leads third bowl, surely there's a conversation saying, well, you've got that shot in the locker.
Yeah.
Have a go. See what happens.
Completely. So New Zealand holding a couple. Great to see international bowls back in New Zealand, and we've got a rich year this year with the World Champion of Champions singles in Auckland Tamaki Makaurau in late November. And I don't think we've announced this on the World Bowl site, but I'm pleased to confirm the Oceania Challenge will be played in Auckland Tamaki Makaurau the week before. So that's the 21st, 22nd, 23rd and 24th of November. Still finalising the venue club for that. And I'm sure one of the teams competing will be Tonga, and their team manager Dan King, I'm told it's his birthday today.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Happy birthday, Dan.
And I'm sure he'll be shouting at the Mount Albert bowling club. And if he's not, he'll be shooting me for putting his weights up.
When you make these decisions about venues, I'm not saying you personally, but these decisions are made, do you, these days in particular with the weather the way it can be, do you have to sort of consider venues that do have an adjacent covered area?
And very much so, John. Just watching Natasha's bowl here, just going to slide by. Interestingly, last year we played the Oceania Challenge at Blockhouse Bay Club in Auckland, and Blockhouse Bay were an outstanding host. But the request from the from the Oceania countries, particularly the Pacific Island countries, this year was that they want to play it on carpet because they believe it's more aligned with their own home conditions. They found the Blockhouse Bay greens magnificent but very fast, and they want to have the option of going inside because we had a couple of days of windy and wet weather, and so fortunately we have a number of indoor clubs with obviously artificial greens in Auckland, and so in the Auckland area, so we'll have a look at those.
Great concept.
Notice here that Inch
Look at this.
deliberately put
She's
one
got
over
it.
the back.
Oh,
A slice of hell.
And they get another back bowl as well, which is handy. So New Zealand Inch
Just saying.
Sense that's what they'd play. I mean, she was thinking like a skip does, and her lead. What would we do in this situation? Would play with a bit of weight. I want one up the back, then, please. You know.
Absolutely. Now I think Australia are out of bullets.
Yep.
So here's a good opportunity for Caitlin to add a bonus shot. She looks a little on the high side.
Yeah. Gosh.
Just a wee bit past. So 1 to New Zealand. Well, that gets them back on track, and Selena's wandered up to have a chat to Caitlin to say, okay, now what's our tactic here? What are we going to do? Do we keep playing that shorter length, or do we look at something a bit different just to...
It's an intriguing match, isn't it? This is the way the score is fluctuating. As Australia was 6-0 up, as we've just been confirmed, 6-0 up after 2, and then they were up by 7-3 after 5, and then they didn't score for 5 ends, and then picked up a 5.
I think the leads have definitely set the tone.
Yeah.
You know, it isn't the easiest rink to play running shots on, as we've seen, and so those leads have set the tone in what they're doing. So the New Zealanders opting for a medium end, or at least that's where the jack end.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think Selena was convinced that.
This first bowl feels important, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because last time New Zealand played in this direction, we dropped to 5. So you just want the first bowl to be good, so you can go, deja vu, it's not happening. We can just build a new head from here.
And I think she's close.
Very good stuff.
Getting a little bit short with the first, but pretty handy. And how often you see it when if the lead drops slightly short with the jack, as she did on the previous time coming this way, and it goes slightly long, should I say, with the jack, and then mentally is playing to the length where the jack was supposed to be. It is a mental game, and it's easy to sort of artificially trick yourself.
Very beautiful, smooth delivery from Selena Goddard. Look at this.
Yeah, close here. Yeah, a little over, but that's a good bowl, and certainly having cover against a player like Natasha Van Eldik is pretty important.
So just a slight correction she's looking for. It's mainly in weight rather than green, and she's made that correction. We feather off that one of Selena's, and that'll be the shot. That's nice. Didn't need the feather. Played it perfectly.
Just class there.
Watching it closely all the way now. Comes down afterwards. This looks a bit tighter. It might still end up being okay out there.
There or thereabouts. It's not hideous. I'd love to know why they have the old Bowls Australia logo on the cap. That just seems.
It's also on their hoodie.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, beautiful bowl. That's class. Absolute class.
So last time it was 3 shots coming this way. This time it's 2. And fair to say Alan Fife's enjoying that hand now in this direction.
Shot selection here for Caitlin will be intriguing.
Oh, I think she's got to be drawing and trying to get something really close.
Some glitz of encouragement there from Selena Goddard.
She played the backhand. That surprises me.
I think you can see that opportunity to sit that.
Draw a second shot, I suppose, and if you overplay it, you're sitting the bowl on jack.
Look at this.
She played it well.
Needs it to hold. One more roll is actually good.
Yeah,
That's slightly better. But again, you feel the pressure's just building from now.
So Natasha, she gets the foot mark from her lead, who says if the jack goes, it'll come out to about my feet. And that's where she puts the bowl.
Gets a wave from Alan Fife. And that's a pretty good spot there.
Well played.
Staying with the backhand.
Absolutely focused.
Big bowl here. I should be disappointed with that. I mean, the only result you can be going for there is trying to kill it, because you definitely don't want that bowl to stay in the jack to stay in the rink.
Like a low speed kill.
Yeah.
Hard to play.
Well, going this way last time, remember she had a couple of goes, didn't she? And missed out.
So yeah, Caitlin is coming up to have a look, and I think that's wise, because this could get awfully messy.
Yep.
If she only just touches the shot bowl, they're going to be 4 down.
Yeah.
With Natasha Van Eldijk still to have a bowl to play. So, as you can imagine, the Australian pairing are pretty happy.
Yeah, fair enough too.
Well, the New Zealand combination discussing the obvious dangers there, as you've suggested, Brett, playing that backhand and moving the jack back. Well, that's only blue bowls there, only Australian bowls there to the left, and still with Van Eldijk having an extra
Hooks.
bowl to play.
Peter Horn and Philip Hewler, the president of Bowls New Zealand.
Yes.
And Peter Horn, of course, leading light in the New Zealand Para Bowls, and in front of them Pam Walker, member of the New Zealand Para team.
She was saying she's now playing out of the Roslyn Club in Dunedin.
Ah,
Yeah.
your old stomping ground.
Yeah. So
John.
I was very happy to say I've got Roslyn's one of those clubs that they've got gardens, or they rent out gardens. What do you call it? Allotments.
Oh, really?
Over the back, and my brother lives across the road from there, so
She's close
thoroughly
here.
enjoys it.
Hold up and get it square. Get the red ball square.
Oh,
What a shot.
magnificent!
Great result.
What a magnificent bowl.
Absolutely beautiful. Sorry for anyone whose ears I've just damaged. Thank you.
Yeah.
I just, just
Well, sometimes it goes with you, doesn't it? Of course. And
Yep. Yeah, look, it was definitely on.
yeah,
The great John Murtagh, former New Zealand player and coach, used to talk about faulty narrow, and that's a faulty narrow bowl. Good weight,
yep.
but narrow. Better to be narrow and get a result than be wide and missing.
Miss everything. Yeah.
And just how important will that bowl be in the schema of this game?
beautiful stuff. It's a shot they probably would have looked at and thought was a bit of a long shot because it's square through, little planty, cannony thing. Technical terms, obviously.
Yeah. And there was still the danger of the jack coming back to Australia.
They would have identified it, though. It's a very
Two
well
to
played
New
bowl.
Zealand. Two to New
Wow,
Zealand.
That's a stunning shot. Stunning result for the Kiwis, who had dropped that 5 but have now fought back with 3 over the next 2 ends.
And we'll just
12-11.
we'll just rewatch that bowl. Watch the collision bowl. Watch how square, absolutely square, and the collision bowl follows through too. That's one of the best bowls, one of the prettiest bowls you'll ever see.
Really a classic plant. Just a classic plant, for those people who have played snooker or pool. Just a classic plant shot. And suddenly New Zealand are, with one bowl are right back in this game at 12-11. Now, so this has been the direction that Selena Goddard has tended to have the advantage over Ellen Fife. So let's see what she can do this time. Slightly longer end, John.
And still that same concentration, those painted fingernails pointing way up. She follows it through lovely. Not like the Australian style is different, isn't it? And we notice that how a lot of the Australians will be moving off the mat once on delivery. New Zealanders don't tend to do that unless they're playing in Australia, which a lot of them are.
That's right. Yeah, there's a lot more body movement.
Yeah.
New Zealand players tend to just mainly play with the arm. But even Ellen Ryan, who stays reasonably anchored, she's got a lot of forward momentum. Tends to mean they don't play many short bowls. Yeah, just a different philosophy.
You talked about Selena's hands and the fact she doesn't get the thumb right up on top of the bowl, but gosh, there's lots of players who play with the thumb around the side or, sitting in the little ridges around the running track.
As long as it's on the running surface, smooth, doesn't
that's
really matter. The logo on the hat, I've got an update. I understand now. I think it's the national merchandise logo. So if you have a piece of apparel that is worn on a green in Australia, you pay a licensing fee, and you have to have the logo on it to say that it's an approved piece of kit. So it's essentially just saying they're approved clothes or bowls, apparel for use in Australia, and they've decided to make it a feature of the hats for reasons. It's fine. I just always associated it with the Bowls Australia logo, which I thought they'd updated, but perhaps it stayed the same and the Bowls Australia logo's changed.
I think Alan Fife might have played that ditch side for the first time.
Yes.
And she finished a long way out. So, she's, in fact, not on the rink.
A good one here from Selena Goddard. How far will it come back? Yeah, it's in the area, or you'd still probably favour the Australian bowl. Now, what does Ellen Fife do this time? Does she go out wide again, or does she go for a tighter line?
It's that fine judgment, isn't it? Oh, this is a good correction.
Yeah, played it much better. Starts to break now. That's a good bowl.
Probably a couple there for Australia, although we haven't seen where that one finished. It's good to see it. Plenty of enjoyment here.
Selena, interestingly, finishing in a difficult spot for the Kiwis because it's kind of in the draw for Caitlin there. So I think we may see Caitlin change her and Selena just having a bit of interaction there. She has played a couple of bowls down on that forehand side and played them very well. So let's see what Caitlin can do here.
Eyes looking at her mark and then just glancing across to the jack just to refocus on the weight required. As she goes, eyes wide open.
Looks on the high side to me.
But what do you know?
Very little, John.
Here it comes
because
now.
it's perfect.
Just not going to have the weight.
Well, it wasn't high, but it was short, so,
Okay.
So in other words, you had no idea what you
Yeah,
were talking
correct.
about.
Yeah, I
Alex.
just stick to the continuity announcing.
Natasha Van Elder, definitely not an orthodox delivery. Quite side on, but very effective, and she's built up such a great record over recent years. So Selena's saying, "Can you want to come underneath there?"
Yes, that's often not a shot that people like or even call, do they? Come under the jack or sit on the shot.
Yes, that faulty narrow line. As long as you've got good weight,
Yep.
there's plenty to sit on there. Now, here the bowl will start to release now. Here it comes.
Underneath.
Pretty close here.
She's got it.
Hold. Not going to be.
Oh, gosh.
Well, definitely third shot.
Yep. Maybe second, but definitely third, yeah. So it's a really good. I like that shot, and it's one that often doesn't enter a player's minds, does it? Oh, but it means I've got to cut across that centre line early, but there's the shot, and there's options: sliding off something or getting the jack.
Yeah, so much of the game is about getting to the jack, but sometimes you can't easily get to it. So, so next best option is get to a bowl.
Oh, good try.
Oh, now that's just cut out her shot. Or can she still get under there?
So having a bit of a discussion here.
Looks a bit dangerous because those short bowls are short enough that you could shear off at a hideous angle.
Yeah, I think she's going to play backhand. Selena's saying if you get us edge of the jack and you don't follow through, we could be 3 down. So play on the backhand as she's on the run.
let it go nicer that time. It's going to dive across. Be happier with that delivery, but still a poor result.
Yeah. And a chance for Australia to eke out a 3 or 4 shot lead. Of course, she's got to be careful with her weight too. That red bowl that's to the right of the jack is it promotable?
I think
She has to be a bit careless with the weight if she was to move that up.
yeah, it's such a tricky side. This side, if you get a little wide, they just stay straight, but if you get to the right turning point, they'll just dive nicely there. So here she comes. I think on the high, so is she going to get round that front stuff? She is.
Gosh, is she going to make it
Oh,
up?
that's lovely stuff. Yeah, good bolt. If it sits down.
Ellen Ryan doing the washing machine, trying to
Which suggests that it didn't quite get there. Yeah.
and just right on time. New Zealand selected coach Michael Kernahan sits down at the end of the rink. It did not get in there.
Just one.
He's another one who would know why there are 3 bowls on the
There's Michael.
on the logo.
He would be. He knows everything about bowls. I know that because he told me.
So a single then to Australia.
Oh, we'll just wait and see. What we do know is we're now on the 14th end.
And next door in the triples, it's the Australian women leading that game 16-8 after 12 ends. Kelsey Cottrell's playing some amazing bowls in that game.
I think when her career is done and dusted, she'll have, if she wishes to play, right, because she's debuted as a 16-year-old for Australia.
Yeah.
She'll play for Australia for as long as she feels like she can do that. She could end up with some unbelievable statistics, Kelsey Cottrell, when it comes down to number of games played, number of events won. One of the form players in Australia, along with Aaron Sheriff. I think she won all the singles things that you could win, either, must have been last season, was the Golden Nugget and their indoor championships and their outdoor championships and all that sort of stuff. Just unbelievable player.
She's got a rank as one of the best players in the world, and look for an announcement very soon of the new world rankings system that World Bowls is looking to release. We've been working closely with players and member nations for some time around that. We're one of the few sports that doesn't have a world rankings system, and we think that'll be a really good initiative for the game.
That's coming up soon.
Yep, look, that announcement will be in the next few weeks.
I look forward to that.
Nice correction there.
Yeah.
Alan Fife.
Selena Goddard's just been a little bit. Sorry, John. Selena Goddard's just been a little guilty of being short coming this way the last couple of ends, so she'll want this one to be closer, and she's online to play a cracker here. Oh, just slips past. But good position there for Caitlin. Just, dropping that first bowl short the last couple of ends, it's just given Ellen Fife a little that sort of momentum to be getting in there and getting those good shots.
Here she goes following down her third bowl.
She's got the weight right. This is an absolute bomb. She does, and it is. Look at that.
Yeah, really hitting the straps now, Ellen Fife. That's why she's a Commonwealth Games singles and pairs champion. She's one of the better draw players going around.
Unsurprised.
So would you think that you'd get now Selena to have a wee nudge at that? Her third bowl, say Caitlin hasn't done it confidently, so she's got one over.
The only reason people don't think of Selena as being a player who can play, we don't think of her initially as being an aggressive player, is because she's so good on the draw. But of course, she won a New Zealand singles title
with the best shot of the year,
driving a bowl off. Yep. So absolutely in the locker.
Absolutely, and a very good skip. She's won titles in the North Harbour centre skipping, and she's skipping in the national fours this year.
Here she goes. Yeah. She's seeking it.
I think that's a team to watch just quietly, Brett.
Yep, I don't disagree, Alex. So sliding by, but importantly,
Staying on.
staying on.
Yeah.
So that's a good lesson for new players. If you are going to play an attacking shot at lead, make sure your bowl stays on the rink. And while it's a heated battle, you can see these two are good mates and happy to share a bit of a joke. It's Gary Willis, the Australian head coach, just behind Natasha Van Eldik, and himself a former international for Australia, playing out of the ACT.
Forehand, Natasha
Steering this
already
one
holding
down.
a couple.
That's a very good bowl. Australia coming in this direction. Just don't seem to know how to miss.
No, they've got onto a really good line on that hand. And this will be where Caitlin will want to get a conversion early in this end.
You almost want to attack with your first bowl at skip here. Would be the instinct would be to be attacking now.
Yep.
If we have a look at the head, have they got the back bowl? Well, they've certainly got the back one because we
Yep.
saw that one at the ditch, and I think probably closest to the 2 metre.
Hasn't been the most accurate with the attacking shots
No.
yet in this game.
No
Speeding
bump,
up
no
this
bounce
time.
this time.
Is she on her backhand or a forehand? Backhand,
She's
good
got it.
shot.
Great
Yeah.
shot.
She was a bit quicker that time than what she has been playing. I think that's a good solution
Yep.
to this carpet.
Yeah, I agree. Absolute purpose and very, very good bowl.
Yes, a lot of people say that your sort of run shot isn't as effective. Hard to control it on these, but so go full on maybe.
That's pretty
It's a better
classy
way.
too, though. Look at that.
Oh, that's superb.
Gosh.
What a great bowl.
So from
Literal toucher.
from 3 down to 2 down, New Zealand. Now go from that run shot to the draw.
Yep, bit of room for Caitlin to get second.
They've got the bowl at the back.
Back,
I
yeah.
think they're looking here. Oh no, Selena's told her to draw. I think there was a brief consideration that you might pick the front gap, put the jack in the ditch through the shot bowl, but opting to play the draw, which is probably the percentage shot, to be fair.
So Caitlin on the backhand again.
When's it going to let go?
She might take her own ditch bowl out.
She's rested on it, so they've got two bowls right at the back. It looks like too tight a gap. I was going to say it must be tempting, but I'm honestly not sure if you could get a bowl through the gap at the front.
Yeah, I think that it's a tough hand to draw on. That she's trying to, she's played some good runners down that side, but I do question why she doesn't play the same hand as Natasha Van Eldik. Sure, it's hard to get the shot, but second shot here, you're trailing 13-11. Second shot keeps you in the game. You don't really want to drop a number here, because the Australian team are very good at closing out these games. Anyway,
Bowl to come.
close again.
Slightly overplayed.
A little touch off that would have been handy.
Has stayed up. No, it's gone into the ditch. So, Selena going to have a look here. I think they're looking at, if you go through the shot bowl, which is a toucher, if you could get through to it, in theory, the shot bowl would go to the right, the jack would go to the left. You've got two in the ditch. It's just, how do you get a bowl through that gate? I don't know. It'll be interesting to see.
And we haven't got the best view. Now here she goes to have another look.
Yeah, I will await the shot selection.
Yeah.
It just looks too tight up the front to get through. I suppose you'd chip, if you missed it with like a sort of reaching rate, as long as you get through the first two, you chip one off, you only be one down. I don't know. I have no idea.
In the triples game next door, it was 1 to New Zealand on the last end. I think that score is around 16-9, and they've played about 12, 13 ends of that triples game.
Brilliant. I'll find some more live scores at the conclusion of this end.
So Inch now going backhand. I think she might just have a wee go at this. Straight through that hole.
She clears
It's a blue toucher on the jack.
She gets through the gap.
She's
It's
through
brilliant.
it.
She's close.
She's through it. She's
close.
got it.
She's got
played
it.
a
What a
hurler.
shot!
Wow.
That's a shot of the match.
Wow.
What a bowl.
World champion
What a
Taylor Bruce
bowl.
comes over. applause from Michael Kernahan.
That's the most animated I've ever seen Mike Kernahan.
Oh, we knew the shot was on, but I didn't know if it was possible to get through that
No.
gap.
That's, what a superb bowl.
Yep, that's
Bec- because,
we've got to see that one again, Alex,
Yeah.
do we? Because we got such a good view of it. When she was on the mat, that gap that she was looking at was probably looked about a bowl wide, didn't it? It was very narrow, but she played it, getting confidence from her previous run shot. Her other ones were bouncy and she was missing, so she pulled that one off magnificently.
and so that was
Two.
2 to New Zealand.
Yep,
So we're 13 apiece
yep.
with 4 ends to go.
Those are the special bowls that these players are capable of.
Absolutely, and great to see her and Selena, solution that together, and Selena giving her, the confidence to say, "Come on, you can play it." And wow, did she what?
I think Selena half wanted to call it with the second bowl. You could
Yep.
see it in her eyes. So lovely to have the confidence to execute.
So now, they've got to build on this now. They just overcome that, forget that. It was a great shot. They've drawn level. Now they've got to pick this game up again.
Before we forget it, we'll just watch it one more time, John.
Yeah.
And let's watch this replay. Check out this shot. Clears the front.
Wow,
2 bowls to the bottom right of your screen.
Yep.
Unbelievably good.
that is top draw stuff. Selena, 1 down, good bowl there from Ellen Ryan. Ellen 5, should I say? But good first bowl from Goddard, just slightly behind, but she'll want a good close one here, John.
She's enjoying playing this hand all the time. She latched onto it early, even though they were 6-0 down after 2 ends.
Close here. She got the weight.
Yeah, and she's got that nice finish too. Not quite getting up. You can almost sense her frustration with that. Yeah, look
Yeah.
at it.
Yeah, little shake of the head, a little.
And the line was so good.
So Ellen Fife swapping over onto this side. She looks tight. Is she going to get a
Inside
slide
or
on
outside?
that bowl? Well, it's good for New Zealand.
Yeah.
And immediately Caitlin saying, look, you can play under there. A little bit of weight, sit the bowl, trail a jack. Definitely in Selena Goddard's wheelhouse.
13 apiece.
Well, might even come inside her own.
Here it comes.
That's a very good bowl. Yep, nice stuff.
Yeah, well played.
Yeah.
And the good thing about that is it sets it up nicely for Caitlin. A couple of seconds on the head, nice catcher. We see Ellen Fife just going out wider. Now, will she get that late finish or will she hang? Here it comes now. Yeah, so she does come back. That's a good bowl. That's a good catcher for. Yeah, she gets applause from Natasha Van Eldick.
Yep, she wanted one past. She said, I don't want anything short, and well, she wouldn't get much short from Ellen, but she wanted one over there because that then is a bowl that is going to come into play at some stage.
Pretty reasonable head of leading there. Look at that. The spread of the bowls are all pretty accurate. Incidentally, Ian Brown there, the top right of your screen. I think the first time he's been involved in a Trans-Tasman Test match as a coach for the para side. And Caitlin on the nibble again.
Not this time.
Good though, good calling early. Because that could have taken out both those bowls. If she'd hit that shot bowl square, would have taken that last one of Ellen's out as well.
You're going to be aggressive. You may as well go with your first bowl and skip.
And I presume, Alex, that's Ian Brown from Southland?
Yes.
Former
yeah.
runner-up in the New Zealand Fours
did.
Championship
Yes, he did lose the New Zealand Fours final.
from North End.
Correct.
In Southland.
Yeah, plays was the coach of their winning intercentre team a couple of years ago. I think I saw him out on the rink working with Julie O'Connell, so I think he's been brought into the side in that capacity. But nice to have a bowl of that experience.
She's going again.
Well,
Oh, missing wide. This could
Could
not
get a-
might work against the New Zealanders. Oh, gosh.
Interesting.
well, has played a couple of screamers going in the other direction. Let's just see what she does here. Natasha van Eldik, is it going to stop? No, I think she's going to slide through. Right, what are we going to do here?
Decisions.
I think you go again. You're only one down, aren't you?
You are only one
Yeah,
down, and
yep.
you just,
And it's worth it. It's worth it. You know, take that out clean, and you've got a couple.
Look at the focus. The bowl would be afraid to miss.
third time lucky? Yes, close. Very close here. Yes.
What a shot! What a
Yeah,
great shot
Magnificent
again.
bowl.
Only danger there is, does Australia think?
Oh, and her bowls stayed up at the
Oh,
back.
yeah,
Yeah.
see that now.
Yep, so Selena's bowls stayed up at the back, so they've got cover.
Natasha's probably got one of the most accurate drives that I've seen, and one of the quickest ones. New Zealand.
Ellen Fife.
She's moving up onto the bank.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
I've just got married. I don't need
Yeah.
broken ankles, thanks.
Yes, and I don't think it's ambiguous about what Natasha will play here.
Oh, she's got one of my favourite drive shots to watch. I'm not sure if she'll play with that full weight, but when she does, it's unbelievable.
I think she might be drawing.
Interesting. Maybe just going for the rake. Perhaps didn't think you could get both of the red bowls. They are staggered,
Yep.
so in theory you can get them both.
Jack movement. She's great, but she's falling under it.
Wow, that's a let off for New Zealand.
Yeah.
That's a big let off for New Zealand. You know, any movement of the jack, really Australia had to score unless it went all the way back. And yeah, maybe caught in two minds a little bit about which shot to play, but the end result is New Zealand scores and they get in front.
Yeah, I feel like they've stolen a couple of. Well, I suspect they feel like we've stolen a couple of points there because Caitlin played two poor bowls and a third very good shot, but we were left a little bit vulnerable, and there was no reason why Natasha couldn't have taken that opportunity given how well she's been playing in this game. But 2 points that you won't say no to, particularly as we approach the end of this game.
Now, interesting, you know, New Zealand is lengthening it out. This has been the length. This has been the way that Ellen Fife has really put the pressure on. So, what can Selena Goddard do this time to nail it?
So this is the second time in this match that New Zealand's been in front. They were up 8-7 after 9 ends, having fought their way back from 6-0 down. So they got to 8-7. Next minute, they were down by 12-8, having dropped to 5. So they're back in front again as they rain drives down at 9i.
I would say the green is getting well watered
Yeah.
tonight.
Pretty good start from Selena Goddard. Jack level, good weight, or good speed. Now, what does Ellen Fife do? She's on that good line, but she's short. So initial advantage here to New Zealand. Nothing close, of course, but Selena just making sure she's got a good grip on that bowl. This is pretty important, John, if she can really nail one here.
Well, we want to see that correction isn't much. Weight was fine. She's taken a wider line. That's good.
Coming now.
Yeah, so that's the shot. But there's still plenty of room.
Well, she's made Ellen Fife change her hand, so that's probably a Pyrrhic victory in terms of just getting her off that side that she's been playing so well.
And all the players have favoured the other hand, haven't they? They don't like playing down that ditch area. Yep. Stay there and get around it and finish over. That's fine. Whoops.
Ooh, a bit of a grimace there.
Yeah,
what
she's
she-
not around it.
No, she's not around it.
Might find the gap.
Is there a little track through there, Alex?
Not this time. I think there was, though. Didn't need to turn
Yeah.
much more.
Ellen Fife.
Hard to tell with Ellen whether she likes it or not. Well, that's gone on that wide side out there.
I'm really
It's-
surprised that she changed her hand. I'm really surprised. I think she's played that other side so well.
Yeah.
And yes, the New Zealand bowl was notionally in the way, but I am surprised.
And she's played this coming in this direction, hasn't she?
Oh, she's
so
been
well.
unerringly accurate.
Yeah.
But this time she's,
But
Yeah.
from the mat, it would have looked great. Oh, look
Absolutely.
at that nice open hand. Oh, and it's just so difficult.
And interesting, Caitlin Lynch is happy playing this side. She,
Yep.
she's played some good runners down there. Let's see what she can do on the draw now. Pretty important this end. Two shot advantage to New Zealand. If they can score here again, the third last end we're playing could be very important.
Like that line.
How's the weight?
Not bad.
Reasonable.
Yeah, probably a counter. Still plenty of room for Natasha Van Eldik.
It was released very smoothly, but she doesn't look that happy about it.
No.
Although it came out of the hand very nice. I'm surprised she was.
Oh, is she going to hit up the red? Backdoor job.
That's
That'll be the
that's a pretty good bowl, really.
That'll be the
Yeah.
shot. Obviously, had been a bit concerned about hitting that bowl of Caitlin Lynch's, but she found a nice track under the line.
Caitlin won't really mind if she hits her own.
Was it
Good line.
Julie Keegan that Caitlin has played a lot of bowls with, isn't it? I think she won the state pairs.
Oh, just your weight, Caitlin. Gosh.
Great effort.
Another beautiful line bowl, but just not reaching in it. And it is the longest end we've played coming in this direction. So again, maybe just not making that mental adjustment around the weight.
Whee.
This is wider. Now, is there an outside track to find as we look out of our commentary booth towards the swimming pool?
Yes, we've got the new 9-eye Olympic pool, replacing the old Olympic pool.
And in the background, they're building another one.
Yes. Right.
It's being filled today.
So Caitlin's played two down that line. What can she do with this third bowl?
Beautiful track twice.
She's gone wider this time. Don't think it'll come back from there. She'll be disappointed with those three bowls. Look, hard to fault the way she's played, but that would be one of her looser ends. So it's a difficult side, but that time the speed was good, but she just went too wide. So
So Natasha won't mind if she goes underneath those bowls again.
she won't want to hit them, but I don't think she's got enough
Not
weight to
enough
do any
weight.
damage.
No.
So 1 to Australia.
Yeah, well, it sets up a very good finish to this. We've had 16 ends now.
So a bit of a mid-rink discussion on tactics from the Ellen Fife and Natasha Van Eldik.
Interesting. I don't know what the conversation is.
Yeah.
Just saw a year, so someone,
Yeah.
Ellen's agreed with whatever it is
Okay,
that
I'll bring the mat way out. I know.
Natasha has suggested.
And the thing is, these players are just so accurate over whatever distance, whatever length they go for. So Matt halfway up, not quite, and Jack back to the 2 metre. Selena kindly kicks up all the bowls from behind.
Ellen Fife, is she gonna?
Yeah,
She's close. Here she comes. Yeah, it's a pretty good startup.
well, whatever she said yep to, then that's worked. 15-14, New Zealand leading. We're playing the penultimate end of this women's pairs match in the Trans-Tasman. Coming to you from the 9-Eye Bowling Club. We've moved indoors because the Well, you wouldn't want to be outdoors. They played the first 2 rounds this morning in testing conditions.
Great bowl, Selena Goddard.
Lovely shot.
So everything was moved indoors for the 3rd round of this first day. 3 days of play.
Ellen Fife just looking to see if she can reach up to that bowl of Selena Goddard's. Is she going to get the inside or the outside? She gets the outside. So still 1 to New Zealand. It's been a great game, John.
Oh, I've loved it. And for people who haven't played bowls and are watching it maybe for the first time and thinking, oh, bowls is, you know, it's not testing, not physically demanding, but it's physically demanding, but it's also mentally demanding. This is a 2-hour 15 time limit, so they're concentrating on every bowl for over 2 hours and thinking chess-like, strategic throughout, not just wondering about what you're going to play, but thinking now, what will they play? And countering that, that's a good bowl too. It might well have given them the shot.
Should have successfully set it down.
One down, yeah.
One to Australia.
I think just letting someone go bowl first on the other side, on the other rink. Here we go. Looking really to sit on that shot bowl.
A good line. Just going a little bit.
Still
2
good
wicks,
bowl,
1,
yeah.
2, and sit.
Definitely handy there.
Yeah.
Good catcher.
A lot of excitement around the indoor facility. And remember, we've got 2 more days of the Trans-Tasman, so if you're in the Wellington region or even slightly outside of the Wellington region, it's a free, no entry fee. It's free to enter. There is a very nice bar, there is a very nice restaurant, and there are some of the best bowlers in the world playing for the next 2 days from about 8:45 until, well, it's at 6 o'clock now, 8:45 until 6, so feel free to pop your head in and have a look.
And the renowned hospitality of the Nine Eye Club.
Yeah. They, a number of people have said, who have come here anyway, have said, we just don't get an opportunity to see this sort of stuff. We couldn't help but come.
Absolutely.
Wow, look at that.
Oh, against the bias.
Great bowl.
Might still just be 1.
Applause from
It's a
Ellen
jack
Fife.
move slightly.
Well,
We could be 15 all going into the last end.
Entirely.
And that would be absolutely fantastic, wouldn't
Absolutely. Now, 2 of the best pairs combinations in world bowls today, and absolutely living up to their billing.
On the forehand.
Probing down there, looking
Yeah,
to see if she
yeah.
can sit those bowls. She's going to just slip under.
it? Oh, that was a nice weight. I like that. Eh?
Was a nice weight. And that'll give her a good guide now.
Yes.
About how that's playing. It is tricky, that hand. We know that they hold and then dive towards the end.
I just heard a bell ring. That can't possibly be the... Maybe it's the wrong bias bell. Can't possibly be
Well, we
the
didn't start
time.
till 4, did we? So
No, I think it's just a random bell going.
Might have been a bell inside.
well, she might play their shot for them here.
Oh my lord! Wow.
Interesting call.
Yeah. Well, she was obviously trying to get to the back, and
Yep.
probably trying to get to the back on the left-hand side as we're looking at it to try and ensure if New Zealand trails that jack, they've got some cover. So here's Caitlin Lynch now.
On the forehand.
Fractionally off for the last. Might be
Here it
fractionally
comes.
wide here, is she?
Here it comes.
Oh, lovely. Oh, my. Well, hey, that's his classy bowls. Just missing, but still classy.
Yep, applause from Selena Goddard. It's such a fine line down there. Let's have a look at what Caitlin Lynch can do with her last bowl. She's coming up to have a look.
Yep. That's not bad either. Natasha was asked to put one there because there may well be a slide from the last bowl from Caitlin Lynch, which could just spring the jack slightly.
Alex, just while we're waiting, we've got some scores there from some of those
Yes.
other rinks.
Yes, we do. That's a great question, Brett. Stand by.
There you,
There you go. That's what it's like outside, ladies and
That's
gentlemen.
why we're playing indoors here at 9i. It's absolutely pelting down outside, I think is the technical term.
That is not the new 9i pool to the bottom left.
Almost looks like a long drop, whatever we were zooming in on there.
Big bowl coming up. Sorry, Alex.
I'll wait till
Caitlin
after.
Lynch.
I'll wait till after this.
She's had 2 goes at this shot of just trying to either move the jack slightly or sit on the shot bowl to capture it. If she does that, she'll probably move the jack anyway.
She's close.
Here it is. Is this the most delightful bowl you've ever seen? This is the most delightful bowl you've ever seen.
John, you spoke too soon.
Unbelievable.
Oh, gosh. 3 superb tries, as you would say. Not getting the result, but my word, that's an indication of the class of Caitlin Lynch and there are 4 players here. They're just playing some magnificent bowls. We're going to go into the final end tied at 15 all.
I think there's a leak in the roof. Anyway,
You caught it, John, and what a fitting end to this magnificent contest.
so as we watch the jack go up, I'll just quickly rattle through the results of the current games, the live scoring of the current games. You can find it yourself on the Bowls New Zealand Facebook page if you're interested. But the women's pairs, all women's pairs in front of us. Open women's triples, Australia leads 18-9. Development women's pairs, Australian leads 19-10. The development women's triples, Australia leads 15-9. So Australia dominating there. Development men's is 19-4 to New Zealand in the fours. 20-18 to New Zealand in the singles. And the open men trail the fours 6 points to 13. And we've lost the singles 15 points. 15 shots to 21. So the open men having a forgettable day, but remember it's now a race to 10. It's not a test match per day, so the open men are going to go, and I am getting rained on inside, team. The open men are going to go into tomorrow 5 or 6 down.
Oh, I think it's just coming through our open window there.
It is coming
Alex,
through our open window.
Run your gaffer tape up a bit higher.
There we go. And that's a great performance from the New Zealand development team. Blake Signal making his return back into international bowls for New Zealand. Now the chief executive of Bowls Wellington,
Yes,
so in his
doing a
home
good job.
territory, and doing a great job. So
Look at this though, Brett. The jack was not up, and so Selena Goddard has taken the mat, and we can't see her.
so having a
She's going up to have a chat. What do we do? This hasn't been their favourite direction, going the way that they're finishing.
They went longer last time coming this way. We saw Australia get a shot from withdrawn by Natasha Van Elden. Do they look to go long and try and put a bit of pressure on? And I think the answer to that is no.
Right, decisions. What a waste of 17 ends, they'll be thinking to themselves. 17 ends of bowls, and we find ourselves 15 apiece.
I think this will go to the 2 metre though, do you? Or not? No.
No.
Wrong again. So neither of us have made accurate calls, Brett.
No, we're entirely consistent,
Yeah.
John. Look, I think it's probably about a metre, maybe 2 metres short of the maximum. So now it's a race to the jack.
Good news for the New Zealand supporters is that we have last bowl, and we would hope that Caitlin doesn't have to play it. But she may have to, though. Look at this. This is brilliant stuff. Brilliant stuff from Alan Fife.
And Alex, we never saw them toss or anything.
That we lost. Well, Sue Way said to me that we'd lost the toss, but it was my understanding that Kearney and Alan Faulkner were going to have a 1-bowl shootout
Yep.
to decide
the entire.
Oh, you're talking about this game?
No,
Or
no,
the
no,
entire,
no. Yeah, the entire. It's for the. That was to cover the entire tournament.
Yes, it
wasn't
was. Yeah, that was my understanding.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if that happened because the umpire said that we won the toss and sent Australia into bat on the
Yes.
first end of round 1 today.
Yep.
Good opener from Selena Goddard, just slightly behind, so it's a good catcher for Caitlin Lynch and Ellen Fife. Again, very close here.
I
Two
think
good bowls from the
Yeah.
and the
Australian.
plan is nothing short.
Yep.
From here. There's a lot of noise coming from within the stadium, so it must be a close finish elsewhere as well. Goddard with her second.
Looking to just come and sit that bowl. Is she there? Is she
Ooh,
there, John?
What's
Is
a
she
weight? What's a
there?
weight like? Oh,
Perfect
Right.
bowl.
Wow.
Not perfect for shot, but in
No.
terms of setting it up.
yeah. It's there now, isn't it?
Yep.
Double target.
Alan chasing this ball down.
She'll be looking to just try and tuck that jack around the corner, take away that shot. She's got the weight for it, but she's just a little wide, and
Back
she
to
gets
the
that
two.
back ball.
Yeah.
There you are. Very animated Caitlin Lynch. You know, you play to it, Selena. Push the ball through, trail the jack. And in the meantime, it just keeps raining.
What a day.
Last bowl for Selena Goddard in this match. Pairs test.
I think she's close. She gonna? What's the weight? No, just slightly on the high side, but again at the back. So that's advantage Australia.
Must be a temptation for Caitlin to go full speed in there. You can see the outside. And we're pleased we're playing inside for this third round.
Completely.
Unbelievable.
I don't know that she'd be tempted to go full on. That's such a nice sit, isn't it?
Yeah, she's played the backhand, her backhand side coming this way.
Yeah.
The last couple of ends. So there's no reason why she can't play that side again, and look for the bowl or for the jack trail. So let's see. Does she look for that controlled weight? So on her backhand side, there's a good shot down there for the shot bowl. Trail a jack back to Selena Goddard's bowl, and that's what Natasha Van Eldick's trying to cover, and she's played it well.
Almost want to go quicker now if you're Caitlin Inch.
No.
Or slower, John.
Yeah, not slower. No, just, you know, as Brent was saying, there is that opportunity just to park herself on that shot bowl.
So Michael Kernahan, New Zealand select coach, has popped down to see what she's going to play, and Caitlin just having a good think about this. I think she'll play a backhand because she's played that side.
That's
well.
obvious.
Yep.
Look, even on the match, you'll be thinking, yep, that's it. So I can sit that shot bowl
So the question
just
is,
onto it. Yeah,
Yeah.
It's weight's important.
looks to me like she's drawing.
Yeah.
Came out very smooth. Let go. If you're not going to let go, cover the two.
Or the ditch. Yeah.
So it was that controlled weight.
Yes.
Again, importantly, she's kept her bowl alive, so she's up on the mat now. What do we do?
Something short and in her eye.
Yep,
Hard shot to play, isn't it?
it is. Okay, just having a bit of a moment of reflection there. So what
Yeah.
does Natasha do?
Because that might be the most open that shot is. It was.
Yeah, she's definitely looking to try and trail that jack around the corner, but she's going to be stuck wide.
Oh, we may as well put flashing lights around the jack.
Great.
Right.
She
What
can't
weight
afford
does
to
she
miss.
play?
Yeah.
I think she'll go quick.
Yeah, got to now.
Very
purposeful,
close.
Very close.
She's got it. Sort of. She's got it, sort of.
Well,
Yeah, she's opened it up.
she's opened it up, and now it's just a race to the jack.
Doesn't thrill me, Brett.
Well, who's got the better singles record, Alex?
True.
That's right.
I just really wanted to see the jack in the ditch next to Caitlin Lynch's bowl as a New Zealander and be like, cool. I don't have to waste any more of my heartbeats. Going to come down to the last one.
Well, right. Someone moving behind. Tasha Van Elder just.
It's the last thing you want as a player, isn't it? Such an important bowl too.
3 sets. Yeah, not happy. Or maybe she was happy.
Yeah, yeah.
Look at that.
If that's a not happy bowl, then oh well, maybe she's unhappy because it gives Caitlin options, doesn't it? That
Well,
two to sit on, basically.
well
Use that
Caitlin,
shot bowl or the jack.
that's right. And if we think back to the Commonwealth Games, John, Caitlin Lynch is unerringly accurate at a bare jack.
Yeah,
She's got all the back bowls.
yeah.
Don't know if she's got the 2 metre covered. Probably not.
No.
So I think she attacks us. I think with that bowl sitting there, it's pretty hard to draw on that forehand side, and the backhand is tricky.
You're actually a chance of your collision bowl too, Brett. Once it connects with the head coming off in the 5 o'clock direction towards the 2 metre mark, you could get lucky, or you could get a really nice result on the 2 metre mark if Caitlin was to accidentally kill this with the collision bowl coming through.
Right. She's taking her time. Big bowl this.
I hope she's thinking more clearly than that, Alex.
Oh, my usual plan in bowls is put it in the area.
I could. If I did, I might. No, perfectly calm, looking at one particular shot.
So it's on the backhand.
Is it a go at the jack, or is it to sit that shot out? It's not a full drive, it's a draw shot. She's looking to play and beat that shot bowl. She's not badly placed.
She's tight.
Going to...
I think she's tight.
No inside edge, or has she?
Oh, great try.
Incredibly good try. What a great game of bowls.
Absolute stunner here today, indoors at the Nine Centre. The first day of the Trans-Tasman, Australia against New Zealand. And this combination of Ellen Fife and Natasha Van Eldik have beaten the New Zealand combination, Selena Goddard and Caitlin Lynch, on that last end with some superb bowls, 16 to 15. What a day of bowls.
Yeah, it was. We've seen all of the 27 different seasons that you get in Wellington and finish the day inside. We've got 2 more days of live coverage, so if you enjoyed today's, there's 2 more to come, and it'll be great matches, be them inside or out. And we don't have any final roundup of results yet because they're not through. So if you're intrigued to see which country is on top, just go to the Bowls New Zealand website or Facebook page. All the results will be there. Brett, some final thoughts before we hang up for the day.
Look, I think we've seen world-class play from 2 very good pairs teams in this game. 2 outstanding leading performances, quite frankly, Ellen Fife and Selena Goddard, and some amazing shot play by Caitlin Lynch to stay in it. But at the end, in a very close game, it was Natasha Van Eldik who just held her and Ellen Fife together, and deservedly came out winners in that event. I think we can expect some really great bowls over the coming days, whether it's indoor or outdoor. We know that these players are masterful.
Great stuff. Thanks for that, Brett. And on that note, we'll see you all again tomorrow.